the westward tribulation exclusive surveillance area at the south gate of the heavenly palace. Qianlian yawned, rubbed his panda eyes, and chattered with Shunfinger. Yawn. Brother, why do I always feel sleepy these 2 days? Qianlian's eyes are big, and now there are huge dark circles under his eyes. Fortunately, his work clothes are not black and white. Otherwise, it is possible that he would be regarded as a first-class protected waste in the heavenly palace by that old man. That's right, big brother, but the old man is about to come over. You should bear it. After work, we brothers will have a good drink, wash our feet and massage, and relax comfortably. Unlike his brother, Shunfinger, who has big ears up to his waist, seems much more mature and steady. Considering this month's KPI and related performance, he immediately comforted his brother. I always thought that since the quantity tribulation is so important, the old man should do it himself. But we brothers have done all the dirty work, but he really thinks that no one knows that he likes to find those 7 girls. Chill. Here it comes, shut up. Shunfinger's words do make sense. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a movement in the distance. So he lightly kicked Qianlian, and the 2 brothers immediately straightened their bodies. Warmly welcome the Executive Deputy Director of the Journey to the West Quantity Tribulation Project Team, the Deputy Commander of the Project Team Party B, the Technical Director, and the Taiqing Dao Tianzuan Li to visit the South Heaven Gate and inspect the work. The one who shouted loudly was Mo Li So, who was holding a big flower umbrella and was on duty at the South Heaven Gate with Qianlian and Shunfinger. Although he is nominally the king of heaven, this guy knows the relationship between managers and workers. In addition, he knows how to warn and inform the leader of the surprise inspection. He is very righteous and can deal with it. Tang Monk, where are you now? Hearing his voice before seeing him, the iconic high-profile door just fell. Taishang Lao Jun, wearing a Taoist robe, appeared in front of the 2 miserable brothers. Like many other gods who show off their strength, Lao Jun likes to show off his speed. So he always speaks in advance, speeds up his voice, and then makes his figure and voice appear together. The main point is to surprise. In addition, his beard is silver white, his eyebrows hang down to his shoulders, and his deep eyes seem to be able to see through all the mysteries of the world. He holds a whisk in his hand, and the dust tail is lightly raised, as if thousands of stars are flowing between them. It really looks very, very awesome glass. Boss Li, Tang Sung, and his disciples have reached the front line of the Yellow Flower Temple in the Ponzi Cave and are about to start the 59 and 60th tribulations. Very good. You 2 have worked hard. Now that the tribulation is almost halfway through, we are about to usher in the dawn of final victory. At this critical moment, we can't slack off in the slightest. I see that you 2 brothers both have dark circles under your eyes. What's the reason? Faced with the inquiry of his immediate superior, although Clairvoyance really wanted to say it's not because of Ninenenesics, Shunfinger's clever mouth finally gave the most sincere answer from the bottom of his heart. Since you, Mr. Li, put forward the slogan of self-denial and dedication to the public, unite and advance together to travel to the West. Our 2 brothers have seriously comprehended and studied deeply and consciously adjusted the working mode to 996. It's not hard work, but it's very rewarding and has a lot of experience. Good. Good ideas, good awareness. Comrade Xiaomao, although you have different responsibilities, you should also learn this spirit. Here are 2 golden pills. You 2 brothers should take good care of your bodies. I still have things to do, so I won't delay your duty. After all, there are too many titles, so it's normal to be busy. The 2 brothers, Qianlian and Shunfinger, nodded and thanked him, and said a lot of blessings and respectfully sent the boss away. Brother, remember this, if you meet Mr. Li checking on you again, you can't say anything, and I will leave it to you. While looking at the golden pill in his hand, Shunfinger reminded him of the mistake that almost happened just now. Strange. Comrade Ma one is a little bit wrong today. Clairvoyance did not politely respond to his brother, but said such a strange sentence. But when Shunfinger was about to ask, he felt someone suddenly appeared beside him. You 2, why do I feel like I gave you the golden elixir before and more than once? It turned out that it was General Manager Li who came back. As soon as he appeared, the words of inquiry reached the ears of the 2, and they were immediately shocked. No, the golden elixir is precious. This one is a wealth of wealth. General Manager Li, you are busy all day. Did you forget to split it? Looking at the 2 confused and bewildered faces in front of him, Taishang Lao Jun stared for a long time, and finally recognized their answers in his heart. But after all, he was abrupt, so he had to scratch his head and ask questions to cover up the embarrassment. It seems so, but I feel something is wrong. By the way, Qianlian, you just said it was strange. How strange is it? Please take a look, Mr. Li. The leader asked a question and naturally had to solve it immediately. So Qianlian started the spell. One, I continued to stare at the lower world, and the other, I shot a ray of light to the side. After a moment, the simultaneous live broadcast of the lower world was started. Although according to the script, this fight between Bai Ma 1 is indeed a fake fight, but now the posture seems a bit fake and shameless. Mr. Li obviously also saw the problem, so he took the lines in the script folder handed over by Shunfinger and expressed his own views. It turned out that Tang Sung and his party were carrying out the plot of the 73rd chapter in the original book. The four people had just educated the 7 spider spirits in Ponzi Cave when they drank a sip of tea in Huanghua Temple. The 3 of them were poisoned by the centipede spirit. Only the Monkey King was passionately solo with the centipede. Monster, if you can't beat me, it doesn't matter if you strip yourself naked. Oh, my eyes. My eyes. This golden light is so powerful. Bad luck. Bad luck. This head is in trouble today. It turned out that after the spider demon was defeated by the great sage and Tianpeng in the Ponzi Cave, he fled to the Huanghua Temple where his senior brother was. The temple master heard what the junior sister said and took out his poisonous dates to make tea. Except for the great sage, all the 4 people who went to the pilgrimage suffered from him. The great sage was able to escape the danger after noticing the demon's tricks, but he didn't expect that the centipede demon used magic to injure the great sage's copperhead. So he quickly turned into a pangolin, bit his bullet and dug into the ground, and immediately dug out a bottomless hole to escape. Although it's a bit strange, it's still within the scope of the script. I guess the main actors and the extras added a few more scenes. It's not a big deal. Since the monkey went to find Lao Mu, the rest should be about the same. You two should clock in and leave early today. Mr. Li had a keen eye and watched the live broadcast for a while. He thought that it was still basically within the circle. So he thought that he had really scared the two just now, so he generously gave them the benefit of clocking in early. But when the 3 of them left the journey to the west exclusive surveillance area in 2 directions, Huanghua Temple showed a routine that did not follow the script. Huanghua Temple CEO Wu Tian saw that the Monkey King had dug a hole in the ground and did not chase him. Instead, he sent the Taoist boy next to him upstairs to send Tang Sung, Zhu, and Sha to the guest room to rest, and also specifically instructed each of them to have a Thai massage for an hour. He moved a huge tea table from the air, waved his right hand in the air, and a lot of snacks appeared on the tea table. He sat casually beside the tea table with his legs crossed, as if waiting for someone. Speaking of this Mr. Wu, although he was born as a centipede demon, he looked neat and tidy in his yellow Taoist robe, with a bit of a transcendental aura. His thin face had fairly regular facial features. Looking at the freshly baked tunnel next to him, the corners of his lips were raised with a faint smile, and his eyes were deep and bright, as if he could see through everything, but with a hint of elusive mystery. In a moment, Sun Wukong, who had turned into a pangolin and fled frantically, actually came out of the cave, formed a seal casually, and then sat down opposite Wu Tian with a smile. Brother, if Guanyin Bodhisattva knew that you used the life-saving hair she gave you to make a barrier to conceal it, I guess the tight hoop curse would be played 3,000 times in a loop. Brother, you are wrong. For this bite, 30,000 times is a drop in the bucket, and the journey to the west is not yet completed. At present, she and I are in 2 departments, so she can't control me. It's just that the thousandly eyes and the wind ears are too annoying, otherwise there would be no need to play hide and seek like this. The great sage no longer looked like he was going to fight and kill, and his expression returned to his usual hippie smile. While taking the treasure handed over by Wu Tian, he expressed his true feelings like a chatterbox. Brother, you don't know, it's been 8 years, and I've been looking forward to this one. Don't be stingy this time. I'll prepare more no matter what. It turned out that what he took was a yellow and blue paper box. After picking up the paper box, Sun Wukong skillfully took out a long white round strip from it, put it in his mouth, and a flame rose from his left index finger and immediately ignited this good thing. Looking at the box that was put back on the table, 2 familiar, simplified Chinese characters were printed on it lacune. He blew out a smoke ring comfortably, and the image of the great sage appeared in his mind. Then he blew out another puff, and wrote the 4 characters Great Sage equaling heaven. After doing all this, he glanced at the boiled peanuts beside him. Wu Tian naturally understood the meaning. He took out a blue can from a plastic bag beside him and handed it to Sun Wukong. Bang! With a crisp sound, the Great Sage could not wait to pull the ring on the can. After saying dry, he poured it directly into his mouth without waiting for Wu Tian's response. At this time, looking at the small can that was flattened and thrown aside, you can still vaguely see the words Hua Yongya. Chapter 2. The Unfortunate Traveler. It turns out that the Taoist named Wu Tian is not merely the CEO, CF, and COO of Huanghua Temple, but also occupies the significant role of the antagonist, the centipede demon, from the 73rd chapter of the original Journey to the West. Moreover, unbeknownst to others, he harbors a hidden identity as a non-subjective traveler, traversing multidimensional vast timelines and forming factual leaps into parallel universes, commonly referred to as a traveler. And he is one equipped with a system. Unlike most travelers who command great influence, upon his arrival in this unfamiliar realm, Wu Tian discovered that he had been transformed into a diminutive, venomous centipede. This unfortunate predicament left him lamenting his fate for an extended period. In Wu Tian's own words, he had hoped for a noble life. At the very least, he should have been reborn into a position of significance. Yet, unbeknownst to him, some divine being had cursed him to this form. Although he possessed numerous legs, the tragic irony was that he struggled to relieve himself properly. Moreover, his countless limbs often led to comical mishaps where he would inadvertently trip over himself. Another challenge that consumed considerable time to adapt to was the issue of sustenance. Having lived as a bipedal creature in the modern world for over 2 decades, he found himself reduced to the desperate measure of hunting ants to satiate his hunger. The predicament was exacerbated by the fact that he was a mere venomous insect, while the ants in this realm were not only substantially larger but also numerous, making the task exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, just as he contemplated sacrificing a couple of his legs to stave off hunger, a vibrant spider named Shua appeared, bringing with her an array of delectable offerings. Shua was not only stunningly beautiful, adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors, but she also possessed 8 long legs that surpassed even Wu Tian's lifespan. Though not particularly fair, her beauty was simply captivating. Before Wu Tian's eyes, Shua prepared a dish of salt-baked escargot, a plate of stir-fried locusts, and a skewer of charcoal-grilled sparrow eggs. It was at this moment that Wu Tian finally accepted his fate as a centipede and indulged in the most satisfying meal since his arrival in this new world. From that day forward, Wu Tian and Shua embraced a life of unabashed joy, entwined in a whimsical existence where the centipede would wrap around the spider, and the spider would carry the centipede. This enchanting scene evoked envy among their neighbors, who could only sigh with admiration at the couple's unique bond. Alas, such blissful days were fleeting. Everything changed when the osmanthus tree at the entrance of their home was marred with deep cuts. On that fateful day, a large green locust fell into Shua's web, and an ethereal old man with a white beard suddenly appeared before them. In that instant, Wu Tian felt the benefits of being a traveler. The old man astonishingly imparted wisdom to both Wu Tian and his beloved Shua. Faced with this extraordinary stroke of luck, the young couple miraculously joined the ranks of cultivators. Later, under the old man's meticulous guidance, they swiftly progressed from their animal forms to a beastly head and human body, ultimately achieving complete human form. In the old man's words, they had finally reached the realm of great demons. Wu Tian vividly remembers that day, overwhelmed with joy, as the genuine sensation of embracing his beloved with 2 human hands far surpassed the experience of caressing her 8 extraordinarily long spider legs with countless appendages. On that fateful day, Wu Tian truly grasped the old man's extraordinary abilities. With a mere wave of his hand, a Taoist temple materialized out of thin air. Although he could only refer to the old man as the temple master, at least there was a place to reside. And life had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. By this point, armed with the teachings of his master's master and accompanied by his extraordinary young wife who surpassed even the brightest of stars, Wu Tian's journey through time should have reached a gratifying conclusion. However, unexpectedly, the old man seemed to transform entirely. The benevolent visage was replaced by a fearsome demeanor, and the once tranquil temple morphed into a nightmarish hellscape. First, he stripped off his Taoist robe and bound himself with iron chains suspended in midair. Then, he manipulated a plethora of small blades, violently carving gaping wounds into his own chest and abdomen, despite his agonizing screams and the blood that flowed profusely onto the ground. The gruesome spectacle only ceased after he had etched 998 wounds into his flesh. Although Wu Tian was initially horrified by the scene, he soon felt an unusual sensation emanating from these wounds, a peculiar awareness that seemed to connect to his mind. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these gashes had transformed into eyes, each adorned with golden pupils. Particularly striking was the large, almond-shaped eye situated at the center of his torso, which was exceptionally prominent and possessed a rather unique triple eyelid that whimsically blinked at him. In stark contrast, his young companion, Shu'er, fared even worse. The old man cruelly thrust his right arm into her abdomen, forcibly extracting 6 ribs. The bones hovered before Shu'er and at the old man's command. They erupted into a cloud of ash. These ashes then served as a medium to conjure a vivid red talisman that forcefully embedded itself into Shu'er's forehead. It was later revealed to be a secret technique known as the Little Avatar Technique. From this day forth, you two shall govern the Pan Silk Cave and this temple respectively. 1 year from now, you shall be bestowed with a divine blessing far surpassing 996, after which you will achieve mutual cultivation and ascend together. Remember, do not abandon your posts. Simply practice and await your fate. With these words, the master soared towards the Pan Silk Cave with Shu'er in tow. Before departing, he casually waved his hand, adding a plaque above the temple gate that boldly inscribed the words Huanghua Temple. At that moment, Wu Tian finally realized that his second homeland after the transmigration was none other than the nightmarish realm of Journey to the west. Me? A centipede spirit? Huanghua Temple? A villainous NPC? What on earth is this madness? Unfortunately, both he and his young companion bore a significant identity. Shu'er, having utilized the Little Avatar Technique, took on the form of the spider spirit from the 59th trial of the Pan Silk Cave, while he himself became the CE, CF, and COO of Huanghua Temple, a location plagued by the 60th trial of the multi-eyed beast. Though he had resided in this strange world for some time, Wu Tian remained rather optimistic. He had previously immersed himself in the original text of Journey to the West several times in preparation for playing the game, believing he had mastered the strategies to navigate this realm. However, before the old man departed, he deliberately established a transparent barrier of air around the mountain gate. Wu Tian had tested it. For others, entering and exiting posed no hindrance, yet he found himself unable to take a single step beyond it. It was akin to a situation where even a delivery could only be brought in by the Taoist boy. Reflecting on the old man's words, Wu Tian was acutely aware that a year from now, Tang Xing and his companions would arrive on his territory, although he would not be driven, as in the original tale, to sacrifice Shu'er for the sake of consuming Tang Xing's flesh. Those formidable figures, particularly the hairy-faced Monkey King, were undoubtedly beyond his capacity to contend with. Even more tragically, no matter what methods he devised, he could not penetrate this barrier of air. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was likely to mirror the fate described in the original story, his wife dead, his home shattered, and ultimately, he would be captured and taken to the Thousand-Flower Cave of the Blue Mother as a permanent, unpaid security guard. The duration of this permanence remained uncertain, as did the significance of the security he was to provide. Chapter 3. The mysterious time loop. Wu Tian yearned for survival, yet tragically found himself unable to step beyond the gates of his own temple. His desire to alter fate extended not only to himself, but also to Shu'er. However, the narrative informed Wu Tian that he must await the arrival of Tang Xing and his companions to once again behold his beloved, after which, the familiar plot offered no further developments. Thus, the esteemed CEO of Huanghua Temple was exceedingly eager to truly defy destiny, yet regrettably, time sped forward along its predetermined path. And in the blink of an eye, 6 months passed in a bewildered haze without any surprises. Life reiterated the old adage, just when things appeared to be going smoothly, an unexpected visitor, akin to a mischievous child, would come knocking. On the very day marking the 6-month anniversary of Tang Xing's anticipated arrival at Huanghua Temple, another nightmare silently descended upon the unfortunate Wu Tian. From this day forth, in addition to being a traveler, he was bestowed with the enigmatic label of a time loop participant. The entire cycle commenced 6 months prior to Tang Xing's arrival and concluded after Wu Tian was summoned by the great sage to the mystical Purple Cloud Mountain, where he endured 5 years of torment, thus forming a complete loop. As of now, the mysterious cycle had unraveled 34 times. Though it could be interpreted as having lived a peaceful 200 years, the experiences, particularly during his time on Purple Cloud Mountain, were beyond verbal expression. Great sage, I must first inquire about a rather personal matter. Back in the peach garden, why, after subduing those maidens, did you only focus on seeking peaches? Having grown up watching the great sage on television, this question had lingered in his mind for far too long. Observing his amiable rapport with the monkey, he could not restrain himself and blurted it out, not anticipating the sensitivity of the topic. "Hey, do not harm my master. Prepare to meet your end." The great sage's reaction was indeed somewhat exaggerated. Coupled with several beers already consumed, upon hearing the question, he immediately brandished his staff, ready to strike. Wu Tian, quick-witted, promptly donned a smile and offered his apologies. "I was wrong, brother, truly wrong. Please do not be angry. Let us change the subject. You mentioned last time that this cycle would not last much longer. Could you elaborate on that? If you continue to tease me, beware of this staff's indiscriminate wrath." "Very well. Considering the drinks, I shall enlighten you. The entirety of this cycle is known only to you and me. I emerged from the essence of the heavens and earth, so you should comprehend who the target is, understand?" Although Pai Lanpu was also aware of the cycle's existence, Wu Tian refrained from revealing this knowledge. Moreover, the great sage's analysis held merit, yet Wu Tian had already grasped this concept. Observing the other party's unfinished thoughts, he nodded in agreement, anticipating further revelations. "Since you are the catalyst of this cycle, and you mentioned that Pai Lanpu would confine you for 5 years after taking you away, that you have not divulged everything, if I am not mistaken. Your golden light formation must be nearing completion, correct?" The word startled Wu Tian, compelling him to gaze with solemnity at the monkey before him, who continued to leisurely smoke and drink. The great sage was not mistaken. Although he had merely executed a preparatory action moments prior, he had successfully retreated, a fact that approached the pinnacle of achievement. As in the original tale, Pai Lanpu had indeed become a proud guardian of the Thousand-Flower Cave. However, beyond the 6 hours of daily, year-round labor, he had to endure a myriad of smoky, fiery, and oily culinary experiences. In Pai Lanpu's own words, being likened to an old hen, centipedes were among the most detested of creatures. Wu Tian had struggled against this fate, yet regardless of the monkey's repeated evasions, he ultimately could not alter his destiny. Even when he unleashed his signature technique, the golden light array, it merely transformed him into an atmospheric enhancer. As the great sage remarked, it was hardly more potent than a mere puff of wind. As a quintessential 21st century recluse, Wu Tian found such inhumane, nay, invertebrate treatment intolerable. However, after voicing his grievances, the situation appeared to improve superficially, yet it merely introduced a new experience, being treated as an ingredient, steeped in a vast vat of liquor alongside a plethora of rare herbs, many of which he had never encountered nor even heard of. To speak candidly, after enduring 7 cycles of trials, by the 8th iteration, Wu Tian began to sense that Pai Lanpu's intentions might not solely revolve around tormenting him. From this point forward, he distinctly felt that whether during solitary cultivation before Tang Seng's arrival, or in his solitary encounters with Sun Wukong, everything seemed to be subtly shifting. His offensive, defensive, and endurance capabilities were undeniably superior to those of previous cycles, particularly while the lethal effectiveness of the golden light array remained lackluster. Its ability to enhance the atmosphere had significantly improved, though one might surmise that from the moment he crossed into this realm and bound himself to a system, Wu Tian's original aspirations were to embrace a life of luxury. With a beautiful heiress in one arm and a suitcase brimming with cash in the other, resolutely avoiding any conflict or bloodshed. Yet, at present, he felt akin to a venomous worm. In Pai Lanpu's eyes, he likely resembled a mere earthworm, easily manipulated. Thus, he resigned himself to the flow of fate, merely hoping for survival. As he progressed to the 14th cycle, Wu Tian seized an opportunity to fervently plead with Sun Wukong and Pai Lanpu. Miraculously, his junior sister, the spider spirit, was no longer subjected to the fate of demise as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, she was brought alongside him to the Thousand-Flower Cave. From that moment, the vat of liquor was graced with her presence, allowing the long-separated couple to once again chant scriptures and cultivate together. The efficiency of their shared enlightenment far surpassed the previous solitary struggles. Consequently, his junior sister, like him, experienced tremendous enhancements in her abilities, particularly in her technique of creating avatars. After 30 cycles, the transformation progressed from the initial duality to a complete state of 7-fold enhancement, allowing Wu Tian to experience varying degrees of cultivation, ranging from the dual fortune to the octuple fortune. Undoubtedly, the improvement and maintenance of the little junior sister's prowess are not solely attributed to the benevolence of the venerable Pai Lanpu, but also to the stabilizing elixir procured from the system. As a time traveler, such a system is naturally included, and its loading was completed at the onset of the second cycle. In this respect, compared to other narratives where cultivators toil for 30,000 years to encounter the tribulations of time travel, Wu Tian's journey is indeed not too delayed. However, despite being a customized system boasting an impressive name, toxic erosion of heaven and earth, this treasure leaves much to be desired in terms of generosity and utility. Not only does it fail to engage in casual conversations with the host, but its functionalities also appear rather lacking, having never issued the requisite tasks common to such systems. Upon careful consideration, the tangible benefits are regrettably scarce, amounting to a mere 3. Firstly, during the 5th cycle, when Wu Tian appeared on the verge of being reduced to mere medicinal dregs, he was begrudgingly bestowed with a so-called ultra-thin and durable diamond origin armor. This armor, before wearing, resembled a cylindrical plastic plate, complete with a peculiar top knot. Yet, once donned, its true value became apparent. It not only shielded him from all potential life-threatening dangers, but also provided unparalleled comfort, remaining warm in winter and cool in summer. Remarkably, it bore no oily texture and, rather thoughtfully, transformed into the semblance of a Taoist robe. Secondly, the stabilizing elixir administered to Shu'er is evidently a practical treasure, although it cannot directly enhance her cultivation. It preserves her current achievements for subsequent cycles. Thus, it is clear that Pai Lanpa has consistently provided specialized training for both Wu Tian and Shu'er, bolstering their physical prowess and, particularly within the wine vat, facilitating rapid cultivation growth. Nonetheless, while the elixir retains the cultivation attained, it does not preserve even the slightest fragment of memory from the cycles. Conversely, this could serve as a form of protection for Shu'er. Lastly, although seemingly trivial, there exists a daily allowance for free items, specifically for exchanging goods within the marketplace. However, unlike the familiar systems replete with various techniques, elixirs, mounts, and treasures, this one offers only provisions and daily necessities, akin to those from the Bali family or 6 degrees of space. Despite Wu Tian's numerous complaints regarding the perceived uselessness of these items, the system remains uncommunicative, responding only with messages indicating server busyness. Thus, if Old Sun's conjecture is correct, the voice of Sun Wukong echoes once more. The day this golden light array reaches its full potential may very well coincide with the conclusion of the cycle. Chapter 4. The 34th cycle came to a successful conclusion. Brother, this is all the wine and cigarettes we need. Any more would merely serve to feed that foolish pig and clumsy fish. There is truly no need to carry extra. However, I have an insatiable fondness for spicy strips. So please procure a few more of those. The great sage had already devoured all the visible food on the table in a whirlwind, and was now busy stuffing various gifts prepared by Wu Tian into his bag, while unabashedly making additional requests. Though this bag may not compare to the renowned species bag, it surprisingly showed no sign of swelling after being filled with heaps of food, indicating it was indeed a valuable treasure. Wu Tian would not refuse the great sage's requests. After all, this monkey, while not exactly a friend, was the only conversationalist amidst the cycle. Thus, he feigned a casual demeanor and entered the dining hall, exchanging for a considerable amount of extra spicy way-long snacks directly from the system's marketplace. Great sage, in a moment. You shall see, rest assured. I will prevent that old woman from pricking your dairy with needles. Brother, you said the same last time, but honestly, my rear still aches. Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Fear not, dear brother, this time, by the name of the great sage equal to heaven, I assure you, there will be absolutely no accidental injuries. Very well then, elder brother, regarding this flower dissolve it. How should we proceed? Wu Tian had more to say, but was abruptly interrupted by Sun Wukong, who pointed towards the distant sky. Following his gesture, Wu Tian looked up to see Sun Wukong's doppelganger approaching Huanghua Temple alongside Bai Lanpa. When Wu Tian turned back, the great sage had vanished without a trace. Take a trip to Qijuem Mountain. There are 3 withered trees to the south. Inspect the one in the middle. I originally intended to enjoy this opportunity alone, but seeing your earnestness, I shall bestow it upon you. Though he had disappeared, a voice lingered in the air. Wu Tian smiled faintly at this, for it marked the first time Sun Wukong had offered a hint. Moreover, compared to being treated like a mere punching bag, Wu Tian sensed that a green shoot of friendship had likely sprouted between himself and this monkey. Dear husband, why do you not avenge Shu'er, but instead lavish good food and drink upon those monks, especially that pig-headed oaf? I nearly plucked out his porcine eyes several times. Why do I say several times? According to their agreement, Shu'er could only emerge from the main hall once the great sage departed. Despite the enhancement from the calming spirit pill, The strength of the little disciple, the spider demon, was no longer comparable to before. However, unaware of the cycle, Wu Tian refrained from discussing related matters to protect his little sister. At this moment, following Sun Wukong's departure and the gesture from his senior, the little sister emerged from the hall. Upon closer inspection, those who knew her would recognize the spider demon. Those who did not might mistake her for a top-tier movie star gracing their presence. Indeed, Shuja possessed an ethereal beauty. Her skin like jade and her features like a painting, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descended from the Moon Palace, bewitchingly captivating and utterly enchanting. The delicate footsteps accompanied by a graceful figure, though merely walking, resemble a dance in motion, with every gesture and smile revealing an array of enchanting charm. Her skin is as smooth as fine cream, her face blooms like a peach blossom, and her eyes, clear as autumn waters, seem capable of ensnaring one's very soul with their glances. What captivates Wu Tian the most is her soft, melodious voice, which, even when uttering a profanity, sounds as sweet as the song of a lark, imbued with a hint of shyness and an endless allure, genuine yet not contrived, rendering Wu Tian utterly unable to resist. In the original narrative, it is precisely at this moment that one would expect the great sage to intervene with a mighty blow. Yet, the young girl remains oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, steadfastly suppressing her urge to engage in combat. Rest assured, those 3 monks have already succumbed to my poison, and my toxin has no antidote. My senior brother guarantees they will be caught unawares, utterly incapacitated. However, with formidable foes approaching, remember to heed my senior brother's commands. Do not. Typically, Shu Er is impeccably obedient, but upon hearing of the imminent threat, she instinctively prepares to employ her doppelganger technique. Wu Tian, fully aware of his junior sister's inclinations, gently gestures with his right hand, and after a soft moan, Shu Er falls into a deep slumber, supporting his junior sister. He then raises his gaze towards the approaching figure in the sky. Great sage, please do not harm my employees. Go seek your master instead. It turns out that Sun Wukong has already seized his golden staff, assuming a stance ready for battle against Wu Tian. Upon witnessing this, Pailanpa interjects with words of caution, revealing her own treasure, an 18-centimeter embroidery needle refined from the eyes of the Star-Lord. Bodhisattva, look. That demon does not even attempt to flee, and the spider has fainted from fright. Perhaps we should spare him just this once. Upon hearing this, Pailanpa glances at Sun Wukong, yet the embroidery needle remains unactivated, clearly showing signs of leniency. Moments later, she turns to see that Tang Xing and Zhu Shao have already been brought forth, particularly Zhu Beiji, who is preparing to strike down Wu Tian with his rake, prompting her to revert to her usual persuasive tactics. Calm yourself, Tian Peng. Please grant me this favor, or you shall be tasked with recruiting 2 capable assistants. Without waiting for a response, she extends her hand, drawing Wu Tian and his junior sister towards her side. As they rise on clouds of mist, they head towards the Thousand-Flower Cave. You foolish worm, did you disclose the cyclical matters to Bai Ma? Grandmother, you are mistaken. I would never confide such matters to that foul monkey. He was birthed from the spiritual stone that Niuwa used to mend the heavens. And although he is a demon king, after being subdued by Tathagata, he sought refuge in the lair of the bald donkey of Ling Mountain. To you, he is an enemy, not a friend. One cannot trust him, truly cannot. Indeed, this time, both you and your junior sister will directly immerse yourselves in the 9 heavens spiritual altar. Your junior sister's doppelganger technique should reach perfection this time. While your golden light formation may not succeed now, but will surely achieve completeness next time. Remember well who your true friends are. Initially, Wu Tian was unaware of the truth, until the 20th cycle when Pailanpa finally revealed it. It turned out that the 9 days spirit refining platform was an ancient treasure, and when combined with the rarest celestial materials, 1 year of immersion equated to a decade of cultivation in the outside world. Regardless, this treatment was indeed quite extraordinary. After an indeterminate passage of time, as the now familiar time loop commenced anew, the previously slumbering Wu Tian surreptitiously opened his eyes. He witnessed the entirety of daily life, from dining to restroom visits, flowing past him in reverse like a film rewinding, while he found himself retreating rapidly. What set this moment apart was the unexpected activation of the system, which proclaimed, the golden light array has reached the 9th level. System loading progress is at 100. Internal testing is complete. The official operation commences now. Chapter 5, the 9-fold golden light array within the Sanqing Hall of the Huanghua Temple, The residual glow of the time cycle had yet to fully dissipate, and the lingering energy trembled subtly in the air. Two young acolytes were diligently sweeping the grand hall, while another was preoccupied with replenishing the incense oil. Even the four incessantly buzzing green flies perched upon the offerings remained unchanged. The new cycle invariably commenced in the morning. Although the Huanghua Temple was not as scorched as the flaming mountains, the blindingly bright ground outside the hall, illuminated by the sun, testified that the September sky still burned with fervor. Standing in the center of the hall, Wu Tian inhaled deeply, absorbing the familiar scene he had witnessed 34 times before. He understood that the 35th cycle was about to formally unfold. If one were to discern a difference, it might be attributed to his cultivation finally reaching 2,500 years, as his physical state appeared notably altered compared to the beginnings of previous cycles. I surely did not mishear. It indeed reached the ninefold, though it seems there is something about 100%, he mused silently. As his junior sister had just been taken to the Pan-Silk Cave by their master, while he consistently found himself in the Sanqing Hall. This time, however, he felt a surge of power within himself, compelling him to ponder quietly before the young acolyte beside him. Ding, dong. A notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind, followed by a sultry voice. Indeed, host. Your golden light array has reached the ninefold, and thus this system has finally completed its full loading. After all, it's a custom version, delayed but certainly not absent. Hee hee. Following the playful laughter, a chibi black snake with 9 heads appeared in his mind, with the central head being particularly red and conspicuous, yet undeniably adorable. The sudden emergence of this little creature startled Wu Tian, but he quickly realized that although it was right before him, it was intangible, as he had read countless web novels and immediately understood this was a quintessentially high-tech product of a system. Moreover, the enchanting southern potato clip voice, coupled with the chibi snake's image, resonated harmoniously with his zodiac sign, making everything seem so fitting and natural. Although he did indeed possess a system, since its initial loading, it had never proactively communicated, tasks remained elusive, and even receiving items from the shop was entirely self-service, rendering it a largely transparent existence. He had always assumed his system was a counterfeit, as it only provided access to beverages, spicy strips, and toilet paper, evoking the sensation of stumbling upon a pineapple phone. Yet, the tender and melodious voice before him dispelled his doubts, prompting him to clear his throat and, with a half-hearted tightening gesture, project what he believed to be his most magnetic voice. Southern little potato? It's been over a century. Where have you been all this time? Is it a tad unfair of you, sister system? Reflecting on the 34 cycles I have endured, each lasting 5.5 years, amounts to nearly 2 centuries of torment. While one might argue that I have lived longer, this existence is hardly a desirable experience for any ordinary individual. At last, the system has finally begun to speak, and it seems as if fortune has turned in my favor, ushering in an era of prosperity after much hardship. Host, allow me to clarify. There are indeed matters beyond my knowledge, yet from now on, I shall accompany you, dear brother, as you navigate the world, free to choose between a life of elegance or one of carefree adventure. Sister is truly remarkable, exceptionally so. You call me sister, and yet you seem to revel in it. Have you any idea how many years I have suffered? Others boast of their systems, while I, clad in a mere centipede guise, am subjected to mockery, a tiny centipede, easily manipulated. Indeed, you are correct, host. As compensation, let us commence with a novice task. Please familiarize yourself with and demonstrate the 9 layers of the golden light array within the time span of a single incense stick. The reward for this task shall be 5,000 points of fortune and 200 years of cultivation. Ah, you are the system, so your word is law. Very well. Brother shall demonstrate shortly. Wait, 9 layers? My golden light array has reached 9 layers? But what does that even mean? Furthermore, while I grasp the concept of cultivation, what precisely is fortune? Fortune can be understood as the sole currency for purchasing items from the shop, obtainable solely through tasks. Once you possess fortune, you can exchange it for anything, be it magical artifacts or techniques, even lifelike dolls. So, dear brother, strive diligently. In truth, having traversed countless web novels prior to my journey, I have encountered similar concepts, yet the term host resonates with a peculiar familiarity, prompting me to inquire once more. The golden light array reaches its pinnacle at 10 layers. Congratulations on achieving 9. However, prior to reaching 10, this spell remains largely ineffective. Thus, completing tasks to enhance your cultivation is of utmost importance. You must continue to persevere. Though the system's tone is melodious, it borders on verbosity. As I feign interest, My hands remain busy. Since the shop has been mentioned again, I casually open the ethereal interface to browse. The current shop is indeed a standard feature of the system, replete with an abundance of items. It can be said that with sufficient fortune, one could easily transform into a mighty hero or even a fearsome monster. Yet, I cannot help but wonder if this is merely a mirage of grandeur designed to diminish my motivation for self-improvement. Among the myriad items, Yongjian S89 Profound Arts cost 500,000 points of fortune, while even inferior techniques demand 50,000. Am I truly so unlike a pauper? After a while, I find myself venting my frustrations once more, for most of the treasures are far beyond the reach of someone with but 5,000 points of fortune. Thus, I observe merely for entertainment, indulging in the spectacle. My dear brother, you are undoubtedly noble and grand, though it may not yet be apparent. I can already sense your regal aura. Fortune is indeed easily acquired. As long as you fulfill your tasks with quality and diligence, it shall be yours, dear host. Brother, although the system's flattery is as loud as the clamor of a centipede, it is evident that this so-called customized system adheres to the age-old formula of completing tasks for rewards before soaring into the heavens. Oh, systems, must you not innovate? Tasks upon tasks. Well, since it is not an open format, I shall comply with your wishes and commence the tasks. I grumble audibly, yet my body is already in motion, leaping forth to stand outside the grand hall. The golden light array, when unleashed, originally spews forth toxic yellow mist and surging bolts of thunderous fire, augmented by a massive lampshade that amplifies its might. The sheer spectacle is indeed grand, commanding both presence and sound, creating an atmosphere that is exquisitely captured. However, the golden light array possesses a significant flaw. Once activated, the shield only affects the surface above, much like Sun Wukong transforming into a pangolin and effortlessly burrowing his way to freedom. Furthermore, the interplay of elemental strengths and weaknesses is starkly pronounced, reminiscent of the classic Journey to the West, where the monkey appears utterly vulnerable, but upon encountering the embroidered needle of the Blue Lady, he instantly loses all potency, awaiting a fate subject to merciless harassment. Yet, after Wu Tian's invocation, he discovers that despite being merely the 9th level, a monumental transformation has occurred compared to before. Upon activation, it resembles the creation of a spherical domain nearly 100 feet in diameter. A true domain where death is inevitable, others cannot enter, and foes cannot escape. Within this realm, golden light radiates brilliantly, penetrating the ground and forming a complete, sealed space. Curiously, the golden light does not permeate beyond the confines of the domain, thereby maximizing the utilization of every ounce of energy. However, despite each beam of golden light resembling a dagger, and the multitude of such daggers being vast, Wu Tian's inspection reveals a disheartening fact. They seem blunt, and in a real confrontation, they would likely feel more akin to a mere scratch. Additionally, the interior is saturated with highly nutritious toxic smoke, akin to earthworms joyfully swimming, which, within a mere incense stick estimation, can plunge them into a state of utter confusion. Coupled with the domain's ability to conjure indistinguishable illusions, an earthworm, after being enveloped in the toxic mist, appears remarkably animated within the mirage, seemingly convinced it has transformed into a dragon of the Eastern Sea. Thus, upon careful evaluation, although there seems to be a notable enhancement, aside from the spectacle of sound and light, this contraption would hardly pose a challenge to the great sage, let alone intimidate the likes of Bimbo Urba. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task. Reward acquired, 5,000 points of fortune and 200 years of cultivation. Much like the floating orb in numerous television shows and comics that hovers to the forehead and flashes, Wu Tian feels as though he has been doused with a basin of warm foot water, pleasant yet oddly flavored, leaving a peculiar sensation. Nevertheless, he can sense this power coursing directly to his Dantian, the fabled location of the demon core, and gazes into the distance, where a sparrow, several hundred meters away, appears to be conversing while wooing a mate, its words clear and distinct. Sister Tungzi, do behold your name, toxic corruption of heaven and earth, indeed exudes an impressive aura. However, the initial task bestowed upon me seems rather meager. Should I classify you as stingy or merely unrefined? Though a surge of joy courses through my veins, common sense dictates that if the system does not take the initiative, one must be proactive to reap greater rewards. Thus, an idea sparked in Wu Tian's mind, prompting him to address her as Sister Tungzi. Upon careful consideration, the host's feedback possesses a degree of validity. Given the perilous nature of the journey to the West World, I shall now augment the rewards, a novice task gift pack. containing a Xiantian golden light sword and a century's worth of cultivation. Despite my trepidation regarding the art of swordplay, I am reminded that in the original tale, the centipede demon wielded a formidable weapon in a duel against the monkey. Therefore, I retrieved the sword from the system's repository and examined it closely. To speak candidly, upon drawing this magnificent sword, it was clear that it was no mere trinket from a roadside vendor. The system has indeed demonstrated commendable integrity. Yet, it seems I am not yet adept in its wielding. Just as Wu Tian was engrossed in his study, a cacophony erupted from beyond the outer wall. "Boss, you must come out and see." Outside the gate, several reasonably attractive yet less than stunning women are ganging up on a delicate and exceptionally handsome girl. Chapter 6. The Taoist's Emergence. What? A multitude ganging up on one. A throng of exquisite maidens? Delicate and tender flesh engaging in female combat? Did you see it clearly? Are there any rules? Wu Tian distinctly remembered that in the previous 34 cycles, such an occurrence had never transpired. In other words, this was indeed the first time he had encountered such a situation. After the old man took Shu'er away, a peculiar barrier enveloped the Taoist temple, marking the mountain gate. Although the wall itself was invisible and the outside world remained in view, Wu Tian found himself unable to take a single step beyond its confines. Consequently, after several cycles, to alleviate his restless heart, he forced himself to avert his gaze from the mountain gate, attempting to evade his yearning for freedom in a manner reminiscent of Aku's philosophy. Yet, despite this, ever since Shua joined Tang Xing and sought refuge at Huanghua Temple, not a single upright creature had passed by the mountain gate. Thus, upon hearing the Taoist boy's announcement, Wu Tian, who had seen no one else in over 180 years apart from Tang Song, Bai Lan Pa, and Shu'er, immediately rushed towards the mountain gate of the Taoist temple with the speed of the wind. After all, this was a group of women, delicate and enchanting in their grace. However, a slight embarrassment ensued as he collided forcefully with the seemingly empty yet thick barrier of air, producing a dull thud. The group of ethereal, rosy figures outside the mountain gate halted their activities and turned to gaze at him. "My dear host, if your intention is merely to assert your presence as the host, I perceive no significant issue. Yet, the current spectacle of a Taoist descending the mountain and landing face first, could there be an undisclosed secret? When a Taoist emerges, it naturally draws the attention of many. After all, does it disrupt the greater scheme? Does it hinder the situation? Does it delay the exhibition of my elegance?" Although somewhat awkward, faced with a sea of bewildered, beautiful warriors, Wu Tian surprisingly raised his hand in a gesture of nonchalance, embodying the notion that if he were not embarrassed, then their demeanor was the true source of discomfort. "Stop being ostentatious. They are merely a few raccoon spirits." The system interjected, prompting Wu Tian to finally notice the throng. It turned out to be 8 exceedingly alluring raccoon spirits, each more enchanting than the last. While they were not lacking in beauty or figure, their crude language and unrefined techniques, even from the perspective of a fairy, were indeed somewhat unpleasant to behold. Nonetheless, the scant fabric of their garments, barely more than swimwear, coupled with their provocative skin and unregulated female combat, failed to pique Wu Tian's interest. However, the other Taoist boys within the temple were thoroughly engrossed, leaning against the red walls to watch with fervor, turning his gaze to their opponent. Despite the solitary figure, a fairy, she undeniably captivated his attention even more. In the face of the 8-woman assault, each of her steps resembled a dance upon the waves. Albeit with a slight tremor, the fiery red skirt seemed to meld with her form, swirling gracefully with her every movement. Yet it was on the verge of being frayed into uneven, tassel-like strips. As she gazed upwards, her figure appeared tall and well-proportioned, almost perfect in symmetry. The long dress she wore clung to her curves, accentuating a distinct S-shape while maintaining an understated elegance that exuded an irresistible allure. Her skin was as fair as jade, reminiscent of the warm hues of a mysterious western land, while her facial features were deep and three-dimensional, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes akin to twinkling stars. A regal nose, and lips of subtle elegance, as if she had stepped forth from a Dunhuang mural, a celestial being. To label her as a mere enchantress would be an egregious understatement. Anyone who encountered the formidable aura of this extraordinary presence would find it impossible to resist her unmatched charm. However, her labored breathing betrayed her current state of distress. And even the long whip she held seemed to be grasped with great difficulty, for since Wu Tian had laid eyes on her, she had not wielded it even once. Yet, despite this, she stood like a lighthouse struggling against towering waves, ever on the brink of extinguishment, yet perpetually radiating her own brilliance. evoking a profound sense of sympathy and tenderness. At that moment, a raccoon spirit stealthily launched a surprise attack from behind her, though she swiftly bent to evade. The blade still grazed her shoulder, tearing her garment and exposing her delicate, ivory skin. A sudden burst of bloodsword-like projectiles erupted from the nostrils of the onlookers atop the wall, particularly affecting the young acolytes who had seldom encountered women. As if they had been struck by a patriot's missile, tumbling down from their perches. In contrast to his subordinates, Wution maintained a far superior composure. Having lived for over 2 centuries, he discreetly stifled the blood threatening to escape from his nose. Though slightly swollen, he at least preserved the dignity befitting a Taoist. Ding dong. Given the host's feeble strength, more practical experience is required. Therefore, please perform the heroic act of saving the damsel in distress from the raccoon spirit's pursuit. Task reward: 1,000 fortune points and 200 years of cultivation. The system's notification was decidedly ill-timed. Wu Tian was grappling with his inner desires, and in the presence of his disciples, the idea of being reduced to a state of embarrassment akin to theirs was far from appealing. Thus he did not fully comprehend the system's words. Yet, the system showed no compassion for its host, seeing no action taken. And with the raccoon spirit evidently aware of the presence of others, it intensified its assault under the lead of its commander, placing the beauty in peril. Host. The situation regarding the task target is dire. If you do not act soon, it will be too late. Therefore, please expedite the completion of the task. Why the urgency? Dear system, shouldn't you exercise a little more caution? Do you not see that I am currently assessing the situation? It would be imprudent to send my brothers rushing in without a clear understanding of the enemy's strength. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is essential in warfare. Perhaps dissatisfied with the system's insistence, Wution remained unmoved, focusing instead on gathering detailed information about the foe. Name: irrelevant element. With true form: raccoon bloodline, nun realm, spirit monster realm. High-level cultivation: 800 years spell, unknown magic treasure, unknown. Perhaps one might consider Wution's words to hold merit. Or perhaps it is simply from a perspective of aiding the host that the system thoughtfully presents the information of one particular raccoon spirit. Although the details are rather scant, it is evident that, despite being 2 minor realms below Wution and possessing over 1,000 years less in cultivation, particularly with the absence of a bloodline, this being hardly resembles a formidable adversary. Examining only one individual's profile proves insufficient. After perusing the details of several others, it becomes clear that aside from the discrepancies in cultivation years, they are not significantly different. In other words, they may collectively be dubbed a group of amateurs. Is there still a semblance of law? Are there still regulations? Is it acceptable to relentlessly pursue others simply because they possess greater beauty? What are you staring at? Have you never encountered such an extraordinarily handsome Taoist? Chapter 7. Old Acquaintances Host. Do not be anxious. You have yet to review the messages from the young lady. She is a lizard spirit. Do not speak nonsense. Do you think I have not rejourneyed to the west? I implore you, find me a lizard spirit. His loud exclamation attracted the attention of everyone present, but as he turned back to the woman being besieged, the system unexpectedly intervened. However, it seemed of little consequence. For indeed, no such character as a lizard spirit existed in the original text. Just as Wution and the system began to argue over the existence of the lizard spirit, the beautiful lizard woman keenly spotted Wution within the doorway. Perhaps it was his ethereal demeanor that inspired trust, or perhaps his striking handsomeness made him seem a reliable ally. An idea immediately blossomed in her mind. Thus, goodness, you're stumbling toward me. Wution was equally baffled, yet since the young lady had taken the initiative to approach, he found it inconvenient to continue evading her. Moreover, this was a splendid opportunity for flirtation. He hummed a familiar tune softly, making no effort to retreat. Behind Wution, those fallen disciples were also eager to try their luck. Yet, regrettably, they still had to toil under Wution's command, and therefore none dared to step forward. Duong. Just like scenes from countless short videos, the beautiful woman placed her hands on Wution's shoulders, and he shamelessly fell to the ground, undoubtedly deserving a yellow card for simulation if a referee were present. Thud. Ultimately, he became the perfect cushion. And along with her graceful form came an indescribable fragrance, subtle yet pervasive, wafting insistently into Wution's nostrils. Ding dong. System task incoming. Please perform the heroic act of rescuing the lady and repel the pursuing raccoon spirit. Regrettably, despite the chime serving as a reminder, Wution paid little heed to the notification echoing in his mind. For as he fell, Whether by accident or design, his hands found themselves in a rather inappropriate position, leading him to selectively ignore everything else as he reflected upon the propriety of his actions. Ding, enough with the interruptions. Can't you see that I am preoccupied here? Whatever it is, wait your turn. Since the system was formally initiated, this was Wu Tian's first exchange with it. Perhaps sensing the host's impatience, the system finally fell silent. That celestial being? To his utter astonishment, after the initial shock of the fall, the beautiful woman was the first to pose a question. Though it consisted of only 4 words, from her expression to her tone, Wu Tian found himself entranced, merely shaking his head in response. So, a monster? Though the same utterance, the nuances among those 3 syllables were unmistakably distinct. The first utterance expressed a hint of affirmation. Thus it was a single sound. The second, however, was tinged with a note of hesitation, rising slightly, hence it was the second tone. Yet by the third instance, it was evident that some rationality had been regained, and so, while shaking his head, he emitted 3 to 4 shy sounds. Ami, no. Infinite heaven venerable, it seemed the young lady had encountered trouble. If she would not mind, I would be willing to assist. Please hold on a moment. Suddenly recalling something, Wu Tian remembered that the system had mentioned a task earlier. Sister Tungzi, you seem to mention something about a main quest, and referred to this young lady? I did not. Really? If not, I might just refuse to continue. The system's main quest has commenced. Please perform the heroic act of rescuing the damsel in distress by eliminating the raccoon spirit pursuing her. Task rewards include 100 fortunes and 20 years of cultivation. Indeed, a task. However, is that reward correct? And you didn't mention elimination earlier. Completion of the task grants 10%, with the remainder contingent upon the effectiveness of the completion. Despite the intense discussion in his mind with the system, his hands remained steadfast, even as his index finger twitched slightly. At that moment, the task's objective brazenly indicated its presence. Ah, you pair of wretched insects. Even in broad daylight, you do not cease your flirtations, do you? In that case, let us be companions on the road to the underworld. Come forth. It appeared that the air wall of Huanghua Temple was only effective for those within. Aside from this beauty, 8 raccoon spirits had already charged inside, armed with long spears, short swords, or tridents. With a command from the leader, they immediately aimed at the 2 on the ground. Brother, have we met before? At this pivotal moment, the enchanting lady posed a soul-stirring question, addressing him in a sweet, sultry tone. Although they had never met, he felt an uncanny familiarity, as if they were old acquaintances. Then let us consider this a reunion. What say you, my lady? How fortuitous, I too. Before she could finish, Wu Tian's right hand had already brushed against her lips. Wait for me. Then, with a slight movement of his waist, they transformed from a position of separation to one of embrace. After exchanging several lingering glances, he reluctantly released her and turned coldly to face the 8 glaring figures. Esteemed guests, I am the one in charge here, Xiao Wu. While you may continue your ruckus outside, I and my companions shall merely observe the commotion. However, since you have entered my courtyard, ought you not to grant us some courtesy and refrain from further entanglements? Adhering to the principle of downplaying major issues, Wu Tian introduced himself with great humility, presenting a sufficiently imposing demeanor. Yet before the raccoon spirits could respond, Sister Tungzi interjected again. Host, although your adversaries appear numerous, they are merely a group of insignificant opponents. Do not hesitate, take them down. Engaging in violence only breeds ill will. Besides, my kill count is a pure 0. Must we resort to combat now? Since the host is unwilling to engage, that is acceptable. However, should the task remain unfulfilled, do not expect rewards. Indeed, there shall be penalties. As for whether they will be thrice or tenfold, I leave that for the host to speculate. Understood, understood. Fairies, I've changed my mind. You have now entered a phase of stringent resistance. Now, lay down your weapons, cleanse yourselves, and extend your necks, awaiting my swift execution. Perhaps you will retain your bodies in the process. I shall count to 3. 3. Young one, has this maiden bewitched you before she could even unleash her magic? My esteemed ladies can still partake without cleansing. As for the beheading, let us begin with a humble offering. How noisy. Disrespect will yield punishment. So very well. 2. Hee. Is 3 seconds your limit? Haraha. In that case, do not blame me if I must resort to harsh measures today. Golden Light Array, activate. Chapter 8 The Great Battle with the Seven-Tailed Raccoons. The Golden Light Formation, activate. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted hues. as countless brilliant beams of golden light surged from the ground, coalescing into a massive golden barrier that enveloped the entire Huang Wat temple. Despite the presence of this air wall preventing the domain from extending outward, Wu Tian perceived that this 9-layered golden light formation was visibly more impressive than before. As they found themselves shrouded by a colossal golden sphere, the raccoon spirits were astonished but not in disarray. Two of them exchanged glances with the apparent leader, who nodded slightly, prompting them to charge toward Wu Tian. Regrettably, just when they were a yard away from him, a multitude of golden lights erupted from behind Wu Tian, resembling an innumerable horde of centipedes, rushing forth to collide with them. Jump back. The raccoon spirits possessed varying degrees of skill, particularly the leader whose reflexes were undeniably swift. Observing the impending onslaught, he swiftly commanded a retreat, his robust figure showing no signs of diminished speed. With a series of thuds, the flying darts embedded themselves into the ground, and the other 6 sisters hastily followed suit, retreating from the perilous area. Yet, unlike most, 2 of the raccoon spirits lay prone on the ground, blood trickling to the side. 4th sister, 6th sister, the leader exclaimed in alarm, hastily extending a hand to catch the 2, a flicker of shock crossing her eyes. What sorcery is this? Sorcery? Wu Tian sneered. This is my ultimate technique. The golden light formation. Very well, since you have harmed my esteemed guests, you shall first apologize and then work for free for several days. Only then might I consider sparing you. Nonsense. Sisters, charge together. With a clenched jaw, the leading raccoon spirit commanded, and the 8 beautiful figures suddenly flickered, transforming into 8 ghastly shadows, targeting Wu Tian and launching a fierce assault from various angles. Clearly, this was an attack rehearsed numerous times. The coordinated multi-angle assault created an impenetrable net of weapons, imbued with thick demonic energy, poised to ensnare Wu Tian. Ah, not bad, Wu Tian exclaimed theatrically, though his expression soon turned serious. Clasping his hands together, he summoned numerous golden arrows behind him, shooting them towards the 8 raccoon spirits with precision. The golden arrows surged forward like a mighty wave. Realizing the ferocity of the oncoming barrage, the raccoon spirits halted their advance, desperately swinging their weapons to defend against the assault. However, the speed and sheer number of the arrows rendered complete evasion nearly impossible. Thud, thud, thud. As the sounds of arrows striking flesh rang out, the raccoon spirits found their shoulders and arms pierced, blood spilling onto the ground. Eldest sister, this sorcerer is too powerful, one raccoon spirit exclaimed, clutching her wound, her face pale. The leader gritted her teeth, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. It seems we have no choice but to reveal our ultimate technique. Wait. Wu Tian, having listened to their conversation, realized that if QWE was ineffective, pressing R must signify their final defiance, and he quickly interjected. What do you intend to do? The leading raccoon spirit, surprisingly, chose to show some respect. Upon hearing Wu Tian's voice, it halted and inquired, was it truly reasonable to resort to violence? Instead of escalating the conflict, it suggested a compromise. If they released her, they could each return to their own homes, a proposition met with laughter. However, the atmosphere was far from lighthearted. Wu Tian's attempts at pacification not only failed, but seemed to intensify the discord. Consequently, the leader abruptly rose and bellowed, "Sisters, unite as one." Indeed, echoed the other 7 raccoon spirits in unison. The leader then levitated before Wu Tian with an extraordinary grace. The remaining spirits quickly flashed, positioning themselves behind their leader. As their feet touched hers, all 8 transformed into an overwhelming mass of dark, demonic energy. As Wu Tian widened his eyes in astonishment at this spectacle, the swirling energy adjusted slightly, and a tremendous force sent a cloud of dust billowing, obscuring his view. Just then, a somewhat endearing roar reverberated throughout the golden array. As the dust settled, the beautiful figure had vanished, replaced by a colossal demonic beast. This creature towered at least 5 or 6 zhang high and measured about 10 zhang long. Noticing Wu Tian's gaze, its enormous claws began to claw at the ground, causing the earth itself to tremble. The beast possessed 7 tails, each swirling with potent demonic energy, its eyes glinting with a terrifying blood-red light, while blue lightning danced across its surface, proclaiming its formidable nature. A 7-tailed giant raccoon? A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Tian's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. This was indeed intriguing. With a thunderous roar, the 7-tailed beast struck the edge of the domain with immense force. Fortunately, the golden array proved to be remarkably resilient, enduring the relentless blows with an unyielding demeanor. Ah, it seems I must take this seriously, the protagonist scoffed, forming a series of intricate hand seals. Suddenly, a massive golden centipede materialized before the giant raccoon, revealing Wu Tian's true form. The golden centipede, over 20 zhang in length, shimmered with resplendent golden light. Its rear end anchored firmly to the ground, while the front rose majestically, resembling a golden mountain. The giant raccoon initiated the assault, its 7 tails lashing like whips toward the golden centipede, each strike accompanied by a piercing shriek as it tore through the air. Although the extent of its power remained uncertain, the force was undeniably formidable. Wu Tian swiftly coiled his body, appearing to nod himself, and formed a massive golden shield. However, the giant raccoon's strength was immense, and its continual strikes sparked dazzling golden flashes upon the shield's surface, suggesting it was gaining the upper hand. Unyielding, the golden centipede seized an opportunity during an attack's lapse, launching itself like a bolt of golden lightning, poised to entwine the giant raccoon's tail. The giant raccoon was undoubtedly aware of the gravity of the situation. Without waiting for contact, it deftly leaped aside, skillfully evading Wu Tian's deadly assault. With its mouth agape, revealing an array of sharp fangs, it lunged toward the centipede's head. Wu Tian, recognizing the peril, swiftly twisted his body and lashed out with his long tail, resulting in yet another explosive clash of raw power in midair, igniting a fierce collision. At this juncture, within the confines of the battlefield, the golden light of Wu Tian intermingled with the dark, malevolent energy, as sparks of dual-colored flames erupted continuously, plunging the combat into a fervent intensity from the very outset. Regrettably, as the battle progressed, Wu Tian discerned a significant dilemma. Despite the formidable size and imposing presence of the centipede, which appeared quite intimidating, its agile movements and nimble footwork posed a challenge. Lacking effective long-range offensive capabilities, Wu Tian found that his massive jaws, akin to scissors in perpetual motion, could not make contact with the elusive opponent. After a prolonged engagement, the giant raccoon coiled up once more, eliciting a sense of satisfaction within Wu Tian. He acknowledged that while the adversary's offensive tactics were somewhat limited, its defensive attributes were commendable. Thus, he too decided to temporarily cease his assault, intending to rest before launching another offensive. Sister Tengzi, big sister, I'm at my wit's end here. Could you offer some advice? Why? Just moments ago you were so full of vigor. What else with the sudden defeatist attitude? Seeking external help at the onset. How unbecoming. Isn't it said that a man should never admit his shortcomings? Please, dear sister, my predicament is dire. Right now, I feel more like a centipede than a formidable opponent. I implore you. This creature is extraordinarily challenging to handle. I need your assistance to fulfill my mission. Wu Tian was indeed feeling the pressure. As he observed the raccoon's constant, undulating movements in preparation for a probe, his mind raced in frantic communication. Fortunately, the system, as expected, provided a solution. I possess a spell far more potent than your golden light array, but I must ascertain whether you are willing to accept it. After all, you are my host, and it is imperative that I understand your willingness to learn and employ it. Big sister, please, I'm amenable to anything. Upon hearing about the prospect of acquiring a powerful spell, Wu Tian had no reason to refuse and hastily acquiesced. Relax, it will only take 3 seconds. At this moment, the system's tone softened, and Wu Tian felt a tingling sensation enveloping him, akin to the relief one experiences just before completing a long-held urge. Venomous bite. Transmission complete. After 3 seconds, as the intense and exhilarating tremors subsided, Wu Tian found a novel entity vividly appearing in his mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, a smirk reminiscent of a charming rogue emerged on his face as he gazed affectionately at the giant raccoon. Dear friend, I possess a remarkable treasure. Would you care to take a look? Chapter 9. The Spell from the System. Venomous Bite. Dear one, my brother possesses a remarkable treasure. Would you care to see it? Yet, Wu Tian had no intention of granting the other party a choice. With a teasing manner, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes as his face inexplicably flushed. Suddenly, he opened his enormous mouth, and streams of golden droplets swiftly erupted towards the distant giant raccoon. Spit, 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 spit. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my venomous bite. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Tian incessantly spat saliva at his opponent with his puckered lips. You shameless rogue, not only do you disregard martial ethics, but you also resort to such vile behavior. The giant raccoon, composed of 8 sisters, had shown no fear in previous encounters. However, this spitting attack was clearly beyond their comprehension. Indeed, we are also cultivators of the mystical realm. Humph, this person lacks dignity. Sisters, his saliva reeks terribly. Sisters, be cautious. This saliva appears problematic, tinted black. Wu Tian's saliva was no ordinary spittle. Although it appeared golden, a closer inspection revealed a hint of black, greatly diminishing its allure. Coupled with an overwhelmingly foul odor that could not merely be described as unpleasant, the giant raccoon, which had previously stood its ground, took a significant leap backwards. Regrettably, despite their desire to escape, they could not leap beyond the shimmering boundary of golden light and instead collided violently, leaving them dazed but unharmed. Spit, spit, spit. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Tian, disregarding decorum, unleashed 3 more torrents of saliva. This time, fortune did not favor the giant raccoon, as one droplet struck true, hitting one of its 7 tails. What transpired next was an unforeseen terror. The reason lay in the fact that this saliva was not mere spittle but rather the venom coursing through Wu Tian's body. As a centipede by nature, he could indeed use venom as a means of attack, but it was effective only against weaker foes. Against an opponent of equal strength, it was largely ineffective and merely ornamental. However, with the mastery of venomous bite, he transformed the venom into droplets the size of a human fist. With a swift initial speed, extended range, and heightened velocity, while the potency and precision received an epic enhancement. Yet, Wu Tian could not have anticipated that beyond these enhancements, even more surprises awaited him. With a chilling scream, the tail struck by the venom began to tremble violently, emitting hissing sounds amid a cloud of noxious white smoke, reminiscent of being doused in corrosive liquid. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, an unusual sensation blossomed in Wu Tian's mind, akin to a starving individual beholding a platter of buns, or reminiscent of the enticing aroma of a long-forgotten hot pot. Bang! With a resounding noise, the giant raccoon vanished, leaving 8 raccoons in a state of paralysis on the ground. Among them, the most unfortunate had half of its body corroded by the venom, and the corrosion showed no signs of abating. As the other 7 raccoon spirits found themselves at a loss, Wu Tian quietly approached their side, saliva uncontrollably dripping from the corners of his mouth. Sister Tongzi, help! Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to devour her? What is happening? At this moment, Wu Tian's mind was predominantly consumed by an inexplicable desire to feast, yet he retained a semblance of clarity. Although his body inched closer to the fresh delicacy, his thoughts were beset by questions. This technique, known as toxic devour, first requires the target to be poisoned before consumption. The crux lies in the fact that after devouring, one can absorb the opponent's cultivation. Why hesitate, host? The banquet has commenced. Seize the moment. Sister Tongzi's voice rang out with an irresistible allure, emphasizing that consumption would enhance his cultivation, an undeniable boon. Yet, what troubled Wu Tian even more was that, despite his reluctance to advance, his tentacles inadvertently brushed against the figure before him. What is happening? How did she transform from a living being into a delectable cup of Knin tea, bursting with flavor? The raccoon's spirit, continuously eroded, reverted to its original form, lamenting as it succumbed to the encroaching dissolution. Yet, the melted essence seemed to exude an intoxicating fragrance, and instinctively, Wu Tian continued to resist the horrifying scene unfolding. Allow me to assist you, host. The system intervened once more, and to Wu Tian, it appeared as though a colossal straw had been inserted into the raccoon's spirit, signifying that he need not cling to another to partake. The notion was far more palatable. Moreover, the fragrance intensified, momentarily assaulting his palate with a medley of flavors. Hot pot skewers, cold pot fish, jelly puddings, and spicy chicken, all vying for his attention. Thus, desire ultimately triumphed. 2 pairs of claws gripped the straw, and with a wide-open mouth, he began to indulge in this culinary delight of a different essence. Spare me. My lord, spare me. We were wrong. The raccoon spirits, witnessing this spectacle, were instantly petrified, disregarding the rapidly diminishing ingredients, and huddled together, initiating their pleas for mercy. In the span of a fleeting moment, the once-living raccoon spirit found itself entirely consumed within Wu Tian's belly. In an exaggerated display, the golden centipede within him slithered, producing a resounding belch. Perhaps due to the completion of the devouring, the haze of desire faded, and his mind gradually regained complete rationality. Wu Tian transformed back into his human form, acutely aware of the peculiarity of his recent actions. He promptly began to assess his condition, only to be met with the system's announcement. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully executing the spell Toxic Devour and consuming your target. You have absorbed 200 years of cultivation from the raccoon spirit. As this is your first successful completion, a special doubling reward has been granted. Please continue to strive forward. What have I done? A tinge of theatrics adorned his expression. Yet it was evident that Wu Tian was genuinely taken aback by the fact that he had devoured a living being. However, it soon dawned on him that he seemed to have reaped considerable benefits. He pondered, is it truly just a mere raccoon spirit that has granted me 200 years? Reflecting on the 5 years spent under the tutelage of the blue-haired matron to attain a mere 50 years of cultivation, he now realized that devouring a single raccoon spirit could effortlessly yield tenfold that amount. His eyes gleamed with golden excitement as he gazed at the remaining 7 raccoon spirits. Saliva trickling from the corners of his mouth once more. Are you happy? Joyful? Comfortable? What are you hesitating for? My little host, seize the moment and consume them all. Your cultivation will soar significantly. The voice, laden with temptation and a sultry tone, mingled with the personal status panel in his mind, where he first beheld the extent of his cultivation. Yet, instead of continuing with fervor, Wu Tian found himself bubbling with excitement. Name, Wu Tian Element, Metal True Form, Centipede Bloodline, Unknown Realm, Great Demon Realm, Perfect Completion Cultivation, 3,900 Years Spells, 9 Layers of Golden Light Array. Triple Poison Bite Treasures, Diamond Origin Armor, Xiantian Golden Light Sword. My goodness, I toiled for 5 years for merely 50 years of cultivation, and you, with a simple installation, have amassed over 1,000 years in no time. Sister Zongzi, from this moment forth, you are my dear sister, my beloved elder sister. Tell me, shall we head north or west now? Though he restrained his exhilaration and refrained from vocalizing these thoughts to the others, his uncontrollable shoulder shakes and near-dazed grin made him appear as a fool. Who exactly are you? Despite Wu Tian's delirium, the trembling raccoon spirits were evidently more concerned about their fate. After a moment's hesitation, the leading raccoon spirit finally spoke again. Have you come to inquire about me? I am, of course, the leader here. You may call me Wu Banzian. The raccoon spirit's inquiry interrupted Wu Tian's ecstatic reverie, and he then recalled the few captives that remained. He stepped forward, looking down upon the raccoon spirits. In battles among monsters, idle chatter is seldom welcomed. The raccoon spirit, wise from her vast combat experience, surmised that her opponent had perhaps abandoned the notion of directly dealing with them. Regardless of the fact that Wu Tian had just devoured one of their sisters, the leading raccoon spirit promptly knelt with humility and continued to plead. We, your sisters, were unaware of your celestial might. If we have offended you, we beseech your mercy. Whether as handmaidens or in your service, we are willing to obey. Your fates are not mine to decide. Let us do this. I will consult the rightful master on how to dispose of you. Seeing that further conflict was unlikely, he decisively withdrew his divine powers. As the domain dissipated, Wu Tian and the 7 raccoon spirits reappeared before a group of young disciples and lizard spirits. Young lady, these raccoon spirits have recognized their misdeeds. Since they dared to offend you, please, young lady, determine their fate. Chapter 10, Lingwei with a chuckle. The brother's extraordinary saliva prowess left the sister utterly in awe. They were both captives of their brother, and thus Lingwei believed it would be best for him to decide their fates. Despite having experienced somewhat awkward and formal interactions previously, she still blushed while responding to Wu Tian. Saliva prowess? Wu Tian was taken aback that this enchanting young lady would attribute such a name to his formidable skills, causing a slight embarrassment to color his aged visage. However, what surprised him even more was the realization that she could perceive his performance within his realm, an unexpected turn of events. Furthermore, he was caught off guard when his reiterated emphasis elicited another melodious laugh from her, instilling within him a delightful sense of being playfully teased by a beauty. In light of his pleasant mood, he intended to propose releasing the few raccoon spirits, yet before he could utter a word, another reminder chimed in. Ding dong. The system is obliged to remind the host that as an ancient supreme art, Poison Devour requires further practice to elevate its level. Moreover, given the host's low cultivation, it is imperative to swiftly augment one's strength. Hence, do not show mercy towards these walking cultivators. Sister Tongzi, may I offer a suggestion? Can we stick to the matter at hand without the incessant chimes? While your observations are indeed accurate, such treatment of individuals as if they were mere refreshments can leave psychological scars. Additionally, what do you mean by walking cultivators? Ah, I see now. This is entirely my fault. In truth, Poison devour does not always necessitate the host to engage directly with it. After all, it is a divine skill. Once the host's venom touches them, the corresponding cultivation can be harvested after a brief interval. What on earth? Sister, please elaborate slowly and clearly. I mean to say that for cultivators of a lower realm than the host, as long as the host's venom makes contact with their bodies, the venom itself will eliminate the dross and retain the essence. The host merely needs to be in proximity, and the cultivation will flow into the host's body. And then, does it become my cultivation? What else could it be? Therefore, dear host, please indulge in the delectable offerings before you. However, there is one point the host must understand. When facing those of a lower realm, the amount they can provide is relatively limited. Thus, to achieve a qualitative transformation, more is required. Okay, I understand now. A quantitative change leading to a qualitative change, right? I get it. However, with such a formidable skill, as a top-tier expert myself, is it not somewhat unbecoming to still rely on saliva at the 9th level? Host, in fact, aside from saliva, we possess numerous distinctly different methods of emission. There are even certain intensely stimulating gases that can be released from below. Although it may be somewhat crude, it is certainly feasible. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian paused to contemplate, a smile creeping onto his face as he recalled a classic scene from the great sage Mary's. Yet inwardly, he still felt it was rather unsightly and not convenient to use unless there were deep-seated grudges. Very well, but you must tell me how to enhance this spell. Surely you must have some secret cultivation method to share with me. This divine being requires no arduous cultivation. Thus there is no need for the burdensome routine of 9 to 6. Merely frequent usage will suffice to swiftly elevate one's rank and enhance the host's level. Hence, I implore you to cast aside your compassion towards the kingdom of Ally. By the way, does embracing the sensation of devouring bring you overwhelming delight? Well, it is quite enjoyable. Yet, could we perhaps refine the taste? Although it was exhilarating, it left a somewhat queasy aftertaste. I am willing to endure hardships to elevate the level of the venomous bite, but it would be preferable to have a few warm comforts. Sister Tongzi posed a valid question. While the sensation of swallowing feels somewhat peculiar, one cannot deny its uniqueness. Admittedly, it is a bit nauseating, yet an unexpected belch escapes, revealing a hint of insincerity in my demeanor. Comforts? Is there not still a lizard left? With a Ferrari at hand, why settle for a Xiaomi SU7? The host may first complete the task, allowing her to enjoy a few days of warmth, and then discreetly pursue further endeavors. Wouldn't it be better to attain both physical prowess and cultivation? What? Are we to devour her as well? Darling, cannot you simply access the information panel to glean her details? Although height, weight, and measurements are absent, her realm of cultivation is quite precise. At this juncture, Wu Tian realized he was still unaware of specific information, but upon a glance, he recognized something was amiss. Name, Lingwei element, Fire True Form, Lizard Bloodline, Unknown Realm, Mid-stage Great Demon Realm, temporarily diminished due to severe injuries. Originally approximately Early-stage Demon King Realm, cultivation, 1300 years, originally approximately 3700 years due to injuries, magic, unknown treasures, unknown wow, a Demon King? I have inadvertently saved a Demon King, and she has 3,700 years of experience. Thus, we must act swiftly, by consuming this lovely lady. One could easily gain 2,000 years of cultivation. However, she is currently gazing at you. The host should take the initiative. By the way, during the emotional link, the experience might become even more exquisite. For Wu Tian, balancing communication with the system while being mindful of those around him felt rather unfamiliar. Upon Sister Tongzi's reminder, he realized his body was in a state of stupor and discreetly glanced at the beautiful young lady beside him and his entourage. Such a lovely lady. My name is Wu Tian, the CEO, CFO, and COO of this place, the sole authority within 100 miles. The spokesperson for the Golden Light Array. May I inquire how to address you, dear lady? Upon delivering this playful remark, he remembered to slightly bow, appearing rather pedantic. Were he to don different attire, he might easily be mistaken for a delicate scholar, initially perceiving her as a mere pretty novice. He now comprehended the appropriate terms of address given her true strength. Unexpectedly, the first sound to reach his ears was a melodious giggle. To have saved her and still call her sister felt overwhelmingly flattering. His words were indeed quite amusing, and she found herself quite enamored. Unlike the previous encounter when besieged by the raccoon spirits, the young maiden now exudes an aura of youthful vitality with every gesture and smile, making it seem as if Wu Tian is her long-lost elder brother. One might argue that such behavior from a dignified master of the demon realm borders on the frivolous. Yet it emanates a smooth and natural charm that elicits not disdain, but rather a genuine sense of brotherly affection in Wu Tian. Ah, very well, dear Lingwei. In light of your request, Wu Tian chose to refrain from rebuttal. Upon hearing his response, Lingwei displayed a radiant smile, clearly delighted. The previous danger had been quite perilous. Had Wu Tian delayed further, Lingwei might have fallen victim to dire circumstances. Gratefully, she expressed her thanks for his timely intervention, declaring her elder brother to be remarkably formidable and irresistibly handsome. This flattery caused Wu Tian to lose his composure slightly, prompting him to hastily steer the conversation elsewhere. Lingyu, though delicate, possessed of beauty both in form and in character, thus her modest request was effortlessly granted. However, he inquired about the reason she was pursued by the raccoon spirits. With a natural eloquence, Wu Tian praised her talents, but upon contemplating the motive behind her peril, a flicker of indignation crossed his eyes as he sighed. What you do not know, dear sister, is that I share a history of a millennium with those shameless raccoon spirits. His words were abruptly interrupted by a twinge of pain from his own wounds, causing him to emit a small groan. Are you injured, sister? Quickly, let us retreat indoors to rest. We can converse over tea. He gestured for her to follow. Although it was likely a tale steeped in ancient grievances, he recognized the beauty before him, and knowing she was gravely wounded, Wu Tian displayed a hint of urgency, motioning her to proceed. Yes, I shall heed my brother's words, Lingwei acquiesced. Yet she recalled the 7 raccoon spirits still kneeling nearby. As she turned to leave for the grand hall, she decisively reminded him, causing the spirits, who had momentarily calmed, to tremble once more. Very well, today marks a joyous reunion with my dear sister Lingwei, so I shall grant you the opportunity to redeem yourselves as demons. At my command, turn and flee. The raccoon spirits had evidently awaited this cue, as they promptly turned and dashed away without needing further prompting from their leader. Curiously, they seemed to grasp the principle that in the face of a tiger, it suffices not to outrun the predator, but merely to be swifter than those nearby. Oh, are you truly fleeing? If you do so, my little sister Lingyue shall be quite displeased. Witness my ultimate technique. After murmuring to himself, Wu Tian gradually extended his hands, curling his right index finger around his left thumb while folding the remaining 3 fingers, mimicking a playful rendition of a human-made AK-47, familiar to children of a later era. As she stood before a bewildered crowd, including Lingyue, a series of bullets composed of venom erupted from her left index finger, accompanied by a rhythmic sound akin to da-da-da-da-da, precisely targeting the fleeing raccoon spirits. Moments later, as an indescribable stench of poison gradually dissipated in the wind, all 7 raccoon spirits were struck, leaving none unscathed. With a faint wisp of white smoke and a subtle hissing sound, their bodies transformed into a viscous liquid at a visibly accelerated pace, seeping into the ground beneath them. Until at last, only faint outlines remained, as if they had never existed. However, Wu Tian observed that in the very spots where they had vanished, 7 ethereal orbs of light materialized. These orbs resembled the most delectable delicacies in the world. Once within a distance of 3 paces, they eagerly rushed towards Wu Tian and swiftly merged into his being. Chapter 11. Once dreamed of roaming the world with a sword, having vanquished 7 raccoon spirits and gained an impressive cultivation of 984 years, Wu Tian, with a heart full of joy, tugged at the beautiful maiden beside him as they ascended to the 2nd floor of the Sanqing Hall, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Inside the CEO's office, 2 individuals, previously shrouded in silence, shared an uncanny rapport. They simultaneously broke the tranquility with identical words, their gazes intertwined with warmth and affection. As their eyes continued to weave a tapestry of connection, the office fell into a serene stillness once more. Sunlight streamed through the window, filtering through wisps of steam rising from a teacup, casting a radiant glow upon the enchanting lady before Wu Tian. From his perspective, she appeared as a perfect beauty illuminated against the light. The allure of physical beauty captivates not only humans but also ethereal beings. After all, the art of altering one's appearance is intricate, often fleeting in its effectiveness. Thus, the unadulterated charm of one's natural form is invariably more appealing. Faced with such an exquisite visage, coupled with the weight of a significant debt of gratitude, Wu Tian felt a moral obligation to offer support. I believe my sister must have suffered grave injuries. Those 8 raccoon spirits certainly lacked the capability to inflict such harm. If you are willing, please share your tale with me. Despite having lived for over 2 centuries, upon encountering Lingyue, Wu Tian felt a surge of youthful innocence. akin to the first encounter with a beautiful woman. Recognizing the need for conversation to dispel the quiet, he continued to express concern for her well-being. They may not possess such strength, but there are indeed many skilled practitioners among the Raccoon Spirit clan. Moreover, with the aid of external forces, Yu and her family fell victim to their schemes. As she spoke, the earlier shyness had vanished, yet even with her determined demeanor, Wu Tian found her frost-like beauty irresistibly captivating, and he remained attentively engaged. Unbeknownst to them, their modes of address were subtly evolving. Wu Tian's reference to her as sister felt natural, while her calling him brother hinted at an ever-narrowing distance between them. My clan and the Raccoon Spirit clan have coexisted for generations in the Fire Scale Cave, 300 miles west of here at the 9 Nether Peaks. For millennia, our two clans have clashed over the spiritual grounds within the peak, resulting in numerous casualties. However, as the Raccoon Spirits grew in power and my clan began to decline, though Wu Tian had gleaned the essence of her words, he raised an eyebrow in realization. I see. If I am not mistaken, they must have launched a sudden assault? Lingyue lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Indeed. Last night the Raccoon Spirit launched an unexpected assault, with their entire clan mobilized and formidable reinforcements summoned from unknown sources. Consequently, our clan was overwhelmed, and many of our kin fell victim to their treacherous hands. From Lingyue's tone, it was evident that the demon clan harbored a certain disdain for their unscrupulous adversaries, particularly when it came to the despicable tactic of seeking external assistance. Her once handsome visage had transformed slightly into something more fearsome. Resorting to enlisting help when one cannot prevail is truly an affront to martial integrity. However, with matters having escalated to this point, one wonders what plans Yu harbors. Though the conversation between the two had grown increasingly amiable, it was evidently unwise to hastily make decisions on each other's behalf. Thus, after calling her name, it seemed more fitting to regard her with expectant eyes. Unbeknownst to Yu, she had witnessed countless clansmen lose their demon cores to these Raccoon Spirits the previous night, and with such underhanded methods, they were likely now left homeless and destitute. In the depths of her emotions, tears resembling delicate apricot blossoms began to well at the corners of the beautiful maiden's eyes, moistening her cheeks and disheveling her makeup, evoking an ineffable sense of pity. Sigh. Ah. Before she had fully grieved, Lingyue emitted another faint sigh, from the gaps between her fingers resting on her abdomen. A trickle of green blood unexpectedly seeped forth. Wu Tian, possessing some knowledge of lizard traits, felt a surge of compassion for her. He hastily suggested, let us refrain from further discussion. If Yu has nowhere else to go, she might find refuge here at Huanghua Temple. Both to evade the Raccoon Spirit's wrath, and because I possess a modicum of medical knowledge that may assist in your recovery. That would not be appropriate. Very well. I shall heed my brother's arrangements. Yu seemed initially inclined to be polite, but upon noticing Wu Tian's feigned displeasure, she acquiesced. We are like old friends, so there is no need for formalities. I shall accompany my brother. As she spoke, Wu Tian rose and approached Lingyue, extending his right hand. Understanding his intent, Lingyue stood and took his hand, following his lead to a secluded chamber. This space was unoccupied, allowing Yu to recuperate in peace. I have matters to attend to and shall return to check on you later. If you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct Ming. Muyen, where are you? Boss, please spare me and choose someone else. This sister-in-law is a bane to me, I fear. Although lacking great power, the young acolyte named Mu Yin was remarkably astute, especially with the term sister-in-law, which painted a rosy hue across Lingyue's face. As for the dissenting opinion, Wu Tian had forgotten that Mu Yin was originally a mayfly, having initially followed out of politeness, upon realizing she would have to serve a calamity. She had fled without a trace. Brother, the young girl speaks the truth. I can manage on my own. With the conversation reaching this point, Wu Tian did not linger, nodding slightly before preparing to exit the room. Yet, just as he turned, Lingyue called out once more. Please, dear brother, hasten your tasks. The moon awaits your presence. Gazing upon the tender and gentle Lingyue, Wu Tian was suddenly overcome by an insatiable desire. However, just as he was about to turn, an unexpected shiver coursed through his mind, instantly dispelling all distracting thoughts. With an air of utmost gentlemanliness, he merely nodded before retreating from the bedroom. Yet, after he had personally closed the door behind Lingyue, he discovered his palms were damp with sweat. Sighing deeply, he steeled himself, recalling the sudden jolt he had just experienced, and promptly returned to the inner chamber of the grand hall. As he inhaled, He caught a faint trace of Ling Yue's lingering fragrance in his palm. Only then did he light a cigarette, reclining comfortably on a beach chair and taking a leisurely drag before calling upon the system. Sister Tongzi, was that mischief of yours just now? This young lady was indeed an ideal candidate for absorption. However, given her current injuries, immediate consumption might yield limited results. Since she was already residing at Huanghua Temple, perhaps waiting a while would prove more beneficial. Moreover, the host had pressing matters to attend to, special items that must not be forgotten. Sister Tongzi was referring, of course, to the Veil of Shadows pill, which, as its name suggests, serves to obscure one's presence, specifically designed for certain unique environments or spells. What is this? To obscure one's presence? Sister Tongzi, where are you? Come forth and elucidate. The explanation was rather vague, so after exhaling a smoke ring, Wu Tian appeared to be speaking to himself. Perhaps the excitement from his earlier interaction with Ling Yue still lingered, as he continued to chatter away, his tone lacking in formality. Host, the usage of this item is profoundly mysterious, thus please proceed with caution. Clearly, due to a certain someone's demeanor, Sister Tongzi was once again in a huff. Yet, to her surprise, Wu Tian paused for a moment of contemplation and then abruptly leaped off the chair, standing upright. By the heavens! Thank goodness for my cleverness. If Sister Tongzi remains silent, I shall deduce the meaning myself. Playing with the black clay ball retrieved from the system's repository, a thought struck him. He dashed to the temple gate, observing the flora outside, then glancing at the pill in his hand. After a considerable period of contemplation, he resolutely swallowed it. The black pill dissolved instantly upon contact, being tasteless and odorless, leaving no discomfort after consumption. After a brief moment of introspection, Wu Tian lifted his gaze towards the temple gate and proceeded to approach it slowly. As his outstretched hands brushed against the invisible barrier, he once more felt the unseen obstruction. Turning back to survey the entirety of Huanghua Temple, Wu Tian finally comprehended that this place was, in essence, his personal prison. From the moment of his master's surgical intervention, through Shuer's numerous tragic demises, and the various humiliations he had endured, culminating in the dismal fate within Qianhua Cave. It seemed that this was the threshold for altering the course of such tragedies. After a while, as the grimace on his face gradually transformed back to a semblance of normalcy, Wu Tian slowly raised his trembling hands, extending them toward the invisible barrier before him. Ha ha ha. Drip, 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 da-da-da. Once I dreamed of wielding my sword to traverse the world. Moments later, both the sweeping acolytes and Ling Yue, who was resting in the room, were captivated by a melody that resonated throughout the Huanghua Temple, inspiring everyone to contemplate the idea of pinning their resignation and venturing out to explore the wonders of the outside world. Chapter 12. The Most Precious Treasure. As time passed, Sister Tongzi could not help but cast doubts upon Wu Tian's original species. In her words, he was nothing short of a humanoid, bipedal husky, vanishing at thrice the speed of sound. The once serene mountainside erupted into chaos due to Wu Tian's antics. Fortunately, he had not entirely forsaken his moral compass, sparing the small monsters that had cultivated their beastly heads upon human forms. However, ordinary birds and beasts were not so fortunate, aside from the incessant sound of gunfire. He shamelessly activated the golden light array to indiscriminately capture various levels of protected creatures. Then came the historic bonfire night at the Huanghua Temple, the first of its kind. An abundance of fresh ingredients and honeyed sauces exchanged from the marketplace delighted not only the young disciples but also Ling Wei, who indulged heartily. Yet, as the merriment wore on and the once plump wild boar roasting over the flames was reduced to mere bones, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Grasping a bottle of soft liquor, she retreated to a nearby pavilion. While escaping the confines of Huanghua Temple was indeed a relief. A moment's reflection revealed that even if she could leave, what would it matter? The label of a journey to the West NPC upon her was unlikely to be easily shed. Her brow furrowed in sorrow, her spirits dimmed significantly. Thoughts of Shuo from the spider cave, the suffering endured under the tyrannical pylon, and her initial mentor flooded her mind, prompting Wu Tian to question whether he had misstepped into the wrong dimension or had been born into the wrong life. Everything seemed profoundly misaligned with his essence. In a fit of melancholy, he vocalized his feelings, the tones imperfect but imbued with deep emotion, echoing the bittersweet essence of his heart. The exuberance of the afternoon gave way to a heavy heart, realizing that his seemingly young brother was indeed a person with a story to tell. Bang! As she spoke, Ling Wei raised her bottle of erguo to, mimicking a toast with Wu Tian's liquor bottle. Unbeknownst to her, his earlier joy stemmed from what he believed to be the acquisition of the most treasured possession. Yet now, gazing at the charred remnants of the bonfire, he felt as though everything might ultimately be but an ephemeral illusion. Oh, then what does brother mean by most precious? This question revealed Ling Yue's genuine depth. Distinguishing her from ordinary monsters, not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she was also astute, grasping the crux of the matter. Freedom. Freedom? Is there someone who can confine brother within Huanghua Temple? In Ling Yue's eyes, despite her brother's inferior strength, he was still a notable figure within 100 miles. The notion that he regarded freedom as a treasure intrigued her further. Indeed, he was trapped, and the force restraining him was beyond what his sister could contend with. Unable to counter? Wu Tian sensed that his brother still possessed some strength. After all, if he truly could not fight back, fleeing would be the logical choice. Surely, he understood the wisdom of the 36 stratagems, yet in this vast world, escape was an impossible feat for him. Thus, he turned to his sister, seeking her counsel on what to do next. Unable to flee, Ling Wei once again grasped the critical moment, glancing up at Wu Tian. If escape was not an option, then one must fight. Surrendering easily was not in her nature. While she proclaimed that her fate was in her own hands and not dictated by the heavens, the probability of victory, should a confrontation arise, was likely less than 10%. How about you lend a hand, dear sister? Although Ling Yue appeared delicate, when she summoned her courage, she exhibited a certain boldness. However, Wu Tian was skeptical that she could truly assist him against a foe that had not even appeared in the original narrative. Nevertheless, teasing her was evidently a source of amusement for him. Such a spirited declaration of self-determination was commendable, given her current state of severe injury. She was unlikely to help her brother, let alone avenge her own grievances. Thus, they could only engage in light-hearted banter to lift their spirits. This is easily arranged. Please wait a moment, dear sister, while I fetch a treasure for you. After exchanging a few words, Wu Tian felt his mood considerably uplifted. Acknowledging Ling Yue's serious injuries, he immediately began to browse the marketplace. Here, take this. I hope it aids in your recovery. Just as Ling Wei pondered what she was waiting for, Wu Tian unexpectedly spoke, extending a small orb towards her. Is this a complete restoration pill? Is it superior to the 6 flavors pill? She mused. However, I believe this is not meant for me. One must exercise caution with medicinal substances. After receiving the orb from Wu Tian, Ling Yue first inhaled its scent, surprised to find that she could read. With a smile, she gazed at Wu Tian. Oh, I see. I mistook it. Let me start over. You may not be aware, dear sister, but I have been suffering from insomnia and vivid dreams lately. The doctor specifically advised me to consume more of these, claiming they are revitalizing and can enhance both vitality and strength. It was unclear whether this was a deliberate move, but since Ling Wei had expressed her reservations, he quickly accepted the returned pill and exchanged it for another. A nourishing pill? This is indeed a fine item, perfectly packaged and of authentic quality, far from counterfeit. Consuming it would undoubtedly enhance one's cultivation by at least 200 years. Yet, as it was not suitable for her condition, Ling Wei decided against taking it. Brother, you should keep it for yourself. Wu Tian had spent 200 coins acquiring a nourishing pill, but unfortunately, Ling Wei still declined it, leading to a somewhat awkward moment. Does my dear sister possess knowledge of her own injuries? He inquired. Please, enlighten me. When my wounds flare up, I often feel a chilling sensation, leading me to believe that something hot might counteract it. As for medicine, unless it is a miraculous elixir, I doubt it would be of significant help. Despite her injuries, she maintained a positive attitude, even smiling. The sight of her captivating visage only endeared her further to Wu Tian. Chill. Heat. Indeed, I know of a splendid place. Do not fret, dear sister. We shall indulge in some wine now, and once dawn breaks, I will take you to a marvelous location where we can soak in a natural hot spring. That sounds delightful. Oh, brother, how could you be so frivolous? You truly have no shame, leaving me quite flustered, she exclaimed, although one might expect her to express at least a hint of anger at such a comment. Ling Yue's countenance betrayed not the slightest trace of ire. Instead, she looked as bashful as a freshly ripened apple. Oh. It is not I who shall indulge in the hot springs, but rather my wife. I merely observe and keep watch. Once you arrive, you shall understand. Let us leave it at that. Though unintended, our pleasant conversation was ultimately marred by the sudden mention of the hot springs, thereby revealing the identity of a married man. While it may be considered forthright, there lingered a hint of guilt in the words exchanged. My brother, after all, is but a rogue. I had thought to hide myself within this temple, yet now he hastily insists on introducing me to his first wife. Ah? No, no, no. I did not. I never expected Lingyue to utter such a statement, and combined with the guilt that had already begun to surface, my mouth became a veritable sieve. Hee, dear brother, do not be anxious. Yue is merely jesting with you. The night has deepened, so you may fret alone while I return to my chamber to rest. I cannot discern whether her jest was genuine or simply considerate. But upon seeing Wu Tian begin to fidget, Lingyue did not wait for a response and stood to leave the pavilion. Yue shall no longer tease you, dear brother. In truth, I am uncertain whether I can avenge our kin. However, as you have rightly said, since my fate is not dictated by the heavens, how can I know what is possible if I do not resist? Even if I were to lose my life, it would be worth traversing this world once more. With that faint remark, Lingyue's figure vanished from Wu Tian's sight, leaving him in deep contemplation, despite his lingering sense of humanity. Host, why are you lost in thought? Look, the candlelight in the young lady's chamber still flickers. She is clearly awaiting you. The bed is likely warm. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Hee. I did not foresee that this enchanting creature possessed such insight. There is no urgency. With a self-deprecating smile, he glanced at the silhouette cast by the candlelight on the wall of Lingyue's quarters, then elegantly drained the remnants of the liquor from the bottle. You may not feel rushed, but I certainly do. It appears that relying on you to charm this young lady may be futile. Perhaps sensing the potent aroma of the alcohol, before Wu Tian could succumb to slumber, Sister Tongzi let out a soft sigh. The following day, Lingyue ultimately accepted Wu Tian's invitation. After a leisurely lunch and a brief respite, the two strolled leisurely out of the mountain gates. However, Lingyue felt a sense of comfort. For perhaps their conversation from the previous night had borne fruit. Wu Tian's countenance no longer bore the shadows of worry. Instead, he radiated the joy of a child embarking on an adventure, especially at the moment they stepped beyond the mountain gates. His face almost inscribed with the words, "I am exceedingly happy." In his delight, their pace slowed. And what should have been a journey of merely over an hour extended until nightfall, yet the air was filled with laughter and mirth, fully expressing a sense of contentment. Following the path as they neared the Pan-Sea cave, a winding trail diverged, leading to a small hill where a crystal-clear spring gently cascaded from the rocky cliff, gathering into a serene, emerald pool. The bamboo grove surrounding the small pond was lush and deep. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, creating a tranquil sound that added a touch of serenity. Anyone who beheld this sight would surely deem it a splendid place. The pond's crystalline waters reveal its depths, adorned with drifting bamboo leaves upon its surface. The warm spring water emits a delicate mist, and coupled with the luminous moonlight, this place resembles a celestial paradise. At the water's edge, iridescent spider silk weaves a gossamer barrier, swaying gently with the breeze, akin to a sheer veil that encloses the spring in a realm of intimacy. In this tranquil moment, Shua sits amidst the pond, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her originally rosy complexion glows with an ethereal whiteness under the moon's gaze, while the elusive mist enhances a unique radiance of translucent pink. Her eyes are gently closed, breath steady and elongated, as if she is wholly merged with the azure waters. The spring's essence seeps into her skin, cleansing her meridians while converging into her ethereal core. In an instant, strands of silver spider silk emerge from her navel, moving gracefully with her breath, as if imbued with life, weaving an almost imperceptible barrier around her. As her spirit fully immerses in this serene ambience, the silk dances with increasing vitality, ultimately merging with Shush, becoming one with the spring's essence, rippling with the gentle waves. Yet, this tranquility is inevitably shattered. Brother, is this the Zhuogo Spring? It truly is a breathtaking paradise on earth. Chapter 13. The Battle of Women. The speaker is Lingyue. As dusk approached and they departed from the Huanghua Temple, the young beauty and Wu Tian journeyed together, frolicking along the way, despite the plethora of stunning sights they encountered. Upon reaching their destination, it was the young beauty who let out the most profound exclamation. The moment she caught sight of the spring water, she hastened forward, and with an exclamation of delight followed by a crisp splash, she carelessly shattered the tranquility of the area, oblivious to the feelings of those in the pond. Wait. Wu Tian attempted to intervene, but Lingyue's speed was astonishingly swift. Upon leaping into the water, she teased, "Brother, Yue isn't wearing any clothes. So while it's acceptable to guard others, one mustn't steal a glance at the spring." Lingyue's actions left Wu Tian utterly speechless. Upon arriving at the Pan-Sea cave, She swiftly exerted her strength to control a 30-mile radius, particularly regarding the Zhuo Spring, which Shua deemed her personal bathing sanctuary. Her uninvited presence naturally implied dire consequences. Despite numerous reminders, upon witnessing the surroundings, she forgot all promises, prioritizing her plunge into the water without hesitation, glancing around to confirm there was no illusion. Not even a sheer veil adorning her. At that moment, she was at a loss for what to do. Of course, she wasn't entirely unclad. She had 2 palm-sized red pouches adorning her, and as she settled into the pond, aside from her flawless back, only the red string around her neck served as embellishment. Since Lingwei proclaimed that one should not steal glances, the beauty and the enchanting scenery should be admired openly and sincerely, however, in her exuberance. She seemed to overlook the potential ramifications of the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Shua in the pond remained oblivious to Wu Tian's arrival, initially engrossed in her practice. She felt an intrusion and furrowed her brow slightly. Moments later, she finally opened her eyes slowly. Which little demon dares to trespass into my forbidden zone? Shua's voice was cold and crisp, akin to the gentle spring breeze wafting over the pond, carrying not only the fragrance of surrounding flora, but also an icy chill. Oh my sister is quite aloof, Lingwei remarked, licking her lips with a glint of mischief in her eyes. But this spring hasn't claimed your name. If you call it, and it responds, I shall leave immediately. Naturally, the spring offered no reply, yet the little imp held some intrigue. Suitable to become a maid for her husband. Before her words had fully dissipated, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Shui's gaze. With swift movements of her hands, countless strands of silk erupted from her navel, shooting towards Lingyue like densely packed silver needles, each glimmering with a cold light, as if capable of piercing through anything in their path. However, upon hearing this, Wu Tian, remaining on the shore, felt a warmth in his heart, for in previous encounters, Shua had expressed a desire to find herself a maid. Unfortunately, the candidates she encountered were either too old or too unattractive, or simply not yet transformed into human form, leaving her without a suitable choice. In stark contrast, Lingyue's perception was entirely different. Sensing the impending danger as Shuo unleashed her power, she hastily leaped from the water. This maneuver proved effective, as her spinning form deftly evaded the majority of the silken strands. Yet, a few silken threads brushed against her body, leaving faint red marks upon her skin. Hey. Why are you being so serious? It seemed to sting a little, prompting Lingwei, who was resting beside a rock, to shout out loudly while catching her breath. What on earth is this husband business? Are you all right, sister? Can you not tease someone while fighting? Haha. With a sharp tongue, she remarked. I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh later. Since arriving at the Silk Cave and soaking in the Zhuangho Spring, Shua had already entertained quite a number of little demons and creatures. However, it must be said that the young lady before her had remarkable skills. She merely needed some proper training. Taking advantage of the conversation, she discreetly gathered her strength. With a soft incantation, Lingwei suddenly ceased her laughter, for in an instant, 6 identical opponents appeared around her, differing only in the color of their attire and the weapons they wielded. The web of fate is vast. With a delicate cry, 7 fingers of Shua moved in unison, unleashing a torrent of silken threads that danced through the air like a swarm of silver serpents. As the movement ceased, 7 enormous spider webs materialized, rapidly descending upon Lingwei. Stop. Even a casual practitioner wouldn't capture a fairy in such a dramatic manner. And I absolutely detest spider webs. It was evident that her words were not mere jest, as her once orderly steps began to falter. And no matter how she looked at it, escape from the web seemed impossible. Fortunately, just as things appeared dire, a figure shielded Lingwei from harm. Shua, stop. She is one of us. The familiar voice reached Shua's ears, and the fierce onslaught abruptly halted. Upon closer inspection, Wu Tian stood between Shua and Lingwei. However, the sight of another beautiful woman standing beside her man, who seemed to care for her, would not easily be dismissed by that woman. Husband, what are you doing here? Didn't Master say you couldn't leave Huanghua Temple? But what do you mean by one of us? Wow, you are so sweet. Bringing a little one to meet me, your sister. Although she said this, the silken threads did not retract. They merely floated upon the water's surface, lingering around Lingwei. Before Wu Tian could respond, Lingwei spoke again. Brother Tian, you didn't mention that Shua's temper was so fierce before you left. Am I wrong to compliment her beauty? Is it acceptable to bully someone just because they are pretty? Silence. Lingwei, who had been acting coy, was taken aback when the other party unexpectedly shouted in anger. causing her to instinctively slide closer to Wu Tian. Brother Tian, I say, little fox, have you not heard the saying, engaging in risky behavior requires caution? Flirting in front of me, let me enlighten you on how many rules the Wu family has. This address was indeed more intimate. Yet her performance and feigned innocence ignited Shua's ire. Under her magical influence, the silken threads upon the water trembled slightly once more. Shua, Lingwei is a lizard, not a fox, and I was merely jesting with you. Please do not be upset. Witnessing this, Wu Tian stepped forward, approaching Shua, and before any further aggression could ensue, he decisively halted it with a kiss. 3 minutes later, as Wu Tian and Shua finally concluded this passionate embrace, their initial intent to attack dissipated. However, with flushed cheeks, and after catching her breath, Shua continued to chide him. I refuse to accept blame. It is not my fault that your dear sister trespassed upon the cleansing spring. The public display of affection towards her, right in front of the little sprite, was a clear declaration that any hostility had significantly diminished. At least when she inquired about Lingwei again, her tone had softened considerably. Sister Shush, you have wronged me. Throughout our journey, my brother has nearly elevated you to the status of a celestial being, hence Lingwei could not help but leap into the fray. However, I must say, sister, you are quite the vision. Your beauty nearly captivated my very soul. Choosing not to retaliate against his smiling face, Shua found herself momentarily at a loss for words, merely shooting Lingwei a glare before turning to Wu Tian. Darling, perhaps you should clarify the actions of this frivolous little sprite? Perhaps realizing the sharpness of her words, she glanced back at Wu Tian, but the use of the term little sprite undoubtedly signified that her initial ire had completely evaporated. Oh, both of you. Lingwei, please put on some proper attire. Shush, allow me to explain. The situation is quite intricate. Do not glare at me. Our relationship is entirely innocent. Thus, Wu Tian grasped Shui's delicate hand and continued to elaborate endlessly. After all, Shua was rightfully his wife, deserving of ample respect. What? Lingwei is gravely injured? Her background is so tragic. This is all your fault, dear husband. Had you revealed yourself earlier, I would not have acted so recklessly. It must be acknowledged that Shua was indeed astute, executing her thoughts with precision. Upon witnessing Wu Tian's immediate cessation of action and learning of Ling Yue's origins, she promptly referred to him as brother, yet did not forget to emphasize the term husband, effortlessly transforming hostility into camaraderie while seizing the most advantageous position. Lingwei, hearing the term sister, could not help but smile, but she soon posed another question. Brother Tian, is this term husband perhaps misapplied? I have heard it is a term used by the eunuchs of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 14. The Spider Cave. Wu Tian, of course, could not divulge to the two women the evolution of the term husband. Thus, he deftly diverted the conversation towards other topics, such as his longing for Shu and Ling Yue's injuries. The Zhuagua spring not only aids in cultivation and enhances beauty, but also possesses certain healing properties. Perhaps it would be best for Yu to recuperate here for a few days, and then they could reassess the situation. Shu's sisterly advice rang true, and Yu graciously accepted it. Sensing the uniqueness of the Zhuagua spring, Ling Yu wasted no time and sat cross-legged to meditate. However, unexpectedly, a sound emanated from her stomach, revealing a twinge of hunger after a long afternoon-esque journey. It was not that she was genuinely famished, rather, she perceived a sense of urgency reflected in Wu Tian's gaze, prompting her to concoct an excuse for her brother. Oh dear. Yu cannot possibly continue fasting while injured. Husband, accompany me back to the cave to prepare some food for my sister. Perhaps it was the hassle or the discomfort of being damp, but as she spoke, the scant covering of her body vanished from sight. Fortunately, her hair cascaded over her shoulders, providing a modicum of concealment. Yet, this scene was undoubtedly inappropriate for Wu Tian to witness for long. Since Ling Yu had made her request, she took his hand and led him toward the spider cave. As they departed, Ling Yu gently caressed the water's surface, her smile blossoming ever brighter, and moments later, she entered into a meditative state. Shu, I noticed several forks along the way. Do you know where they lead? Wu Tian, feeling the warmth of her small hand, remained observant of their surroundings, particularly recalling the invisible barrier surrounding his Huanghua temple. Thus, he inquired. It was indeed curious, ever since his master had brought him to the spider cave. He had always wished to explore those forks while heading to the Zhuagua spring for bathing and practice. Yet, every time he attempted to venture forth, he found himself thwarted by an unseen force. Undoubtedly, Shu was referring to the air wall, and an idea took root in Wu Tian's mind. Let us investigate. Shu, of course, had no objections, and the two followed one of the paths. Before long, Shu'er came to a halt. This is it. She cautiously reached out to touch the air ahead, while turning to Wu Tian to explain. He said little in response, merely continuing onward. As anticipated. Although the sensation was faint, it was reminiscent of the feeling he experienced when exiting Huanghua Temple. Despite the absence of visible barriers, there was still an odd sensation lingering in the air. Husband Yu. Shu'er, perplexed by the circumstances, observed Wu Tian stepping through unhindered, her eyes widening in astonishment. Are there more forks ahead? Yes, there is another one. Let us explore that as well. They had just traversed an eastern path, and upon returning to the main route, they proceeded onward. Moments later, they encountered another small path leading westward, which they entered, only to confront the air wall once more. After verifying twice, they ceased to continue, and the two returned to the main road to proceed. Moments later, the path turned towards the stream, and upon crossing a small bridge, they arrived before a quaint village. Wu Tian glanced around and immediately recognized that they had reached the renowned scenic spot Pan-Si Cave. Indeed. After passing through a thatched cottage and a wooden fragrant pavilion, a cave entrance loomed before them. Upon entering through the stone door, Wu Tian was greeted by a stone table and stone stools, the scene before him strikingly reminiscent of descriptions from novels. As Wu Tian reminisced about the original text, Shu'er emitted a delicate hum, pulling him back to the present. He turned to behold the beauty beside him, who was gradually revealing a long, fair leg. My dear, shall we indulge in some fun? Wu Tian, unable to resist such a lure, donned a charming smile and bent down to scoop Shu'er into his arms, leading her deeper into the inner chamber. Perhaps it was due to his own monstrous nature, or perhaps his enhanced strength, but he found no trace of the cold, ominous wind spoken of by the Tang monk in the original tales. Instead, he was enveloped by the warm glow of red candles and the fragrant allure of flowers. A clear indication that this was a fairy's abode, a haven akin to a young maiden's boudoir. My dear, how about 5 companions today? As the technique of the little doppelganger was invoked, the flickering candlelight cast several indistinct shadows upon the stone walls. After a prolonged moment of fragrant incense filling the air, as subtle sounds reached his ears, Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes. Realizing that daylight had brightened outside the cave, Shu'er was in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for themselves and for Lingwei, who resided in the spring water. For my beloved. A sumptuous breakfast. Darling, you're awake. Just as she busied herself, a 4-legged lizard unexpectedly scuttled from the shadows. Upon seeing this, Shu'er swiftly shot out a strand of spider silk, ensnaring the creature with precision. However, just as she was about to take the next step, she noticed Wu Tian standing outside the kitchen. Since taking on human form, Wu Tian had always expected both himself and Shu'er to behave as humans, especially when it came to meals, which he preferred to be cooked. Nevertheless, Shu'er had to sneak in a few bites, treating them as snacks and engaging in playful antics. Shu'er, don't rush. I have something to discuss with you. With Wu Tian's sudden appearance, Shu'er had to redirect her efforts, tossing the captured lizard into a corner, mumbling, Consider yourself a relative of that little girl. I shall spare you this time. Shu'er, if you had to choose between me and Master, whom would you trust more? What kind of question is this? My dear, why do you speak so peculiarly? I mean, Master has already treated us poorly before. If, hypothetically, he were to betray us again or even endanger our lives, would you still trust him? Despite the teachings and the little doppelganger technique, I would not blame Master. But compared to you, of course, I would rather trust you, my dear. Why do you ask? This was the first occasion since the time loop began that they had arrived at Pan-Si Cave, and thus the first time he posed such a question. Yet, Shu'er answered without a moment's hesitation, her response leaving Wu Tian immensely satisfied. Although I remain unaware of his true identity, Shu'er, he teaches us spells with ulterior motives. The reasons for this cannot be divulged at present, so please trust your husband, all right? Ulterior motives? Of course, I trust my husband, and I am indifferent to his intentions. If it brings him joy, I shall call him Master. Should he harbor any malicious thoughts, I can merely return the skills he has imparted. Wu Tian pondered extensively about their actual master. Aside from ultimately orchestrating a surgical procedure for the two of them, that individual was genuinely commendable. However, particularly concerning the final words imparted, they effectively branded both himself and Shu'er as NPCs, not to mention the inescapable connection with the barriers of reality. Based on his prior discussions with the Great Sage, it was uncertain when the cycle would cease, and coupled with the Great Sage's hints, Wu Tian's mind was flooded with thoughts upon hearing Shu'er's response. Shush, remember this. From now on, apart from me, no words spoken by anyone else can be trusted. Bear in mind, I mean anyone. As his smile faded, Wu Tian firmly grasped Shua's shoulders, enunciating each word with gravity, which prompted Shua to adopt a more serious demeanor. My dear husband, why so serious? You've left Shua utterly bewildered. I promise you, all right? Very well, let your husband savor your culinary skills. Despite Shua's face adorned with an expression of uncertainty, Wu Tian swiftly redirected the conversation, playfully assisting in carrying an array of dishes to the stone table outside. Shua indeed excelled in her abilities, although she resided alone in the Pan-Sea cave. She had even sought the guidance of an elder to learn the art of preparing ordinary meals. Thus, this breakfast was a delightful feast, leaving a lingering taste of satisfaction. Delightful, invigorating. This is the essence of earthly flavors. Shua's cooking was exquisite. Now, let us pay a visit to the one in the spring. And perhaps she might indulge in some of Shua's delicacies as well. My husband, you remain fixated on one while harboring thoughts of another. Pray tell, does the Taoist temple host a few of her companions? Though her words were laced with humor, it remained unclear whether it was mere teasing or genuine jealousy. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Tian wisely elaborated on the entire sequence of events with clarity. Dear husband, are you all right? When such a charming figure presents themselves at your doorstep, how is it that you only think to invite them for drinks and discuss grand aspirations in the dead of night? Chapter 15. The misfortune of the true immortal. She was originally from the Nine Nether Peak, which, I've heard, is quite a distance from here. Given her pitiable circumstances, and seeing how my husband is so concerned for her, I suppose I can reluctantly accommodate her. However, let me make it clear that I have many companions, and thus, my needs are substantial. Shush, my dear, you truly understand. Slow down. What do you mean by substantial? Just how substantial? Suddenly, I sensed that Shua's emotional pH had plummeted below 7, prompting me to inquire hastily. Silly husband, haven't you heard tales? In stories, whenever a woman like this appears, she generally becomes yours. But I shall not concern myself with that. By virtue of my arrival, I am indeed substantial, and truth be told, my needs are indeed greater here. I should express my gratitude for this era, and more so for her identity as a demon. Initially, there was some hostility towards the unexpectedly arriving woman, yet now, I find myself empathizing with her plight, as the overt animosity has all but vanished. Is this acceptable? No. I mean, don't get me wrong, even I don't harbor such intentions. Sure, don't rush off. Here, take this, put it on before we proceed. As Shush prepared to leave, Wu Tian suddenly recalled something and, with a flourish, produced an item from his cloak. What is this? It bears some resemblance to my silk threads. Its texture is smooth and appears quite exquisite, but it seems rather fragile. A puzzled expression crossed Shua's face. Yet she accepted the peculiar object from Wu Tian's hands. As she examined the elongated black item, she inadvertently damaged it slightly and quickly turned to Wu Tian, whose face was alight with anticipation. Not to worry. This is even better. Wear it immediately. My Shua will undoubtedly look even more enchanting in this. Trust me. Even Ling Wei will envy your beauty when she sees you. With a chuckle, as Shu donned the long, dark garment, a sudden impulse overwhelmed Wu Tian, resulting in a comical eruption of laughter that escaped his nostrils. Wu Tian extended his mischievous hands, and what had once been a fine item was swiftly transformed into fragments, scattering invisibly across the bed. After a considerable passage of time, just as the sun began its ascent to the zenith, Wu Tian and Shush, carrying a bamboo basket, finally arrived at the Zhuangho Spring. Yet upon their arrival at the spring's edge, they were met with an astonishing sight. A sizable, egg-shaped mass of steam had mysteriously gathered upon the water's surface. While the Zhuangho Spring typically emitted steam due to its high temperature, the current concentration, swirling rapidly in a cohesive mass, was unprecedented, even for Shush, who had been cultivating here for half a year. Through the mist, the silhouette of Ling Wei could be discerned. Shui intended to call out, but Wu Tian restrained her, signaling her not to disturb. Wu Tian reached out to touch the water's surface, discovering that the previously steaming hot spring had cooled considerably. Upon closer inspection, it was merely warm, and observing the steam surrounding Ling Wei, it was evident that this was likely a chain reaction resulting from her healing process. From that day onward, for over 10 days, the mist surrounding Ling Wei continued to transform into a hovering gyroscope. As for Ling Wei herself, she had neither eaten nor drunk anything, her seated form remaining utterly motionless. Shua truly assumed the role of an elder sister, disregarding the fact that most of the spring's spiritual energy flowed toward Ling Wei, and not minding the significantly lower temperature of the water. She merely stood guard nearby, watching over her injured sister. Host, there is something I must mention, though I hesitate to do so. As Ling Yue's injuries gradually heal, once she is fully restored, one must seize the opportunity to devour her. This girl possesses extraordinary potential. Do not allow personal feelings to obstruct the pursuit of cultivation. Half a month passed, and one afternoon, as Shuer and Wu Tian arrived at the Zhuagu spring as usual, the mist that had encircled Ling Wei suddenly dispersed, leaving only her pale form floating upon the water's surface. Sensing the arrival of Wu Tian and Shush, Ling Wei, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, slowly opened them, a smile gracing her face as she joyfully announced an important revelation. My injuries are fully healed. You, how is it that you are? Shu's reaction was entirely natural. After all, whether one is a spirit, demon, or celestial being, sensitivity to cultivation levels is inherent, especially when one encounters a realm that surpasses their own. With Shu's astonishment, Wu Tian once again observed Ling Wei through the system. Name, Ling Wei element. Fire true form. Lizard bloodline. Unknown realm. Junior demon king cultivation. 3,700 years spells. Unknown treasure. Scaled tail binding whip overall. There was little distinction. The treasure was the whip Ling Wei had wielded from the beginning. However, the realm designation had shifted from prior descriptions to now reading Demon King Realm, which gave rise to two new queries. Sister Tongzi, are you there? Come out and clarify this for me. I suddenly realized that Ling Wei and I have comparable cultivation. Yet why is she at the Demon King Realm, while I am merely at the Great Demon Realm? Additionally, how could the spring water here heal her injuries? Do you not possess the capacity for thought regarding how injuries heal? As for realms, you should have undergone tribulation, the so-called heavenly thunder obliterating you. However, I suspect the cyclical nature of time has prevented this from occurring. But, suspect? Is this cycle not your doing? Originally engaged in a pleasant conversation with Sister Tongzi, Wu Tian sensed something amiss upon her remark, prompting an astonished inquiry. Fortunately, Shuer was lost in the shock of Ling Yue's transformation, merely gazing at herself in bewilderment. How foolish you are. Why do you fuss over trivialities? Perhaps the next moment, the thunder tribulation will arrive. In any case, this matter does not concern me, so I shall remain silent. Remember, a certain comedic artist once stated, there are always capable individuals above. Do you understand? Sister Tongzi's reaction was indeed rather excessive, leaving Wu Tian with an unsettling feeling of uncertainty. Noticing that repeated calls yielded no response, he turned his attention back to Shuer, then glanced at Ling Yue in the spring, only to realize that he had overlooked something significant. Ling Wei unexpectedly performed a completely unclad display. Fortunately, her waist-length hair cascaded forward just in time, averting the embarrassment of exposure. Of course, it also afforded Wu Tian a delightful view, as he stood there, transfixed for quite some time. Oh dear, it hurts. Perhaps due to the somewhat lewd expression on his face, Shuer, standing nearby, finally decided to intervene. With a decisive motion, her small hand struck his ear. Although it was her first time doing such a thing, she instinctively grasped the innate talent within her. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yue conjured a delicate veil with her magical powers, and the smile on her face transformed her from the fragile, pain-ridden beauty reminiscent of a delicate flower into a radiant little sprite. To her astonishment, the Wango spring had indeed healed the bone-chilling injuries within her. Sister Shua, I am deeply grateful for your kindness, she expressed. Noticing the glimmer of unease and anxiety in Shua's gaze, Ling Wei displayed a sense of maturity, addressing her as sister without regard for their respective realms. This immediately eased the beautiful little spider's worries. Bone-chilling ice. Then, dear sister, would you kindly elaborate on your previous ordeal? That night, when the raccoon spirit launched a surprise attack on our clan, I sought assistance from someone. This individual was exceptionally skilled yet ruthless, resulting in the deaths of many of my kin at his hands. The bone-chilling ice is a spell, and then, the spell can freeze limbs at best, or encase the entire body in ice at worst. The most alarming aspect is that this dark magic can even suppress one's cultivation level. I was struck by this spell at the onset of the attack. Had the elder not shielded me from a second blow, I would never have seen my brother again. As she recalled that night, images of countless clan members being turned into ice sculptures and then shattered flooded her mind. Particularly the elder who had saved her, first having his arms torn off, then his legs crushed, and ultimately, his head kicked away. Tears welled in her eyes as she choked back her sobs. Little Yue, though I am unfamiliar with the specifics of bone-chilling ice, the Zhuangho Spring is one of the 9 Yang springs. And surely the true fire of the sun is the nemesis of ice. Seeing Ling Yue's sorrow, Shuer hastily changed the subject. Upon hearing her words, Wu Tian recalled the descriptions of the Zhuanggo spring in the original text, yet the mystery of the bone-chilling ice remained. He continued to inquire, then, who was the one who wielded this bone-chilling ice? The scene was too chaotic for me to discern an exact name, but I vaguely remember the raccoon spirit referring to him as Rui Xian or something similar. Rui? Rui, may my heart's desires come true? Could it be that this Taoist was a woman, or is there some confusion? Elder brother, you jest. That person was undoubtedly male. Coincidentally, he was also a Taoist like my brother, of middle age, wielding a hand hook. A Taoist? A hook? Rui. Could it be Rui Zhenxian? It seems so. Yes, that was indeed the name. Could it be that brother recognizes him? Now it is Ling Yue's turn to feel anxious. After all, in the realm of demons, should the two real individuals happen to be relatives or friends, the outcome of the story might be quite similar. No. My dear Yu, do not be apprehensive. However, I have already discerned his identity. Curiously, he resides in the Western Liang Kingdom, does he not? Wu Tian was indeed correct. This Rui Zhenxian is undoubtedly a significant figure in the realm of Western Liang, serving as the only licensed gynecologist at the Women and Children's Health Hospital. Affectionately nicknamed Director Neo, the Great Water Ladle. Chapter 16, the 5 Immortal Array produced by the system to be precise. This true immortal is indeed an associate of Wu Tian. He is the head of the gathering immortal abode and simultaneously oversees the falling fetus spring. In the original tale, after Tang Sung and his disciples imbibed the waters of the mother river and became pregnant, it was the waters of the falling fetus spring that alleviated the discomfort from the iron rod. Wu Tian, feeling helpless, steadied himself and turned to Ling Yu, earnestly inquiring, I assure you, that individual resides in the Western Liang Women's Kingdom, and there are indeed real estate holdings, thus he cannot have escaped far. Now that we are aware of his whereabouts, what do you intend to do, Yue? Acknowledging the location of the enemy and that his injuries had healed, he could no longer set this aside. Once he avenged the annihilation of his clan, he would undoubtedly return to express his gratitude to the two. As he spoke, Ling Yu's form had already transformed, appearing ready to depart. Hurry and stop her. I just stepped away for a moment, and now there is internal strife? What are you discussing? Just as the conversation seemed on the verge of collapse, the voice of Sister Tongzi echoed in his mind, prompting him to swiftly clarify the situation. Actually, the host need not explain. I have already checked the chat records. However, since the host is reluctant to devour the lizard spirit, perhaps this fairy can be indulged? It seemed Sister Tongzi possessed a modicum of human sentiment, as she could discern that Wu Tian was indeed unwilling to consume Ling Yu. Consequently, she issued a task that Wu Tian would likely accept. Please assist the lizard spirit Ling Yu in traveling to the Western Liang Women's Kingdom to slay the Rui True Immortal. Task rewards include 100,000 fortune points and a millennium of cultivation. Noticing that Ling Yu was about to leave, she urged Wu Tian to recover from his confusion swiftly. What? That fellow is the brother of the Bull Demon King. Do you truly believe I am invincible? My dear, fortune favors the bold. If you do not seize the opportunity to enhance your strength, will you not ultimately be tormented by the blue demoness? So why not take a gamble for a brighter future? That sounds simplistic. What if I am killed by the true immortal? Would you not feel sorrow? Foolish one. For you, the worst outcome would be that. As for me, if you perish in battle, I would indeed grieve for a long time. Yet if you succumb in fear, I could always create a new character. By the way, do you think you have never died before? Sister Tongzi was indeed adept at providing comfort. With just a few words, she clarified the gains and losses. Wu Tian was not dim-witted. Having heard her mention creating a new character, he realized he might not have the chance to play again. Thus, he steadied his mind and began contemplating how to proceed with the next steps. Wait, Yue, do you know the geographical orientation of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom? Observing Ling Yu poised to leave, Wu Tian quickly grasped her, noticing her look of confusion, and posed a crucial question. I am unaware. It was evident she had pondered diligently for a moment, yet the outcome was regrettable. Do you at least know the way to that women's kingdom? Also, unknown. This time, the contemplation was much briefer, yet the answers were astonishingly consistent. Even if they could reach the Western Liang Women's Kingdom smoothly, Wu Tian pressed on. Sister Yu, do you know someone called the Pingtian Great Sage? Unbeknownst to many, the Bull Demon King stands as a paragon of the demon race, a veritable embodiment of strength and an idol to countless young demons. It was unexpected for Shua to buzz in with an answer, yet this further highlighted the Bull Demon King's extraordinary popularity within the demon realm. Darling, why do you suddenly mention him? Could it be He is the father of the Bull Demon King? A chuckle escaped Wu Tian, reminiscent of a pig's squeal. As he realized his guess was not entirely off, albeit with a slight deviation, the Rui true immortal is, in fact, the younger brother of the illustrious Bull Demon King. Ah, ah. According to common logic, with such an impressive elder brother, it stands to reason that the younger sibling would not be lacking either. Thus, both women simultaneously uttered the same word. The Shuo expressed surprise while Lingwei felt overwhelming disappointment. Did Lingwei then experience a sense of hopelessness regarding vengeance? Her smile while uttering such words was indeed irksome, leading her to desire silence at this juncture. Is it true that the younger sister feels her mind in disarray and her heart vexed? A sense of helplessness? Yet, Wu Tian feigned ignorance, persistently provoking annoyance. Darling, please cease your chatter. Look at how agitated your sister has become. If you cannot speak wisely, you should refrain from speaking at all, lest your sister craftily sew your mouth shut. Despite Shua continuing to speak on behalf of Lingwei, Wu Tian maintained a smile directed at the main subject. Surprisingly, though initially irritated, Lingyue's expression gradually grew more composed. Lingwei believed the Taoist's words to be credible and requested guidance. Should she survive her quest for vengeance, she would return to express her gratitude to the Taoist and her sister Shua. Transitioning from addressing him as brother to Taoist, her tone, though polite, lacked its previous vivacity, likely reverting their relationship to that of strangers. Silly girl, why the urgency? Had I not feared you might flee, would I have spoken thus? Wu Chengyan, the esteemed mentor of the cultivation world, once imparted that any powerful individual is unlikely to be formidable outside their bloodline. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, the two women once again wore expressions of bewilderment. Although they had never heard Wu Tian mention this professor's name, it seemed he was indeed formidable, compelling them to listen as he continued his boast. Trust me, while he may not be entirely a charlatan, possessing some degree of power when compared to his brother, he likely only reaches a fraction of that prowess. Though Wu Tian's words were largely nonsensical, they at least instilled in Lingwei a glimmer of hope that perhaps she could contend with him, prompting her to eagerly inquire further. Well, I apologize, but regardless of the extent, it is likely that you alone cannot withstand him. Maintaining his smile, this statement fell upon Lingwei like a deluge of icy water. Yet before she could react, Shua interjected, "What about the three of us? Let us face that, pull together." It was now Wu Tian and Ling Yu's turn to be speechless, particularly Wu Tian, in comparison to seeking a maid for himself. This was the first time he experienced the remarkable generosity of Shu'er. He could only silently observe her. I am aware of my husband's fondness for his younger sister. If she remains oblivious, it would indeed be inconsiderate. Since I am the elder, I should naturally support my own sister. Shu'er, it would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling. Do not forget that we are unlikely to venture beyond this 10-mile radius. Thus, I shall accompany Lingyu, dear. Since I cannot leave, it stands to reason that my husband should also not be able to exit the temple. Is it merely to inform me, only to abandon the elder and seek companionship with the newcomer? Seeing Shu'er smilingly pose this question was undeniably not an inquiry directed at herself. However, the clarity of logic and precision of argument astonished Wu Tian. Regrettably, Lingyu held a differing perspective. Sister Shu'er, although I address you as sister, you must surely recognize that not only is my cultivation superior, but even my realm surpasses both yours and Brother Tian's. As Lingyu spoke, she seemed to have realized something, yet upon glancing at Wu Tian, she appeared utterly bewildered, her essence seemingly detached, as if she had disregarded the implications of her words. At the very moment when Shu'er and Lingyu were reveling in their accurate assessments, the voice of Tong Zijie echoed once more in Wu Tian's mind. Congratulations, host. With the return of the spider-lizard duo, the conditions for the basic formation of the 5 immortal array have been met. What? A surprise? Initially caught off guard by Tong Zijie's voice while contemplating how to deal with Shu'er, Wu Tian's heart leapt with joy, and he eagerly inquired, "What exactly is the 5 immortal array? It sounds impressive, but is it akin to my golden light array, based on the poison of 5 individuals? It coalesces the power of the 5 elements, transforming the heavens into a blade and the earth into an anvil. With the 5 elements as support and poison as the foundation, once this array is formed, although it may not necessarily slay gods or defeat Buddhas, its combat effectiveness can be significantly enhanced." What? How does that work? Under full assembly, it can elevate one's realm by at least 1 major level. Currently, with only 3 individuals, even if it cannot add an entire layer, it will still provide some augmentation. Additionally, It can enhance strength to the point of turning skin to bronze and heads to iron. I'm not exaggerating. Even a mere act can apply a debuff to the opponent. Please refrain from discussing realms and such. Let us converse in a manner that is comprehensible. All right. To put it simply, you cannot suffer losses from learning and cannot be deceived from practice. And dear, have you not heard the saying that all system products are of excellent quality? Of course, if you find it troublesome, you may opt out. Just utter the phrase immediately, and I shall spare myself the effort. Since Tongzi Jia had expressed it thus, it was crucial to note that while speaking, the nine-headed little black snake in his mind incessantly threw disdainful glances with its sole crimson head, proudly shaking its head and wagging its tail. We are currently a trio of 2 women and 1 husband. I possess a set of formations that are simple to learn yet remarkably potent. While I cannot guarantee that mastery will lead to effortless triumphs, it will certainly enhance our chances of victory significantly. Thus, Chapter 17. Return to the familiar ground name, Shuj Element, Water True Form, Spider Bloodline, Unknown Realm, High Stage of Great Demon Realm Cultivation, 2,300 Year Spells, Minor Clone Technique. Great Perfection Treasures. None in comparison to Wu Tian and Ling Yu, Shuer's cultivation level appears considerably lower. However, Wu Tian is acutely aware that in the world of Journey to the West, actual combat prowess cannot be solely determined by cultivation level. It must be evaluated in conjunction with spells, treasures, and formations such as the 5 Immortals formation. For instance, the monkey, who had only trained under Patriarch Bodhi for a mere 10 years, showcases this principle. Similarly, various treasures, regardless of their rank, can indeed surpass years of arduous cultivation. Fortunately, the transmission of the 5 Immortals formation is remarkably simple. Once the 3 assumed a triangular meditative posture, Wu Tian feigned the exertion of energy. Moments later, 2 small orbs of red and blue light emerged from the top of his head, drifting towards the foreheads of the 2 women, completing their integration in an instant. In Ling Yu's words, it felt akin to a jolt, yet Shuer's face flushed with a rosy hue, suggesting her mind wandered to inappropriate thoughts. However, as the technique activated, it seemed to create a bond akin to a heartstring, continuously transmitting exhilaration among them. Combining Sister Tongzi's explanation of the 5 Immortals formation with the elemental attributes of Shuer, Ling Yu, and himself, the astute Wu Tian arrived at a conclusion strikingly close to the truth. Although the original text did not delve deeply into this aspect, it was evident that with the assembled elements of gold, water, and fire, the 5 Immortals formation likely remained a traditional mechanism for gathering individuals with compatible attributes. Yet, after a single experiment, Wu Tian found himself at a loss for words. The most tangible outcome would be the elevation of realms. However, he faced disheartening circumstances, as he was already at the great perfection of the Great Demon Realm and thus received no enhancement. In contrast, Shuo advanced from a high stage to great perfection, while Ling Yu ascended to the high stage of Demon King, both wearing expressions of uncontainable joy. Had they not retained a sliver of rationality, it would not have been unlikely for them to devour Wu Tian in celebration. Regrettably, even with Shuer activating the minor clone technique, the 5 Immortals formation only recognized the trio scale, preventing them from witnessing the full power of the formation in its complete state. Nevertheless, the effect of their assembled formation was already astonishing. Next, they addressed Shuer's barrier issue. After consumption, she would be able to traverse the invisible obstacle freely. Just like her husband, the existence of the time loop discouraged Wu Tian from withholding information from Ling Yu, and Shuer did not pose further inquiries. Upon receiving the clay ball, she consumed it like a candy, testing its efficacy. After confirming its effectiveness, Wu Tian prevented Ling Yu from attempting to capture a few mountain demons for transportation and once again demonstrated his remarkable abilities. As a highly coveted initiation into the realm of cultivation, sword flying, possessing a sword capable of flight is of utmost importance. Furthermore, it is preferable that this sword can soar considerable distances. Thus, Wu Tian felt immense relief upon discovering that the system shop indeed offered such a remarkable item. B64 naturally aspirated with a 0 to 100 acceleration of 2. 4. Regardless of whether it's a Lamborghini or a Bugatti, the moment you catch a whiff of exhaust, you can deem it victorious. With a hearty meal, Cuckoo can cover over 200 kilometers, and it even comes with a complimentary Ferrari red tassel. The full price, a mere 2,000 luck points, allows you to easily bring it home. Though lacking concrete evidence, Wu Tian harbored serious suspicions that Sister Tongzi must have been a car salesperson in a previous life. particularly of the type who only sees you as a potential top seller during your visit to the dealership. Consequently, he expended a total of 6,000 luck points to acquire 3 swords. It took over 2 hours for the trio to barely grasp the intricacies of this high-tech marvel while hovering above the Zhuangho Spring. At last, with the assistance of the System S navigation, they were set to embark on their inaugural expedition since their arrival in this world. Destined for the alluring Shambhala, home of the Western Liang Women's Kingdom. However, it was supposed to be a journey westward, yet merely 10 miles into their flight. Sister Tongzi's voice echoed in Wu Tian's mind, compelling him to heed her counsel. By the way, is it truly courageous of the host to hastily escort 2 maidens to their doom? I applaud you for earning 2 heads if you manage to claim one. But dear, that's the Western Liang Women's Kingdom we're discussing. So, from where does your audacity stem? What do you mean, Sister Tongzi? Was it you who urged me to visit the Women's Kingdom? Why the sudden intimidation? Brother, are you aware of your own capabilities? Think carefully about the nature of the adversaries you are likely to encounter in the Women's Kingdom. At this point, Wu Tian ceased his advancement, prompting the 2 maidens to engage their handbrakes, gazing at the lone man with bewildered expressions. The really true immortal may not best the Monkey King. Yet if he can survive a duel with him, he must possess some prowess, especially since the scorpion can inflict pain upon the Dathagata, indicating at least a Demon King level. Sister Tongzi, why not we practice our sword flying and return to enjoy the hot springs instead? Even the raccoon spirit knows to seek assistance for revenge. While you may lack allies, is it not possible to borrow a weapon? Are you suggesting, brother? Are we merely pausing to admire the scenery here? Or are we waiting to be observed by the monsters lurking beneath us? The question was posed by Lingwei. And her observation rang true. Numerous little demons and creatures, akin to spectators of an alien, pointed and whispered amongst themselves, creating quite the commotion. Nothing much. I just suddenly recalled an old acquaintance to the north. Since we're passing by, why not pay a visit? Flying anywhere is feasible. And wouldn't it be better to gather some allies? Although I'm unsure what other acquaintances my husband may have. Sure, astute as ever, understood Wu Tian remarkably well. Lingwei, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and nodded in affirmation of her sister's insight. Consequently, she followed Wu Tian, adjusting their course by 90 degrees, shifting from westward to northward, and they continued their swift journey onward. In the span of just a few moments, as the descent slowed, the 3 individuals arrived in another realm of ethereal beauty. However, Wu Tian instructed the 2 women to wait for him once more. Casually tossing aside some soda, sunflower seeds, and peanuts, he prepared to continue his journey on his sword. My dear, it matters little that you leave us here, but at the very least, do enlighten us about this place and your destination, one of the women implored. This is the territory of Ziyun Mountain. I am bound for a hidden location within the mountain. Although it poses no danger, it is not suitable for your presence, so remain here and await my return. He assured them. Ziyun Mountain. Why does that sound so familiar? Shu'er murmured, but Wu Tian had already departed on his sword. After navigating the undulating peaks and winding paths, he soon arrived at a vast cave entrance. It seems that without my presence, the old lady truly lacks a guardian. This was indeed the Qianhua Cave, where Wu Tian had labored and fought for over a century. However, the marks he had etched into the drumstone at the cave's mouth during his last rotation had quietly vanished. He first attended to his designated restroom, ensuring it bore his scent, before whistling and stepping into the cave. As a sanctuary befitting a deity of the caliber of Pylon Pa, it was certainly not a dark and foreboding dwelling of demons and monsters. On the contrary, it resembled the fabled peach blossom spring. Upon entering, he walked several paces before the surroundings opened up before him. Although there were no visible paths, a gentle stream flowed beneath a nearby stone bridge, and an expanse of exotic grasses and peculiar flowers lay before him. Strangely, however, there was no sign of Pylon Pa in the largest thatched cottage at the heart of this paradise. Upon closer inspection, he realized that within a radius of 1,000 meters, not even a hint of his nemesis's presence could be detected. Looking again at the cottage, he found himself facing Pylon Pa's main seat, recalling past visits when the old hag would gaze down at him with scornful eyes. He was suddenly seized by a mischievous impulse and stealthily approached. But, you little pest have grown increasingly audacious, daring to intrude upon my Qianhua Cave. Do you aspire to become its master? Just as he was about to ascend the throne, Pylon Pa's terrifying voice echoed from behind him. Instantly banishing Wu Tian's momentary bravado, he swiftly executed a 180-degree turn and bowed deeply. Grandmother, I come with the most legitimate reason to seek your counsel. As one of the few capable of distinctly sensing the cyclical nature of time, Pai Lanpa felt a peculiar intrigue. After all, she believed there was no possibility for Wu Tian to have left Huanghua Temple. Yet, since he had arrived here, it indicated the presence of some unknown factor at play. Thus, after delivering her authoritative remarks, she did not display genuine anger, merely kicking the hindering pest aside before taking her seat upon her throne. Since you are so brazen, speak. What brings you here? Compassionate Bodhisattva, the centipede has risked its life to come, solely for your 18-centimeter treasure. To Wu Tian's astonishment, Pai Lanpa readily acquiesced to his request, though she emphasized that what she lent him was merely a failed product from her attempts at crafting exquisite embroidery needles. Nonetheless, Wu Tian was immensely pleased, humming a cheerful tune even as he departed. Master, that fellow actually ventured out of Huanghua Temple to seek me. Once Wu Tian had left, Pai Lanpa entered her inner chamber, lit 3 incense sticks, and began to chant softly before a blank scroll hanging on the wall. Oh, besides you, does he possess other variables? You should go and investigate. To her surprise, the blank scroll emitted a voice, and as the voice resonated, a faint silhouette gradually became discernible within the scroll, though it remained too nebulous to identify clearly. Understood. Pai Lanpa responded with utmost reverence, then bowed slightly, placing the incense into the burner before retreating 3 steps and vanishing from sight. Chapter 18. The Gathering of a Mortal's Temple as dusk approached amidst the ominous gathering storm. The gathering of a mortal's temple on Sheiyang Mountain was shrouded in an eerie purple mist. The women of the realm referred to this Taoist temple as the pavilion of the child-sending immortal, perhaps due to the countless souls it had sent forth, resulting in a persistent and overwhelming stench that lingered within its confines. As twilight descended, 2 bull-headed Taoist priests lit lanterns on either side of the temple's entrance. These lanterns, however, were of a rather peculiar design, resembling hollowed-out human skulls. Even more unsettling was the ghostly green flame that flickered within the skulls, dancing rhythmically from a distance. It evoked an unsettling sense of invitation, capable of luring unsuspecting souls into its embrace. This was the well-known ironclad rule among the women of the realm. Those who had lost their unborn must remember to visit only by day, never daring to approach after sunset. Surely, you jest. Haven't you heard the tales of quietly entering the village, only to meet a grim fate? Upon arriving at the temple, Wu Tian's first instinct was to charge through the main entrance with the 2 young ladies. Fortunately, Sister Tengzi reacted swiftly and managed to thwart this reckless impulse. If we don't go in directly, what do you suggest we do, Sister Tengzi? I am not your sister. You are the elder brother, a foolish brother at that. Do you not have a capable scout beside you? Let Lingwei venture ahead to reconnoiter, Sister Tengzi advised Wu Tian, reminding him that she had already indicated her proficiency in matters of stealth. With an air of calculated confidence, he directed Lingwei toward the task that suited her abilities. Meanwhile, he and Shuo positioned themselves at a distance beneath an ancient pine tree outside the temple, casually chewing sunflower seeds while anxiously awaiting news from Lingwei. Husband. This place feels strangely unsettling. Shuo's vertical pupils had narrowed to mere slits in the shadows. While it was said that bovine demons thrived in yang energy here, she pointed to the frost flowers on the pine needles. Quite chilling indeed. It was undeniably peculiar, although a slight chill in early spring was not unusual. The current atmosphere felt distinctly abnormal. Before long, after the lanterns were hung, the young acolytes returned inside the temple, just as the main door was closing. A shadow stealthily emerged from the wall. The area was small, with 2 bovine guards stationed at the entrance, the same ones who had just hung the lanterns. Inside the main hall, a group of lesser demons was engaged in reciting scriptures, while the backyard held an air of mystery. Ling Yue's voice quietly broke the stillness between the 2. In the backyard, there is a well, beside which stands a stone inscribed with the words light and healthy. Banish your troubles. There lies a drunken soul napping nearby. He appears formidable, so I did not investigate further. Light and healthy. Banish your troubles? And what of that old rascal Rui? I sense no trace of his presence. It seems he is not at the gathering of a mortal's temple. Brother Tian, how should we proceed? Not here? The well in the backyard must be the fountain of miscarriage. If the elder is absent, let us inquire with a lesser spirit first. Before Wu Tian could respond, Shuer hastily made her assessment. Her right hand splayed open as a spherical web spun continuously in her palm. A sound strategy. As I was about to casually suggest that I venture ahead to scout the path, the voice of my system, Sister Tengzi, suddenly resonated in my mind. Host, what if these 2 are merely ornamental? It would be fine for them to handle minor issues on their own. But if one hopes for them to perform better against formidable foes, This little spider truly requires diligent training. The system's words rang true, prompting Wu Tian to halt his actions. However, he did not immediately glance at anyone. Instead, he lowered his gaze to the small ants on the ground, fervently seeking a mate, signifying his contemplation of the situation at hand. My dear, it's merely a few chunks of beef. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills for you and your sister. At this critical juncture, Shu'er called out to the man poised to launch. Leave it to me. I excel at handling such invigorating ingredients. Without waiting for Wu Tian's response, she transformed her attire into a coarse garment, taking care to make her belly appear slightly larger, and gradually made her way toward the entrance of the gathering Immortals Monastery. Shu'er was not mistaken. The lanterns hung by the Taoist priests indeed bore the heads of young maidens, imbued with an eerie charm, perhaps sensing an approaching presence. The cheerful, ghostly flames within the heads promptly divided into two, transforming into eyes that fixated intently on the newcomer. Drink from the spring, offer a child. Be light of body, and pure of belly. Drink from the spring, offer a child. Be light of body, and pure of belly. As Shu'er approached the grand entrance, a lively nursery rhyme emanated from the lanterns. The melody, regardless of its aesthetic quality, rendered Shu'er momentarily dazed, undoubtedly possessing an enchanting effect. Regaining her composure, Shu'er quickly formulated a plan. She staggered forward, resembling a tipsy individual, and took a few unsteady steps until she stood outside the doors. After a few gentle knocks, the doors creaked open, revealing the pair of cow demon Taoists who emerged slowly. Little beauty, have you come to seek spring water? They scrutinized her from head to toe, lingering upon Shu'er's faint protruding belly before muttering in a low tone, as if this encounter had transpired countless times before. Paying no heed to the pair of grotesque figures before her, Shu'er merely nodded in acknowledgement, though the cow demons appeared distinctly displeased. What of the floral tribute and wine? In the original text, it was customary to present offerings when requesting the essence of childbirth, yet Shu'er, having never perused the original work, was oblivious to the particulars of such tributes, remaining silent. Quickly return and prepare the offerings, only then shall I relay your request. Otherwise, should you agree to accompany my two brothers for half a month following your descent, then, my dear lady, please make your choice. What if I refuse? Refuse. The other cow demon sneered. Then you might find yourself reduced to a mere head, serving as one of the lanterns at this door. As the words fell, the two cow demons exchanged glances, and their steel forks lunged forward in a deadly thrust. Seeking death, Shu'er remained as cold as ice. Yet, with the pronouncement made, the fate of the cow demons was sealed. A slight smirk graced her lips as her fingertip subtly lifted. With a swift motion, a silvery thread shot forth like lightning, piercing the brow of the bull demon on the left. As the thread penetrated the skull, it emerged from the back of the head, creating an entrance as delicate as a needle's tip, yet the exit was as large as a fist. It seemed that the creature sensed the skin of its scalp flying off, for it stared wide-eyed at Shu'er. But alas, by this point, it could not even muster a cry, bewildered by the encounter with such a formidable opponent, its body crashing to the ground. Oh dear. The bull demon on the right had remained silent, carefully observing Shu'er's movements from the shadows, yet it too was unprepared for the fierceness of its adversary. Upon witnessing its companion's grim fate, its pupils constricted, and before it could turn to flee after uttering a gasp of astonishment, a second thread had already wrapped around its neck several times. As a foul-smelling liquid began to trickle down its legs, Shu'er surprisingly smiled, a gesture that likely misled the bull demon. Why are you so pleased, little calf? To its astonishment, the bull demon had managed to contort its face into a smile more grotesque than weeping. Observing this, Shu'er expressed her confusion aloud, and the demon, hearing her question, pondered how to respond, when suddenly its neck began to shift ominously. Crack! With a slight exertion, Shu'er tightened the thread, effortlessly snapping the unfortunate bull's neck. As the fresh head tumbled to the ground, the previously heavy and overcast sky began to drizzle, mingling the blood gushing from the severed neck with the rainwater, turning a substantial patch of earth crimson in mere moments. Who dares to intrude upon the gathering of immortals and harm my disciple? Before the body had even collapsed, an indignant roar echoed from within the sanctuary. A gust of chilling wind, laced with a foul odor, swept toward Shu'er, causing her hair to stand on end, and instinctively, she leapt back 3 paces. Crack! A bolt of purple lightning struck the very spot where Shu'er had stood, creating a deep pit over a yard wide. And amidst the rising debris and dust, flashes of verdant electricity danced about. Infinite Celestial Lord. Chapter 19. Fight. Shu'er Wuliang Tianzuan. Little girl, your strikes are rather ruthless. Aren't they? A cold voice echoed through the swirling dust, and as the particles settled, a middle-aged Taoist priest gradually emerged. Clad in a robe adorned with the 8 trigrams, he supported a bronze compass in his left hand, his feet executing the 7 stars step. At first glance, he appeared ethereal and otherworldly, yet the pupils within his eye sockets resembled those of a cold-blooded creature. Additionally, faint green scales could be discerned around his neck. Shu'er's demonic eyes narrowed instinctively, her intuition warning her that this Taoist was significantly more formidable than the bull demon she had just vanquished. No. Let me face him alone. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Lingyue preparing to assist her, but Shu'er quickly interjected. Previously, Shu'er had recognized the disparity in strength between herself, Wu Tian, and particularly Lingyue. To bridge the gap, engaging in actual combat, especially one that was evenly matched, was evidently a commendable avenue for her personal growth. Encourage her. As their man, it is your duty, Sister Tongzi remarked, observing Wu Tian standing there foolishly. Realizing the importance of mental fortitude, Wu Tian hastily called out, "Be careful. The difference in strength between you and this Taoist far exceeds that of your appearances. Exercise caution, and you will prevail." Wu Tian understood Shuo's intent. From the System S information, he could ascertain that the Taoist cultivation was roughly on par with Shuo's. However, with both him and Lingyue present, he decided to heed her wishes. Appearance? How audacious. Are you here to brawl or to partake in a beauty contest? Nevertheless, the Taoist seemed quite confident in himself and, having a moment of levity, suggested they discuss the matter of compensation. All right then, you state your price first. Although Wu Tian was aware that the Taoist was not the Rui Jinxian, he found that negotiations could involve more than mere violence, and thus he took the bait. The 2 gatekeeper bulls consumed over 200 years of my effort. Today, in good spirits, I won't demand 720,000 nor 366,000. A discount for the young lady. Let us settle on 188,000. Isn't that a fair price? Are they your 2 uncles? That price is too low. I must supplement it. What do you say? The Taoist's unexpected words caught Shu'er off guard, prompting her, usually composed, to jest. Such a noisy girl, fire crow, burn the heavens, swift. Remarkably, her words caused the Taoist's expression to shift through several hues. With a flick of his right sleeve, a talisman manifested atop the compass in his left hand. As he muttered incantations, his right hand formed seals, and after a moment, he puffed his cheeks and blew forcefully. The talisman took flight, igniting in midair, transforming into 7 golden flame crows that screeched as they lunged towards Shu'er. Upon witnessing this, Shu'er swiftly flicked her 10 fingers, sending 10 strands of venomous spider silk shooting forth like silver needles toward the fire crows. Puff, puff, puff. 3 of the fire crows were immediately pierced by the silk, exploding into fiery orbs. The Taoist, undeterred, continued to manipulate the remaining 4, which suddenly dispersed and charged at Shu'er from 4 different angles at full speed. Bind. Shu'er remained unfazed, issuing the command as she spun and flicked her sleeves. The 10 strands of spider silk returned to her side, encircling her as they began to rotate with increasing velocity. The Taoist, undeterred by the circumstances, commanded the 4 fiery crows to crash violently into the spider web. With a continuous crackling sound, the crows transformed into flames, scorching the whirling silk threads. However, moments later, as the threads continued to spin, the flames diminished, ultimately failing to breach Shu'er's defenses. The young girl possessed some skill, but let me demonstrate my second talisman, the Earthbound Spirit Lock, Bind. As another talisman appeared on the compass, the Taoist issued his command. Unlike the first talisman that ignited spontaneously, this one drifted down gently, vanishing the instant it touched the ground. Thunder rumbled. Just as Shu'er awaited her opponent's next move, the ground beneath her shifted unexpectedly. 5 bronze chains suddenly erupted from the earth, adorned with various inscriptions, resembling 5 enormous serpents poised to ensnare her. Yet Shu'er was undaunted. With a deft leap, she evaded the initial wave of chains. Once she regained her stance, she began to chant softly, causing 10 strands of spider silk to intertwine, thickening to match the chain's girth under the influence of her magical power. Thus began a contest of sorcery between the 5 pairs of azure and white serpents. As beads of sweat transformed into wisps of steam on the foreheads of both Shu'er and the Taoist, some spider silk was drawn halfway into the ground, while portions of the chains were pulled from the earth, rendering it impossible to determine whose magic was superior. Taoist, can you guess what I intend to do now? While the Taoist appeared increasingly distressed, Shua was in a relatively better state, even daring to tease him. Just as the Taoist contemplated a retort, Shua swiftly formed intricate hand seals, her navel glowing faintly green. Just as the Taoist regarded her with suspicion, a cascade of green erupted from her navel, resembling crystalline raindrops that fell precisely upon the intertwined azure and white serpents. Not good, you're cheating. The Taoist finally grasped the situation. He observed the moment these green droplets touched his bronze chains. They swiftly corroded, becoming mottled with green rust. Bang, bang, bang. Within a heartbeat, 3 out of 5 chains snapped, causing the Taoist's body to sway violently, clearly suffering from significant internal injury. Such skill from a mere girl. You've managed to injure me. It seems I should not have let you deceive me. PFF. Another talisman appeared on the bronze compass. But this time the Taoist seemingly invested his very essence into it. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the talisman, which absorbed it like a sponge, greedily consuming every drop. Once satiated, the talisman erupted into a storm of purple mist, which began to envelop both Shua and the Taoist. As the mist obscured them entirely, Shua felt as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing in anguish within the haze. Regaining her composure, she soon realized she had fallen into an illusion. Seeing as you and my husband are of the same kind, I might have spared you, but it appears you cannot be allowed to leave. In the realm of illusion, Shua remained unperturbed, fully aware that her adversary likely anticipated a surprise attack. With her eyes shut, she radiated her consciousness, meticulously probing her surroundings. The Taoist concealed in the shadows was taken aback. After all, his purple mist illusion was his most formidable technique. Yet, to his astonishment, it appeared that his opponent had sustained no harm whatsoever. Clearly, he had encountered a most formidable adversary. Thus, the Taoist resorted to his final stratagem. He retrieved 2 puppets from his robe and began to chant incantations, transforming the puppets into 2 identical replicas of himself. Perish, he exclaimed, perhaps sensing a flaw in his approach or eager to reclaim his dignity after consecutive failures. He lost patience within the span of a single incense stick and became the first to strike. This was a decisive assault. 3 Taoists, wielding longswords, simultaneously lunged at the still closed-eyed Shua, who remained focused on locating her foe. Regrettably, the Taoists were entirely unaware that Shua possessed a spell far superior to their puppets. They were, without a doubt, overstepping their bounds. Moreover, in the context of illusions, Wu Tian's 9-fold golden light array was merely an atmospheric embellishment. Although Shua herself did not recall, she had indeed undergone countless training sessions within the golden light array. Shua, this person's techniques bear some resemblance to your little clone technique. Exercise caution. Chapter 20. A more exhilarating encounter unleashing a trick of the trade. Let me see what you're made of, little doppelganger technique. Shua, who was already composed, focused intently on her formidable adversary, bolstered by Wu Tian's reminder. To her surprise, the opponent's method bore a striking resemblance to her own skills, igniting a flicker of anticipation for the impending duel. As soon as the words left her lips, 6 figures materialized beside Shua. With a surge of intent, these 6 manifestations sprang forth, each wielding a water-splitting Amade dart, pairing off against 3 of the opponent's avatars. This isn't fair. I can only summon 2. Yet you conjure 6. I never expected such cunning from a beautiful girl like you. The Taoist felt a twinge of frustration. In essence, Shua's doppelganger technique surpassed his marionette art. He had reached his limit with just 2, only to face an adversary capable of multiplying herself 6-fold. For Shua, 3 avatars would have sufficed, but Wu Tian's counsel prompted her to reconsider, thus earning her the title of Old Six from the Taoist, albeit unjustly. The Taoist might possess exceptional swordsmanship, yet he found no opportunity to showcase it. In an instant, the 2 avatars he had summoned were dismantled into 8 pieces by the 3 Shuers that appeared beside them. However, the Taoist's true form exhibited commendable strength, managing to fend off 2 of Shu's avatars. Yet, he was visibly strained, gasping for breath, indicating that this maneuver had taken a significant toll on him. Such a fierce girl, no wonder I must be ruthless. Purple Mist Dragon. All forms return to 1. Oh no, Shua, be careful. The opponent is about to unleash a powerful attack. This display was a likely harbinger of a grand move. Sensing the danger, Wu Tian urgently called out to Shua. Yet, as his warning echoed, an unusual phenomenon unfolded on the battlefield. Upon the invocation of return to 1, the Taoist transformed into a vacuum, drawing the dense purple mist swirling around him. Strangely, upon contact with his body, the mist vanished as if absorbed. With the mist entirely consumed, The Taoist swung his longsword with ferocity. Boom. The mist that had entered his body erupted forth once again, coalescing into a fearsome purple mist dragon that roared and lunged at Shu. Come at me. Shu's pupils constricted, but instead of retreating, she advanced. Her fingers flicked rapidly, unleashing threads like torrential rain, each striking true at the dragon's vulnerable spots. Break for me. Boom. As Shu had proclaimed. The ostensibly formidable mist dragon disintegrated upon being struck by her threads, its previous grandeur utterly vanquished. Shu, be cautious. At that moment, Wu Tian's voice rang out sharply. After the purple mist dragon shattered, it reverted to a cloud of purple mist, obscuring visibility and leaving Shu unable to discern anything even half a meter away. Wu Tian, suspecting treachery, immediately voiced his concern. Upon hearing this, Shu did not hesitate. As her line of sight was obstructed, she immediately extended her consciousness, and, sensing something amiss behind her, swiftly turned around to behold a long sword thrusting towards her, accompanied by the grotesque visage of a Taoist sporting a sinister grin. However, at what seemed to be the pivotal moment of his success, the Taoist evidently overlooked something crucial. At the instant the blade was about to graze her skin, the 6 needles in Shu's grasp deftly intercepted the sword, not only safeguarding her true form but also ensnaring the opponent's weapon. Yet, in this critical moment, the Taoist remained unfazed. Instead of retreating or relinquishing his sword, he stood his ground and began to taunt. Ah, what exquisite skill, Mississippi. But alas, your experience is lacking. Just as Shui appeared to gain the upper hand and relax her guard, the 2 puppets that had been previously vanquished suddenly soared towards her. And when she redirected her attention, they detonated in an instant. Amidst the violent explosion, Shu's other 6 avatars vanished without a trace, leaving only her true self. Flung several feet away, sprawled on the ground, her mouth agape as blood poured forth. You dare to harm me? Do you truly believe I am so easily trifled with? Come, face your doom. Yet, just as she raised her sword to strike back, a black droplet hurtled towards her from a distance. Regrettably, despite having noticed the droplet's approach, the Taoist found himself powerless to evade it. Darling, I haven't finished playing yet. Why did you strike? Shu remarked, observing the droplet adhere to her chest. Something felt off. The figure on the ground, Shu, was smiling and voicing her grievances while rising to her feet, inexplicably still clutching the apparently exploded puppet. Wasn't it destroyed? I have severely wounded you, yet why are you? The Taoist, bewildered, opened his mouth to shout, but before he could finish, he sensed an unsettling shift in his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, his purple mist illusion had quietly dissipated, and to his horror, he now beheld a colossal golden dome enveloping them. I care not who you are in the guise of the Rui True Immortal. Tell me, where has he gone? As he regarded the only male figure, Wu Tian, who swaggered toward him while posing such an intriguing inquiry, the Taoist, filled with arrogance, scoffed, unwilling to provide a truthful answer. Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. Refuse, and I assure you, you will endure 3 months of torment. Noticing the Taoist's newfound resolve, Wu Tian added, and immediately thereafter, the Taoist was struck by an excruciating pain. Upon glancing at the source of his suffering, he found the black water had vanished, leaving behind a small hole where it had been, but more alarmingly, the orifice appeared to be widening, accompanied by a hissing sound. I am the sole disciple of the Rui True Immortal. You cannot kill me. My master will avenge. Alas, the Taoist had chosen his words poorly, wasting the rare opportunity to speak, and before he could finish, he erupted into a scream of pure agony. Your perseverance has not gone unnoticed. May I speak now? Wu Tian spoke once more, a smile gracing his features, embodying the very essence of a savior. Wang City, spare me. The Queen of Wang City is seeking a suitor my master has. Wu Tian initially intended to prolong the life of the Taoist, yet regrettably overlooked his true nature. The venom Wu Tian employed struck precisely at the Taoist's Achilles heel, and thus, what could have been a fleeting extension of life culminated in a sudden demise. However, as the Taoist's life ebbed away, a jade pendant at his waist quietly shattered. While Wu Tian pondered the significance of this rare artifact, an enraged roar emanated from the plaque above the entrance of the Gathering Immortals Monastery. Which demon dares to harm my disciple? The voice of fury resonated from within the monastery. The trio, upon hearing this, promptly stepped inside, following the sound until they arrived at the rear courtyard, where they beheld a well, atop which floated a shadowy figure. When this immortal returns to the mountain, I shall grind you to dust. Shu, with remarkable quickness, unleashed a thread resembling a spider's silk, aimed at the apparition. Yet, before the thread could reach its target, The phantasm dissipated, leaving only a chilling laughter echoing throughout the courtyard. It is a restriction left by the true immortal Rui. Observing the bewilderment on Wu Tian and Shu Er's faces, Ling Yu, well versed in such matters, hastily provided an explanation. However, Wu Tian, encountering this extraordinary ability for the first time, found himself contemplating whether he could master it. This true immortal may be even more formidable than we anticipated. Shu Er's assertion was undoubtedly correct, her increasingly grave expression revealing her underlying concerns. System task: please proceed to the capital of the Queen to participate in the suitor selection conference. Task rewards will be confirmed and distributed based on the outcome of the conference. Wu Tian was mulling over Shu Er's words when, unexpectedly, the system interjected. It was clear that this journey to the capital had become an unavoidable obligation. I shall go, of course, Wu Tian replied with a smirk to Shu Er's inquiry. Yet internally, he posed another question to the system. Sister Tengzi, how much cultivation did this Taoist grant me? Congratulations, host, you have absorbed the great demon realm Ziyun Taoist, gaining 400 years of cultivation. Chapter 21. The village of the matriarchal kingdom. Despite the stark contrast between the verdant banks of the wide river beneath their feet and the arid desert landscapes they had envisioned, the relentless heat of August subjected the three travelers, perched upon their flying swords, to the sun's unyielding embrace. Thus, at Shua's suggestion, she and Ling Wei reverted to their diminutive forms, seizing the opportunity to slip into Wu Tian's robes through the ample sleeves of his garment, leaving no room for refusal. However, Ling Yue's slender and elongated tail playfully intruded into Wu Tian's nostrils and grazed his lips, and in moments of boredom, she and Shu Er engaged in a spirited competition of speed and agility, nearly causing Wu Tian to lose his balance on several occasions. I must warn you, host. Do not allow them to venture below the chest, lest you face the consequences. The system's voice, seemingly discontented with the addition of two pets, interjected as the two girls frolicked, leaving Wu Tian feeling overwhelmed, prompting him to hastily fashion a boundary with a rope. Where on earth is the queen of this kingdom? We have flown for so long, and not a trace of the palace or even a city wall in sight. Nevertheless, after a morning of commotion, they had reached the vicinity of the matriarchal kingdom as indicated by the system's navigation, yet curiously, no sign of urbanity was visible. Tiange. Look ahead at the official road, Ling Wei pointed out. This thoroughfare originated at the foot of the Sheyang mountain, running parallel to the river beneath them, and fortuitously aligned with their direction of travel. Initially, Wu Tian had mused about the need for infrastructure before embarking on a journey, but upon Ling Yue's reminder, he refocused his attention. He had assumed this road would connect the royal capital of the matriarchal kingdom to the sacred site of the Sheyang mountain. Yet at its terminus lay an unremarkable village. In essence, this high-standard road led to something of little value, a peculiar notion in itself, though he could not articulate why. The village exuded an air of strangeness. In truth, the original narrative of the Western Liang matriarchal kingdom was indeed a realm of wonders. Feeling an inexplicable dissonance, they decided to press on, and moments later, the reassuring sensation of solid ground beneath their feet returned. The modest expanse of farmland, interspersed with a few scattered cottages, was intriguing, yet what truly captivated their attention was the sight of numerous women, be they sturdy figures returning home with hoes or children frolicking among the fields. Remarkably, every observer was female. Even more astonishing was the reaction of these women upon noticing the newcomers. They halted their activities, mouths agape, eyes fixated on Wu Tian. My heavens! A man! What a handsome man! Look, he's gazing at me. Nonsense, he is looking at me. Step back from that man. Do not encroach. He is mine. Though these women were at a considerable distance from Wu Tian, their unabashed exclamations reached his ears. Since his arrival in this world reminiscent of the journey to the west, he had spent almost all his time confined within the Yellow Flower Temple, surrounded by an array of demons and spirits for 2 centuries, which had been an experience far from pleasurable. Before me lies a humble village, yet it is brimming with the essence of humanity. The wisps of smoke rising from the cottages add to its charm. Despite the somewhat predatory tone of the distant women's chatter, Wu Tian finds himself quickening his pace once more. Darling, why do I feel that although they are mere mortals, they seem intent on devouring you whole? Sister's words ring true. Just look at these people, especially those wielding hoes. Goodness, their eyes glimmer with a greenish light, reminiscent of my second cousin during her less fortunate moments. Less fortunate? What does your second cousin look like at such times, Yue? I cannot quite fathom why, but every spring, my cousins revel in returning to their true forms. stomping their front legs on the ground while gazing at the older boys in the clan who whistle with all their might. Oh, isn't that just like how you appeared a moment ago? Sister, you, humph. Stop talking nonsense. I merely inquired about the matter. Though their playful banter is rather exasperating, it fails to hinder Wu Tian's progress. After a moment's contemplation, he feels compelled to defend himself. Forgive me. I am but a humble traveler. Could you kindly inform me of this place? Upon approaching the group of women, Wu Tian adopts a courteous demeanor as he inquires. This is the enigmatic crossing. Young Taoist, from whence do you hail, and what brings you here? As he draws near, the women cease their gossip, and one steps forward to answer his query, also inquiring about his origins. I have journeyed from the eastern Tang, seeking to reach the western Liang Kingdom's capital. However, after much wandering, I find myself lost. The sun is setting, and my stomach has growled more than once. In an inexplicable moment of inspiration, he mimics a catchphrase from a television drama, only to spark a considerable uproar. Goodness, is he from the Tang dynasty? Well, whoever is fortunate enough shall fulfill their dream of joining the Tang. Young Taoist, do you lack warmth for your bed? One is insufficient. I can provide 3. Buy 1. Get 2 free. I have 2 little ones at home. Shall we make a deal? What ruckus is this? If you have time to spare, go home and cook. Just as the situation teeters on the brink of chaos, a middle-aged woman, embodying the virtues of a just person, scolds the boisterous crowd. Big girl, take him to see the village chief. If he lingers here any longer, he may well turn into medicine dregs. With her reprimand, the once unruly women settle down considerably, sighing in disappointment as they disperse, leaving only the one who answered Wu Tian. Since you are headed to the capital, follow me. Without looking back, the resolute woman begins to lead the way. Though Wu Tian is puzzled, he refrains from further conversation and dutifully follows. After a brief while, they pass several cottages, under the watchful eyes of many villagers, until they finally arrive at the entrance of an inn, which aligns perfectly with Wu Tian's expectations, having encountered not a single man or boy along the way. Although there were a few attendants in the tavern, it was predominantly filled with women. After the woman who led Wu Tian to his seat departed, another exquisitely adorned young matron approached him. I am the village head here. I have heard that the young Taoist wishes to journey to our queen's capital. Indeed, sister, but before I embark, I must first address the emptiness in my stomach. Wu Tian, having a general understanding from the original text, sought a more explicit comparison between the narrative and the authentic world of Journey to the West. Thus he inquired further, employing his charm once again. You must be here to attend the groom recruitment conference, am I correct? Fortunately, you have expressed your intent to visit the capital. Otherwise, if those women were to ensnare you, and you were to suffer injury, it could lead to your transformation into a scented sachet, which would be unfortunate indeed. The term sister clearly pleased her, and her demeanor softened considerably. With a smile, the beautiful matron continued the conversation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What are the laws of heaven and earth? How dare those women act so boldly? Pray, do not frighten the young Taoist. Despite the village head's light-hearted words, her candid description astonished the 2 hidden female spirits, finally prompting Ming to voice her lingering doubts. Our kingdom stands firm in this realm, and naturally, we have our own laws. Otherwise, vile demons and nefarious individuals would have invaded long ago. However, the crafting of those sachets is indeed a part of our regulations. At this juncture, the village head exhibited an air of confidence, both in tone and demeanor. Yet, Wu Tian had not anticipated such an outcome and was momentarily at a loss for words. Tell her that you are here to apply for the position of king. This woman is no ordinary person. Engage her in conversation first, reminded Tong Zijia, who had been attentively observing the unfolding situation. I reside deep in the mountains, having labored for years in study, thus I possess some understanding. My intention is indeed to participate in the groom recruitment conference, for I have heard tales of the queen's grace and elegance, and I am captivated. Furthermore, should fortune favor me, it may aid in revitalizing my hometown. Graceful and elegant, you say? I have encountered many who covet the throne of our western Liang kingdom. Yet you are the first this year to articulate such reasoning. Well done. I have heard that your queen is seeking suitors. Should I ascend to the throne, I could spare myself 30 years of toil. However, I am at a loss regarding the path to take. I humbly request your guidance. Ah, well, as an outsider, you cannot travel without a travel permit. As for the permit, the beautiful matron's face brightened once more, and her fingers began to subtly gesture in a manner understood by all. I have long dwelled in the wilderness and possess no coins. Sister, would you consider? Wu Tian understood her implication but spoke the truth, smiling yet looking at the matron with pleading eyes. That is of no concern. I do not require your money. Exotic fruits, fine wines, or even special products from your home will suffice. You understand. Foolish, just give her something, and she will surely like it. The young woman's words left Wu Tian in a quandary. Fortunately, Sister Tongzi offered a timely reminder. After a brief moment, Wu Tian finally retrieved an item from his pocket. Sister, behold, I happen to possess a tube of lipstick. I wonder if it might pique your interest. As he spoke, Wu Tian had exchanged for a tube of lipstick from the system's marketplace and pretended to pull it from his coat, thoughtfully demonstrating its application by gently twisting the tube. Its fragrance surpasses that of sandalwood, and its hue is more vibrant than that of pomegranate blooms. This item is truly marvelous. I am utterly enamored. The young woman's references to sandalwood and pomegranate were in line with the varieties of lipstick prevalent in this era. However, compared to the modern products from the system's marketplace, both the color and packaging were indeed lacking, much to her delight. Don't just stand there. Is one sufficient? Add a bit more. Clearly, Wu Tian had not anticipated that the woman would be so delighted with such a trivial item. Observing her satisfied expression, he found himself lost in a foolish grin until Sister Tongzi reminded him, bringing him back to his senses. As the saying goes, good fortune often comes in pairs. So it would be remiss to offer only one. Please accept this as well. What a predicament. Since you are so generous, allow me to prepare a meal for you. With that, she spoke with a theatrical flair, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. After a moment, the young woman waved her hand, prompting several robust attendants behind her to bring forth drinks and dishes. In no time, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them. From honeyed melons tinged with red to sizzling meat skewers, there were also enormous flatbreads and thick noodles. Although he had traded 2 tubes of lipstick, the meal he received was exceedingly satisfying. The food disappeared quickly, and he even requested an additional honey melon, with a heart brimming with contentment. Wu Tian rose from his seat. The attendant promptly approached him, leading him to a courtyard behind the tavern. Here's your guide, should there be any remaining lipstick. It could serve as fare for your journey. It turned out that the young woman was reclining in a chair, and upon seeing Wu Tian, she tossed him an object. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a stone that resembled jade, inscribed with the character for son-in-law. Beside her sat another exquisite young woman, likely starved for male company after many years. From the moment she laid eyes on Wu Tian, a hint of longing was evident at the corner of her mouth. La Mama, after years of toil, I bestow upon you this lucrative task. Remember, this gentleman may only observe, not touch. Do not indulge too much in water, for you are no longer young and your belly may not accommodate excess. Yes, village chief. This gentleman. Slurp, allow me to lead you. Please follow me to the ferry. Chapter 22. The ferryman on the mother and child river beneath the blazing sun. The river's surface shimmered with golden ripples, while along the picturesque banks, a few stately herons stood among the reeds, their necks craned as they regarded the approaching figures. With their crimson beaks slightly parted and eyes wide with an odd mix of excitement and astonishment, they exuded a curious energy that resonated with the woman guiding them. As for the guide, a young matron, she had succumbed to a state of inebriation, her spirits evidently lifted by some unknown beverage, radiating an infectious joy. Sister Shuer, this Western Liang kingdom is quite intriguing, she remarked. Not only the young ladies, but even these birds seem eager to strip themselves bare at the sight of a man. Keep your voices down. Gossip is easily overheard, Wu Tian interjected, feeling somewhat helpless against the 2 women's discourse. Yet, they spoke the truth. After a brief attempt at persuasion, he followed the village chief's instructions to summon the ferry. Where's the ferryman? Here's my passage, he called out, raising a rather splendid travel token high above his head. Although somewhat foolish, his efforts bore fruit, as the token emitted a gentle glow. Before long, a small boat emerged from the distance, and as it drew near, the first thing to catch their eyes was the boat's bow, where the characters Sun's ferry were painted in crooked vermilion strokes. The ferryman appeared to be a woman, her features obscured by a conical hat. Clad in a vibrant peach-colored gown, with a string of bronze bells jingling at her waist, ringing melodiously with her movements. Crossing the river or heading to the royal capital? She queried coldly as the boat secured its position. Clearing his throat, Wu Tian clasped his hands and replied, Sister, your assistance is appreciated. The young Taoist is bound for the royal capital. The ferryman squinted at him for a moment before breaking into a smile. Such a handsome young lord with a sweet tongue. But she elongated her words. How much fare have you prepared? recalling the village chief's advice. Wu Tian promptly produced a lipstick, twirling it in his hands, both left and right, affirming, "Yes, indeed, this will do." The ferryman took the item, wiping it on her hand before decisively tucking it away. Gesturing for him to board, Wu Tian finally stepped onto the ferry. Exercise caution. This ferryman is no ordinary woman. Though lacking substantial information, the warning from Sister Tong was invaluable, prompting Wu Tian to regard her more closely. To his surprise, the ferryman was equally observant, their gazes locking. With a more generous demeanor, she remarked, "You, Taoist, are quite peculiar, carrying two venomous creatures with you. I advise you to be wary and certainly not to drink from this river. May I inquire, sister, is this river indeed the fabled mother and child river?" As the ferryman exerted her strength, the small boat had already departed from the dock. The question sparked Wu Tian's curiosity, and he hastily sought clarification. Perhaps the term sister was pleasing to her ears, or perhaps the fare had influenced her, but she surprisingly deigned to respond to his inquiry. The young Taoist displayed some insight. "Indeed, this is the mother and child river." "Wow, Brother Tian, I thought you were merely boasting before," Lingyue exclaimed. Her interest piqued as she gazed at the river's waters. She whispered, "But Brother Tian, if you take just one sip results in a pregnancy. 2 sips yield twins. If you drink 3 sips, dear sister, I fear your belly might not contain it all." The boatwoman seemed to overhear Lingyue's remarks and burst into hearty laughter, striking the water with her paddle, sending splashes that nearly drenched Wu Tian. "Let me tell you, not even celestial beings can escape the fate bestowed by this mother and child river. Considering that even Zhu Beiji could experience such a phenomenon." Wu Tian had no doubt about the truth of her words. He sighed and continued, "They are still young. Sister, do not frighten them." "Frighten?" The boatwoman paddled again, causing the boat to sway slightly and ripples to spread across the surface. "This is no mere scare. Years ago, there was an audacious male demon who, relying on his profound cultivation, insisted on sampling the river's essence. And the outcome?" She paused deliberately, noticing Wu Tian's curious gaze. After stirring the water with her paddle for a moment, she added with a chuckle, "He became the first pregnant husband in our royal capital, and even laid a whole nest of snake eggs. My goodness, drinking river water doesn't lead to giving birth to monkeys. I refuse." Shua, who had been perched on Wu Tian's head, turned pale upon hearing this and quickly burrowed back into his garments. However, Lingyue, peeking out from the collar of his robe, blinked and asked, "What happened next?" "What happened next?" The bowwoman laughed even louder. "The queen personally issued an edict, allowing him to nurture the fetus in the palace and bestowed upon him the title of Holy Pregnant Lord." The trio erupted in laughter, particularly Wu Tian, who mused about how many piglets Zhu Beiji would have if he indeed gave birth. Yet, another question arose in his mind, prompting him to inquire urgently. "When did this occur?" "Oh, not too long ago, merely about 800 years past." At this moment, the small boat had navigated to the mountain's foot. The water growing deeper, and several colorful fish could be seen leaping from the surface, their scales shimmering with an enchanting luster. Suddenly, Wu Tian sensed a peculiar sensation, akin to passing through an invisible barrier, and the towering mountains before him vanished, replaced by a picturesque scene reminiscent of a Jiangnan water town. "We are almost there." The boatwoman squinted her eyes and lowered her voice. "Young Taoist, I see greatness in your features. Are you perhaps heading to the royal capital to participate in the bridegroom selection festival? Isn't that so?" Before Wu Tian could respond, Lingyue scoffed, "Men are nothing but big, clumsy boors. Look at us. They're already tired of us and wish to sample the flavor of being a royal consort." "Big, clumsy boors?" With a mix of bitterness and mockery, Lingyue's portrayal was remarkably vivid, prompting another hearty laugh from the boatwoman. "What is wrong with pursuing wealth and fame? Little demon, you shouldn't be so disheartened for your man." The ferryman cast a meaningful glance at the protagonist. Although the young Taoist was commendable, gaining entry into the queen's chambers was indeed no trivial matter. As she spoke, the towering walls of the royal city came into view in the distance. With the current growing swifter, the ferryman's oars carved a silver arc through the water. Lingyue had intended to inquire further, but as the small boat made a sharp turn, her questions retreated into silence. She raised her head to behold the dock that had emerged nearby, bustling with people, yet she ultimately refrained from speaking again. New arrivals had come. Such striking figures. Who could deny it? Today, sharing a cup of water equated to nurturing a bond. Ha ha. Cheers. Only 10 or so paces away, the shouts from the shore reached Wu Tian's ears. He marveled at how he had garnered treatment akin to that of the monk Tang Sung from the novels. Though the term new arrivals seemed unflattering, the phrase striking figures was undeniably gratifying. The raucous chatter of the foolish women was evident. The ferryman's dissatisfaction with the crowd's reaction was palpable, as she muttered a curse under her breath while her hands remained busy with the oars. With a series of strokes and the ringing of bells, the small boat docked alongside the pier. "Here we are, young Taoist. Please disembark." However, as Wu Tian stepped off the boat, the ferryman discreetly handed him a red bracelet. "If you wish to leave the royal city, simply break this, and I shall come for you." This unexpected boon was intriguing, but as soon as he accepted the bracelet, the ferryman had already pushed off, leaving only the sound of bells and a lingering reminder, "Next time we meet, the fare will be doubled." Chapter 23. The Sunlit Post Station. My dear, everyone has departed, yet you remain here, lost in thought? When did you develop an affinity for such classic styles? As the man, Wu Tian, stood in a daze, Shu Er playfully prodded his cheek with her toe. It took several moments for him to regain his senses. He swatted away her long leg and allowed his gaze to drift towards the imposing city walls in the distance. "Do not disturb me. I am merely absorbing the essence of this human realm." Though there was truth in his words, they served more as a fade. For the boatwoman who had just departed had indeed left a profound impression on him. Furthermore, this marked the first occasion in over 2 centuries since his transcendence that he had set foot in a true human city. Despite Shu Er interrupting his reverie, the sight of so many of his kind stirred a different contemplation within him. Before him lay an expansive and vibrant tableau, where the women bore no trace of modesty. Instead, they danced and laughed, their bodies swaying as they gazed at him with playful expressions. "Be cautious." Suddenly, Ling Yu's warning pierced through the jovial atmosphere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 feathers embedded themselves before Wu Tian's feet. He glanced at the arrows and then raised his gaze to the source, where a group of female soldiers, their hair bound with red scarves, stood poised with their bows, devoid of arrows. "Man, should you continue to gaze indiscriminately, do not blame martial law for its ruthlessness." The leading female commander, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation, brandished her steel lance in admonition. It was evident that they were well trained. Before Wu Tian could respond, the female soldiers formed a semicircle around the trio. Yet, as the glimmering tips of their weapons pointed at him, he discerned a subtle tremor among them. Looking into their eyes, Wu Tian realized that their shivering was not born of fear, but rather akin to the quivering of a female creature in heat. Sensing a potential target, "Please, everyone, calm down. I am a respectable man of good character. Here is my pass." As he spoke, Wu Tian raised his hands, having already pressed Shu Er and Ling Yu back into their garments. Fortunately, the 2 women understood his intent, averting a potential calamity. However, the female commander misinterpreted Wu Tian's good intentions. With a haughty air, she used the tip of her lance to lift his pass, scrutinizing its authenticity before lowering her weapon. "Since you are participants in the gathering, behave accordingly. Should you dare to gaze indiscreetly again, I shall have your secrets laid bare. Now follow me. I shall escort you to the post station." The commander's tone, though still intimidating, had softened somewhat. Thus, under the guidance of the female soldiers, they proceeded along the dock steps, arriving at the city gate, where more women stood in neat rows on either side, reciting verses as they scattered unknown flower petals. Occasionally glancing back, Wu Tian observed that the river was adorned with a myriad of lotus lanterns, each cradling a tiny silk figure, gently bobbing with the waves. Drifting towards the horizon, the city walls of the capital towered at least 7 or 8 zhang high, with the city gate arch measuring no less than 10 meters. As I approached the gate, the city guard and the guiding female officer murmured amongst themselves, the guard's gnarled hands rubbing together in a peculiar manner. "Young master, attending the assembly is indeed your most prudent choice. Please proceed now," intoned the guard with a raspy voice, granting me entry. Yet, as I passed through the archway, an unsettling sensation arose, as if countless eyes were watching me from the stone walls. Fortunately, upon exiting the gate, that feeling of being scrutinized dissipated. However, when I looked up, I was greeted by a scene starkly different from the gate, revealing a bustling and vibrant ancient metropolis. The sound of ox carts clattering and the melodious calls of vendors echoed off the bluestone pavement, while the steam rising from tea houses enveloped the air with the aroma of tea, wafting over the ornately painted railings. Merchants from the western regions, adorned in exotic attire, maneuvered their camels through the crowd, creating ripples of chimes. The camel humps were laden with various goods, glistening under the bright sun. casting flecks of light upon the young women selling wine in their apricot-hued skirts. "Young master, let us continue. Ahead lies the Ingyong Inn, your resting place," the guide said. Wu Tian was aware of the Ingyong Inn, yet he had never imagined that he would one day visit such a place. Moments later, he caught sight of the grand sign of the Ingyong Inn, only to discover it was a 3-story edifice. Adorning the topmost eaves were carvings of various women, and beneath the roof hung numerous wind chimes. "I have seen many female officials at the Huanghua Temple," Wu Tian remarked, noticing the female official at the registration desk, whose drooling smile evoked no surprise in him. He cleared his throat and, attempting to project what he believed to be his most magnetic voice, spoke slowly. "Ah, what a splendid specimen. Fair-skinned and handsome, truly remarkable. Just one glance from me, and you are worth it." It turned out that all the men participating in the marriage recruitment assembly would temporarily reside here, each receiving a distinct waist token as proof of their status. Wu Tian was fortunate. The gilded token he received bore the inscription of a first-class marriage candidate. "First-class marriage candidate, room number Tian 3. The announcement echoed, suggesting it was indeed a prestigious place. The female guide, having fulfilled her duty, had vanished, replaced by another elderly woman. Following the staff's harmonious calls as they led him through the inn, the elderly guide, despite her age, ascended the stairs with surprising agility, bringing Wu Tian to the highest 3rd floor, where he finally arrived at room Tian 3. Thus, it was with a sense of anticipation that he pushed open the intricately carved door, momentarily believing he had stepped into a banyan tree resort or AW hotel. The entire room was constructed of golden silk Nanmu wood, supported by fragrant pillars of agarwood, and the walls were adorned not with ordinary rice paper but with gossamer thin shark silk. The delicate silk drapes are embroidered with intricate scenes of revelry. When illuminated by candlelight, the fabric appears to ripple like water, bringing the painted figures to life, each displaying graceful postures, yet their movements are somewhat inappropriate for young audiences, making prolonged observation decidedly unsuitable. The floor is not merely an ordinary wooden surface. Instead, it is adorned with slabs of warm Hittian jade, which, even when stepped upon with shoes, convey a subtle pulse beneath one's feet. The bed is astonishing, neither a conventional frame nor a reclining couch, but rather a magnificent spring canopy depicting a jade dragon beseeching a vibrant phoenix. Each of the 4 bedposts is intricately carved from solid rosewood, adorned with a remarkably lifelike phoenix with colorful wings. Particularly captivating are its eyes, inlaid with jade cat's eyes, radiating an enchanting brilliance that seems ready to ascend to the heavens at any moment. Beside the bed stands a screen, and beyond it lies an expansive bathing pool, its waters shimmering with an eerie rose-gold hue, adorned with clusters of heavy-petaled water lilies floating atop the misty surface, suggesting the presence of a hot spring. The elderly matron inquires if the young master finds this satisfactory, assuring him that meals will be delivered at mealtimes and that a palace maid will arrive tomorrow morning to guide him to the suitor selection. The old woman continues her monologue, yet Wu Tian, akin to Lu Laolau's first visit to the Grandview Garden, pays little heed to her words. Utterly captivated by the opulence surrounding him, she further admonishes him to remember the laws of the land, warning against stepping outside, lest he face dire consequences, of which he would surely prefer to remain ignorant. With that, she departs, leaving the awestruck country bumpkin to marvel at the luxury enveloping him. As dusk descends outside, candlelight flickers to life in various corners, and Wu Tian experiences a sensation akin to having traveled back to the modern era. Residing in a scenic resort, laughter can be heard from behind the screen, undoubtedly the 2 maidens succumbing to the allure of the water. Wu Tian remains composed. However, the comfort of the splendid spring canopy lulls him into a serene slumber, a smile gracing his lips as he drifts off. Chapter 24. The unremarkable competitor. The capital city in the morning mist resembled a poison coated in honey. The glazed tiles shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the rising sun, while perched atop the eaves were not ordinary stone beasts, but rather pairs of mandarin ducks, resplendent phoenixes, and even bashful maidens. However, the heavens are fickle. In an instant, the sun was obscured by dark clouds, and the previously clear sky was suddenly drenched in rain. It was then that one could discern the intricate hidden patterns of intertwined lotus flowers etched into the glazed tiles. As raindrops cascaded through the lotus heart, they traced an exquisitely ambiguous arc in the air. According to the elderly woman's words from yesterday, the palace's female officials had arrived at the inn. What Wu Tian did not anticipate was that the official was solely responsible for escorting him to the suitor selection site. Thus he had not encountered any other contenders. The capital of the Western Liang Kingdom was indeed extraordinary. The city seemed to pulsate with life, much like a living female entity. The colonnades served as her ribs, the streets as her veins. And even the spaces between the cobblestones were adorned with tendrils of a vine known as night beauty, which blossomed into uterus-shaped crimson flowers at dawn. Young master, behold. The guiding official suddenly grasped Wu Tian's arm. This is the true marvel of our Western Liang Kingdom. As she spoke, they stood in the heart of the capital's main thoroughfare. Ahead lay countless silk shops, their colorful fabrics billowing in the breeze. However, these silks were not intended for garments. Each bolt was embroidered with portraits of various men. Among them were rugged generals, delicate scholars, and even a creature adorned with dragon horns, all sharing the peculiar trait of having their privates excessively gleaming. These are all by the king's decree, the official explained, licking her lips. Those deemed unworthy by the king are gifted to the citizens, referred to as medicinal broth. After all, they have served our nation, and retaining their likeness serves as a cherished memory. As they traversed this grand avenue, an expected occurrence unfolded. Numerous female faces peeked from the windows of the surrounding buildings. Some were youthful and enchanting. Others bore the marks of age, yet their gazes were strikingly uniform, an expression of pure, primal desire. Reminiscent of a ravenous wolf discovering a feast or a silver-scaled fish desperately struggling in a fisherwoman's net. Fear not, the official chuckled softly, her fingers deliberately grazing Wu Tian's Adam's apple. For now, they may merely toss some fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs. They will not truly pounce upon you, unless you are eliminated and awarded to them by the king. Before her words could fully resonate, a candied fruit struck Wu Tian on the forehead, and sticky syrup trickled down his brow, presenting a somewhat comical sight. Upon looking up, he spotted a plump woman on the second floor to his right. Her lips covered with laughter, her fingers sticky with sugar. Her blouse was half open, revealing a line of red script beneath her collarbone. Professional taster, specializing in the king's castaways. While Shuj remained unfazed, Lingwei felt a flicker of annoyance. Had it not been for Wu Tian's warning about the heaven-darkening pill and the need to restrain his powers, she might have been tempted to sample the flavor of the kingdom's citizens, leading her to merely poke her head out and spit a tiny amount of saliva. Although remaining true to his nature, Lingwei, having encountered the true immortal Rui, harbored concerns about being recognized by her aura. Therefore, before stepping out, he specifically replaced the protective talisman with the shrouding sun pill for Lingwei to consume. Rest assured, host, the Vajra origin armor adorning your form serves as the most formidable defense against such lascivious entities, akin to removing 3 specific characters from a phrase. Hence, you comprehend. Goodness, I have always thought the name of this item, particularly its shape, to be rather peculiar. I have never used such a thing. I must remove it. Despite these protests, Wu Tian did not act on his words, for the name of the armor indeed imbued him with a sense of valor. The venue for the Suitor Selection Conference was established at the Phoenix Seeking platform in front of the royal palace, a towering, pure white dais. In the backdrop of the platform stood a pair of phoenixes, with the male's head bowed and the female's neck arched high, a pearl the size of an egg suspended between their beaks. The platform was adorned with a crimson carpet, its patterns not of ordinary clouds but rather of entwined figures and amorous postures. 12 bronze mirrors were placed along the edges of the carpet, polished to a sheen, allowing the participants to observe their subtle expressions from various angles. Behind the entire dais loomed the Grand Hall of the Queen, underscoring the significance of the Phoenix Seeking platform within the kingdom. To the north of the platform sat a row of female officials dressed in court attire, tasked with judging the proceedings. Behind them was a grand carriage, the occupant of which could be easily surmised. The audience, seated on either side, was a throng of women eagerly awaiting the performance, all hoping for the queen's favor. To the south, rows of candidates were lined up, with the central seat of the front row already occupied while the officials guided Wu Tian to the vacant spot on the left. As a first-rate marriage prospect, he was advised to patiently await the commencement of the event. However, upon reaching his seat, Wu Tian had already discreetly surveyed his surroundings, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. It seemed he understood why, in the original tale, the queen had lunged at Tang Sung upon their first meeting. The southern section featured 4 rows of seats, presumably arranged in an orderly fashion. Wu Tian occupied one of the 3 seats in the front row, while the subsequent 3 rows receded in succession. Yet, from the second row onward, few could truly be deemed human. Perhaps it would be more apt to describe them as male creatures. In the far right corner of the second row squatted a bear spirit, who appeared engrossed in some activity despite the public setting. Perhaps sensing the attention directed towards him, he hastily stood up, his hands continuing to groom his chest hair. Noticing Wu Tian's distinct presence, he offered a grin, thus initiating an encounter, while at his feet lay a naked, unidentifiable creature. What a spectacle! To don the fur of another in such a public setting, such individuality and taste, as Ling Wei would commend, though her words veiled a sense of disdain. In the rear flank of the bear spirit, a scholarly figure with a pale complexion sat leisurely, accompanied by a catfish spirit who continuously nodded in servitude. The scholar took the offered fan and, with a deft stroke of his wolf hairbrush, began to inscribe upon its surface. One must acknowledge his calligraphy bore a certain finesse. Inscribed on the fan was the line, "Even though the fish spirit has exhausted itself, it does not wish to furrow its brow in loud lament." While it appeared cultured, it resembled more a personal campaign slogan. Beside Wu Tian, an earlier arrival presented himself as a man clad in military attire, who appeared slightly older than Wu Tian, exuding an air of rugged classicism. Just as Wu Tian searched for the elusive Reincarnation, a sudden chill enveloped the venue. From the mist emerged a hand adorned with a jade ring, followed by a Taoist robe intricately embroidered with subtle patterns. "Behold, the esteemed Reincarnation from the gathering of immortals has arrived," proclaimed a nearby female official. The figure emerging from the fog was, without a doubt, Wu Tian's ultimate goal. "I humbly greet you," the true immortal declared, dismissing his myriad worries. His hair, adorned with fragrant osmanthus oil, cascaded elegantly as he performed a Taoist bow, albeit with an air of insincerity. "Ah, look at the jade pendant at his waist," Lingy remarked, prompting Wu Tian to follow her gaze. To his surprise, the pendant bore the inscription, "The ultimate contraceptive pendant of the world." "Darling, can you guess what is inscribed on the back of this pendant?" Shu'er chimed in, having overheard Lingyu. What else could it be but something like 8 times in one night without weakness? Wu Tian's jest nearly provoked laughter from the two women, who barely stifled their amusement out of consideration for their surroundings. However, the ensuing spectacle unleashed their mirth uncontrollably. "Why speak of excitement when I can demonstrate it? Allow me to prove that I am the queen's ideal husband." The Reincarnation, in a bid to make a stellar first impression, launched into a performance. With a delicate flourish, he crushed a mound of vermilion with his right hand, then waved it gracefully, scattering the powdered substance into the air. "Let this be my testament." With that, he spat forth a stream of liquid, whether saliva or something else was unclear, transforming the suspended vermilion into bold red characters. 36 years of unspent essence. 72 years without a single woman. As he twirled his fingers, the characters morphed, lingering in the air as only for the queen for an extended moment, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 25. A Heart of Sincerity Name. Reincarnation Element. Unknown True Form. Ox Bloodline. Unknown Realm. Early Stage of Demon King Cultivation. 3,800 Years Magic. Unknown Treasure. Unknown Host. This journey has not been in vain. This creature before us, if only I could take a single taste, would be comparable to the charming ladies of Lingyu. So, strive on, young man, seize this one, and there are countless more. The words of Sister Tungzi were certainly valid, yet the execution posed considerable challenges. To onlookers, this fellow appeared as a lovesick fool, gazing longingly at the Jinxian. The auspicious moment arrived. A fragrant breeze suddenly swirled around the Chiu Feng platform. As a gallant general, equally as formidable as any male, raised a towering 8-foot Feng Tianji, letting out a resounding shout. Bang! Before the echo of his voice faded, 12 female generals clad in dark iron armor gracefully approached, carrying a gilded altar that was evidently no ordinary object, adorned with a sculpture that was neither Buddhist nor Taoist. A true nonconformist piece of art. The first round of this year's marriage recruitment conference commenced. In an instant, 360 golden lotus platforms rose around the square of Chiu Feng, each blooming to a height of 2 zhang. As emerald flames ignited within the heart of each lotus. As the flames ascended, reflective surfaces akin to bronze mirrors emerged, instantly concentrating the fiery glow upon the steps flanking the contestants. Without a doubt, the commencement of this event exuded a profound sense of ritual. Starting with the candidates of the lowest rank, please summon the Xiang Pai Jing to the stage to showcase the treasures offered. At the call of the commander, the Xiang Pai Jing, now fully adorned, was the first to ascend the lotus platform. Despite its towering stature, resembling a small mountain, its performance upon reaching the stage left much to be desired. Astonishingly, it produced from its armpit a fluffy, pearly object, somewhat dampened by a few drops of suspicious crystalline liquid. To everyone's astonishment, once unfurled, this object revealed itself to be a complete human skin. As the Xiong Pai Jing recited incantations, gasps of air surged into the skin, transforming it into a puppet-like figure. This is a specialty of our Black Wind Mountain, it proclaimed proudly, shaking the conveniently portable three-dimensional doll. This item can even speak. Listen, as it pinched the soft flesh at the waist of the skin. The doll let out a delicate moan. My king, be gentler. It would not be surprising for the Xiong Pai Jing, given its status, to have brought a few maidens along, yet producing such a peculiar object elicited laughter from the other competitors in the surrounding audience. Clearly, although the judges had yet to voice their opinions, the sentiments of the spectators were unmistakably evident. Just as the laughter swelled, the figure on the gilded altar suddenly emitted a plume of black smoke, which coalesced into words in midair. Lecherous object, it must be eradicated. Curiously, before the armored female generals could take action, the human skin doll sprang to life, biting the ear of the Xiong Pai Jing. The Xiong Pai Jing, having never encountered such a turn of events, let out a terrified scream, followed by a resounding crash. With a sudden explosion, the doll vanished without a trace. While the bear spirit descended from the high platform with a dark expression, the object presented by the bear spirit was utterly unremarkable, resulting in failure. However, it could be repurposed into medicinal residue and then transformed into fragrant sachets. Now, let us welcome the catfish spirit, the prospective partner of the third party, to the stage. The general, wielding a Fangtian painted halberd, announced the judges' comments, clearly unimpressed by the previous display, and so the preliminary trials continued. As the catfish spirit swayed its slippery form onto the stage, the expressions of the audience contorted in unison. With each step, it exuded drops of foul, viscous slime, leaving a glistening trail behind. Clearing its throat, it opened its mouth wider than its face, revealing 3 rows of barbed teeth. Moments later, to everyone's astonishment, it began to vomit on stage. Just as the spectators stood in stunned silence, a translucent crystal box was surprisingly ejected from its mouth onto the platform. Behold, the catfish spirit proclaimed proudly as it opened the box, revealing a still-beating heart submerged in a viscous, pearlescent liquid, with blood vessels entwined around it like a fishing net. While it indeed exuded a sense of rarity, the audience couldn't help but recall the taste of their breakfast. Dear fairies, observe. The catfish spirit shook its wet whiskers and expressed with fervor, this is the heart of sincerity, a treasure cultivated over 300 years, dedicated to the queen. The excitement was palpable, its voice trembling with emotion as it recounted how, upon catching a glimpse of Her Majesty 3 months prior, its heart had been restless ever since, filled with longing and torment. Taking a deep breath, the spirit solemnly raised the crystal box, enraptured by its own words. This heart mirrors my own, devoted entirely to your majesty. If you doubt it, listen. With that, it gently prodded the heart. Thump, thump, thump. The heart accelerated in its rhythm, and a surge of black blood erupted, forming crooked letters in mid-air. Dear Carp Lady, I will love you forever. The catfish spirit's expression froze in disbelief. Wait. No. It's your majesty, not Carp Lady. I haven't read enough books. Grant me a chance to amend. Prodding again, this time green blood spewed forth, coalescing into 3 new lines. Carp Lady, give me a child. Carp Lady, marry me. Carp Lady, I wish to be your little pet fish for life. The audience fell into a hushed silence, regarding the bizarre fish with the same bemusement one would reserve for a silly dog. Meanwhile, the catfish spirit continued frantically striking the heart, the sound echoing like a series of splashes. Finally, the chief female officer across the platform rose, her expression devoid of emotion. Bring him here. Present. 4 armored female warriors stepped forward. Return him from whence he came. It would be quite reasonable to toss this heart of sincerity owner into the mother river to feed the crocodiles. Injustice. The catfish spirit shrieked as it was dragged away, exclaiming, This is truly my heartfelt offering. I merely, mistakenly took the wrong one. Yes, I truly brought the wrong item. This elixir was concocted by my cousin. Ultimately, before the catfish spirit was cast into the river, its heart made one last desperate attempt, spewing forth a mist of blood that coalesced into its final words. Your Majesty, in my next life, I shall surely be your fish. A profound silence enveloped the crowd for 3 seconds, only to be shattered by an uproarious laughter that resonated throughout. The female officials, jotting down notes, shook their heads in disbelief, remarking on the abundance of foolishness this year. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Tian too found himself at a loss for words, his lips twitching in disbelief as he turned to the 2 women beside him, questioning, Is this my competition? Candidates. Be aware that the reason these items are deemed treasures is due to their exceptional qualities. Should these trivial trinkets, such as scented pouches or crocodile feed, persist, I implore you to contemplate your exit strategy. Listening to the female general wielding the square-headed halberd issue yet another warning, Wu Tian remained unmoved. After all, adhering to the principle that good things come to those who wait, he mused that even a rare item casually exchanged from the marketplace could soar to great heights. In the front row, aside from the true immortal, another general was present, both evidently confident and making no move to intervene, thus plunging the venue into a rather awkward silence. Everyone was aware of the plethora of treasures possessed by the true immortals. And the distant General Jin Yu from the kingdom of Che-Chi also bore precious artifacts. Therefore, this young Taoist priest, why not invite you to take the stage? It must be said that the general's words were quite courteous, yet she did not anticipate that the individual beside her was, in fact, a general from Che-Chi. Although Wu Tian had no particular ambition for recognition, he decided to stand up since the general had spoken. Thus, the young Taoist priest ascended the stage to present his humble offerings. Chapter 26. Spicy Sticks and Cola. The humble Taoist of the Huanghua Temple, with multiple eyes and courtesy, has paid his respects to the queen of the female nation and the celestial officials. Invited to the stage, Wu Tian politely introduced himself. Though the distance of Huanghua Temple rendered its reputation somewhat obscure, leaving many unaware of its true significance. Long ago, this humble Taoist had heard tales of the Western Liang Queen's unparalleled beauty and grace, thus he arrived bearing 3 treasures, hoping they would please Her Majesty. Indeed, Wu Tian was uncertain about how to navigate this offering segment. Fortunately, with Sister Tungzi's clever strategies, he devised a splendid plan in a mere 30 seconds. The first treasure was named 9-turned Abyssal Tentacle, crafted from the tentacle of the 8-armed Abyssal Sovereign, which he personally hunted after 3 months of journeying in the Eastern Sea. Complemented by 9 nether demon pepper and refined with yin-yang glazed fire over a span of 82 days. As he spoke, Wu Tian retrieved from his sleeve a soft box adorned with vermilion patterns and cloaked in mysterious golden filigree, resembling a coiling dragon from afar, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared akin to the celestial trajectory of the stars. With a burst of resplendent light, the golden patterns transformed into the ancient script for guarding dragon. Inscribed with a vigor akin to thunder and fire, exuding an air of dominance that seemed to gaze down upon the world. Upon opening the box, a magnificent array of crimson scales was revealed. Wu Tian picked one up, feeling its supple texture akin to a newly shed dragon sinew, enveloped in amber-colored demon pepper oil, shimmering before his eyes. "Dare you taste this treasure, General?" he inquired, approaching the female general wielding a painted halberd, raising the spicy stick high with a resonant voice. "Why should I hesitate? Am I to fear poison?" Though the female general harbored some skepticism, the presence of the queen nearby compelled her to express her willingness, albeit with a hint of uncertainty in her tone, despite the alluring aroma wafting through the air. At last, the general opened her cherry-red lips. However, upon taking a bite, her face flushed a vibrant hue akin to a dragon fruit. Fragrant, refreshing, a sting laced with sweetness. She gasped, downing 3 cups of wine before continuing. "It feels as though 100 fiery little beings are performing a dance upon my tongue. First, a honeyed flame constricts my throat. Then a thunderous surge courses through my veins, and finally, a lingering sweetness rises upon my tongue. It's simply divine. I must have more." Despite her robust appearance, it was surprising to witness her eloquence. After such an exclamation, other female officials nearby gazed on with eager anticipation. "General, you are the first to savor my treasure. It is my duty to indulge you further, thus you shall have a second stick." Without refusal, Wu Tian generously offered her another. Before moving on to a gathering of female officials, addressing them, "Esteemed celestial officials, who among you wishes to partake? Fear not, for there shall be ample supply. And I assure you, each will receive their fair share." "Hold on, let me try." Before the female officials could respond, a voice echoed from further away, prompting Wu Tian to glance up, only to discover an individual approaching from beyond the royal carriage. Ah, a delightful item indeed. Yet it scarcely suffices to provide a comprehensive understanding. I humbly request another. The individual clad in a resplendent red official robe, though unfamiliar with the nuances of such attire, could discern that it was undoubtedly extraordinary. After partaking of one, the female official, despite not exclaiming in astonishment, audaciously made another request. Observing this, Wu Tian did not hesitate to present another from the soft box. "I can no longer resist. Give it all to me. I declare these are all for my king." "Ah, what bliss. It is utterly delectable. Having exclaimed this, the female official seized the softbox from Wu Tian and turned to flee. Although he relinquished it, he could not refrain from calling out once more. Do not be hasty, celestial official. In addition to this item, I possess a jug of Xuanming nectar, which, when consumed, can invigorate the 7 orifices. Please convey it for the queen to sample as well. This time, there was no change in packaging, as the familiar blue metallic can was adorned prominently with the 4 characters of Qianchi Cola. Allow me to instruct you on how to open it. As Wu Tian imparted the method, a resounding pop echoed, and a fountain of coffee-colored liquid erupted from the can, soaring over 3 zhang high. Has the magical artifact revealed its spirit? A chorus of astonished exclamations arose from the nearby female spectators, who eagerly caught the cans Wu Tian tossed. Many, inspired by the spectacle, mimicked the act of opening their own cans, creating a lively atmosphere. First came the sensation akin to 1,000 needles pricking the tongue, followed by the ethereal experience of riding clouds. What divine elixir is this? Indeed, I have never tasted anything so exquisite. Such a treasure, indeed. My king must surely adore this. Splendid. 1. The atmosphere had reached a crescendo, with anticipation for these novel delights surpassing even that of the earlier performance by the true immortal of fulfillment. Noticing the favorable reaction, Wu Tian continued to toss several bags of authentic Wei-Long snacks, eliciting further expressions of gratitude. The women, now disregarding their decorum, indulged themselves with fervent enthusiasm. Esteemed Taoist, my king wishes to inquire if you possess any other treasures. As the treasure presentation transformed into a tasting event, the female official who had previously snatched the spicy strips approached once more, her demeanor having undergone a remarkable transformation back to calmness. The queen, indeed, is well-versed. Aside from culinary delights, I also possess knowledge of attire. Therefore, allow me to present the rainbow feather garment, the luxurious autumn and winter collection of the 7th year of the Jingguan era. Before her words had fully settled, Wu Tian unfurled a renowned backless fishtail gown, exchanged from the system's marketplace. The satin fabric shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, especially as the 99 golden-threaded phoenixes danced in various angles of light. The audience was left breathless. After all, the assembly consisted solely of women. From the formidable female general to the gathered officials, particularly the one conveying the message, who trembled as she gently caressed the fabric. How can this brocade emanate warmth? It is woven with the 3,000 silks of the South Sea mermaids. Yet the surprises had not concluded. Moments later, Wu Tian produced yet another extraordinary item. A belly band. As the quintessential element of the gossamer robe, the luxurious collection of the autumn and winter seasons in the 7th year of Jingguan, this bodice is no ordinary garment. Once adorned, it not only effectively curtails the distortion of one's figure, but also encourages the rejuvenation of certain areas. Contrary to expectations, this exquisite piece, which would likely be met with scorn in the Eastern Tang dynasty, garnered unanimous acclaim in the realm of women. Thus, in the spirit of benevolence, Wu Tian feigned the adjustment of his skirt while secretly preparing for the forthcoming powerful revelation. O wise queen, gold is cold and gems are lifeless. Magical artifacts are merely instruments of ferocity, and blades can only claim lives. There is no need for pretense. Instead, let us embrace authenticity. I believe that what the world truly craves is the genuine self. The subtly modified advertisement, as articulated by Wu Tian, captivated countless onlookers, for it stirred the latent secrets within the hearts of women. Much like the Western dragon lizard, it appears that women's affections will eternally include all that sparkles. Thus, the Dior J'adore fragrance in his hand has drawn innumerable gazes. Wu Tian, acutely aware of the moment's demands, activated the siphon, and the fragrance erupted into the air. Simultaneously, concealed within her attire, Shu discreetly released a delicate web, allowing onlookers to witness golden mist coalescing into the form of a phoenix, gracefully circling the chiefing terrace thrice before gradually dissipating, leaving only the faintest traces of lingering fragrance. May all the beauty in the world forever linger around our sovereign. Chapter 27. The daughter's abduction. Despite the fervor ignited by Wu Tian's display, it was, after all, the first round of the Queen's consort selection ceremony. With a resounding clang of a bronze gong, the audience's attention gradually shifted from the sumptuous feast back to the central stage of the phoenix-seeking platform. The female general, wielding a Fong Tian Huaji, solemnly proclaimed the edict of Her Majesty the Queen. After the initial trials, only the immortal Ru Yi, General Jinyu, and Taoist duo Mu have passed. embodying the essence of literature and emotion. Thus, let the second round of competition commence. This outcome was evidently anticipated by many. Upon hearing the general's announcement, the immortal Ru Yi finally turned his earnest gaze towards Wu Tian. My young friend is indeed remarkable. Shall I take the lead in the second round? Without waiting for Wu Tian's response, he swiftly ascended to the elevated platform. With a flourish of his wide sleeves, a 3-zhang long yellow silk unfurled gracefully in the air. He then gathered cold mist at his fingertips, using frost as ink and his fingers as a brush. He elegantly penned a 7-character regulated verse titled Ode to the Queen. Since ancient times, the Western Liang has been home to many beauties. Your Majesty's talent and grace surpass all ages. 3,000 beauties pale in comparison. One smile from you stirs my heart. If I were to receive your favor, I would forsake the path of immortality for the mortal realm. I desire only to grow old together in this life, not to betray our love nor you. As he inscribed the final character, the immortal Ru Yi dramatically unfurled his sleeves, and with a rustle, hundreds of yellow talismans fluttered like butterflies, each adorned with a unique depiction of himself. Some talismans showcased him playing the lute or wielding a sword, while the most striking featured him reclining beside a spring, ethereal amidst the mist. Upon completing his composition, the immortal began to chant his verses. One must concede, his voice was remarkably pleasing, easily placing him among the top contenders of the Western Liang Supergirl contest. However, amidst his performance, a striking woman emerged behind him, captivating attention with her dazzling beauty and exquisite figure. With a pipa in hand, she played with remarkable skill. With this exquisite poetry complemented by my unique dual cultivation technique, the queen will surely not regret selecting me. The audience fell into a silence that lingered for more than 3 breaths, only to erupt into a cacophony of disdainful jeers. Is this truly poetry? How utterly pedestrian! Exclaimed a woman dressed as a scholar, angrily tossing aside her paper fan. The first line is a blatant imitation. Another female official rebuked. Immortal, our queen is a renowned lover of poetry. Have you no shame in your sloppiness? Good sir, is this the time for dual cultivation? Are you certain your method is effective? Here lies the queen's kingdom. Make no mistake, a failed attempt is simply unacceptable. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the immortal Ru Yi remained unfazed, smiling serenely in the face of their ridicule. Just as the mocking voices began to wane, he retrieved a jade scroll from his sleeve. How could you mere mortals comprehend the intricacies within? This poem, seemingly simple, conceals profound enigmas. With that, he abruptly unfurled the jade scroll, a response from the star of literature. This poem is exquisite, even if one were to abstain from 2 liang of liquor and 3 peanuts. Such a masterpiece of adulation could not be composed. Upon opening the jade scroll, a beam of light illuminated the air, revealing a line of text. In accordance with the wishes of the celestial beings, should your performance conclude, please take your seat and rest. Now, let us welcome the esteemed Taoist. The female general felt a twinge of embarrassment, for the words were hardly commendable, yet this celestial being treated them as profound wisdom. Thus, when Wu Tian took the stage, the audience remained ensnared in the previous strangeness. First, take this pill. Otherwise, your voice might scare away half the maidens, Sister Tonzi said. Understanding Wu Tian's nature, without hesitation, he swiftly swallowed the pill and boldly stepped onto the phoenix-seeking platform. Though versed in poetry, he lacked an ear for melody. So he resorted to singing a simple tune, hoping that one day someone would accompany with a lute. The melody was titled Daughter's Calamity. In truth, Wu Tian was not particularly gifted in singing. In his own words, he was akin to a duck quacking out of tune. However, with Sister Tonzi's support, he seamlessly transitioned from discord to harmony, incorporating all 5 tones and even a few extra notes. After clearing his throat, he began to sing the melody. Mandarin ducks perch together, butterflies flutter in pairs, the garden blooms with intoxicating spring colors. I quietly inquire of the queen, is Duomu beautiful? Is Duomu beautiful? His heartfelt performance captivated the audience, for such a style of song was avant-garde in the world of Journey to the West. Coupled with the newfound celestial voice, it surpassed the previous celestial being's crude verse in brilliance. Even the royal carriage had its beaded curtains drawn aside, and though the queen's visage remained hidden, it was evident that Wu Tian had garnered her attention. Wu Tian may not have noticed, but the 2 female spirits within his garments were acutely aware of the carriage's movements and promptly alerted him. Observing the queen's stirring, Wu Tian resolved to unleash his next powerful weapon. You reside in the Western Liang Kingdom, while I dwell in the Yellow Flower Temple. All day long, I yearn for you without sight of you. only to drink the tears of yellow sand. As evening winds whip up the sand, the candlelight dances upon the gauzy curtain. I fear that our encounter may be but a dream, yet the fragrance remains unchanged. As his voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Moments later, a commotion erupted as the beaded curtains of the royal carriage were suddenly thrust aside. The queen had emerged from her carriage, her jeweled adornments jingling melodiously, her delicate finger trembling as she pointed at Wu Tian, asking, "Would you be willing to be my secret fragrance?" As the curtains swayed gently, the scent of orchids and musk wafted through the air, and the illustrious queen of the Western Liang Kingdom finally revealed her true countenance before Wu Tian. She bore a brow like distant mountains, adorned with natural emerald hues, and eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, sparkling with unspoken vitality. Her lips, a delicate cherry blossom in full bloom, and her dimples, akin to playful blooms of begonia, added to her charm. Her cloud-like hair, crowned with a golden hairpin, swayed as if a pearl was trembling, while her snow-white skin seemed to mock the purity of jade. Her flowing garments gently enveloped her, releasing a subtle fragrance. Such exquisite beauty, born into a royal lineage, concealed a trifling delicacy within her regal demeanor. And her poised grace was laced with a hint of flirtation. A mere glance and a smile could evoke the yearning to reverse the flow of the mother river, rendering the waters of the forgotten river still. In Wu Tian's eyes, she undeniably embodied the essence of an iconic heroine from the esteemed 86 television series, complete with the enchanting strains of Daughter's Affection as her background score. Yet, before the queen could take her next step, a nearby female official whispered in her ear, momentarily restraining the queen from dashing toward the stage. The esteemed Taoist, renowned for his poetic prowess, requested a brief respite from the audience, inviting General Jin Yu of Cheichi Kingdom to the stage. This unexpectedly irked Wu Tian, having feasted and imbibed. It seemed unreasonable not to have a spirited approach akin to Ling Yu's initial clumsiness. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the confidence radiating from the crowd. "Fear not, esteemed Taoist. I have journeyed 1,000 miles merely to convey a message. Rest assured, I seek not to contest with you," the general declared, catching Wu Tian off guard with his unexpected words before boldly striding onto the platform, exuding an air more befitting a superior officer inspecting a sight than a suitor seeking a bride. "Your Majesty, I must confess, I am blessed with a celestial wife at home, not just one, but 3. My visit to your kingdom is not for courtship. I merely have a statement to make before departing. Impudent wretch, do enlighten us, should your words be nonsensical. I shall ensure you bear a jug of river water to take home to your wives." The general brandished his halberd once more, not in a ceremonial manner, but with an evident readiness to strike. Surprisingly, General Jin Yu remained unfazed, casting a glance only to turn back toward the queen. From the Tang dynasty of the East, a revered monk on a pilgrimage to the West seeks enlightenment and will soon arrive in your kingdom. His announcement, nearly a bellow, left the crowd in stunned silence, as they grappled with the strangeness of the news, uncertain whether to be astonished or simply bewildered by the mention of the Tang monk. Seeing the reaction, the general offered no further words, performing a martial salute before departing the suitors' assembly, leaving behind a sea of bewildered expressions. Chapter 28. Transactions. Where have the monk and his disciples arrived now? In the dedicated monitoring zone for the calamity assessment at the Southern Heavenly Gate, the vice director of the project team, the deputy commander of the B-side, the technical director, the strategic consultant on calamity, and the crisis management officer, the esteemed Li, the Taoist of supreme purity, inquired with a sharp voice. This individual, relying on his swift movements and agility, often conducted surprise inspections, resulting in a notable reduction in bonuses for his subordinates. Nevertheless, the overall KPI of the project was commendably accomplished, earning him accolades from numerous leaders. In response to Li's inquiry, the monk and his disciples had just consumed the water from the Motherchild River, and the celestial steed was about to seek the fountain of lost births. Ah, the kingdom of women, this trial is indeed formidable. You 2 brothers must exercise strict vigilance. Should any signs of losing control emerge, report to me immediately. Yes, understood. Wait, something feels amiss. Why are there fewer NPCs arranged at the gathering of Celestials? The citizens of the Phoenix Terrace were oblivious to the activities of the deities above them. However, after the illustrious General Jin Yu had departed for quite some time, the situation dawned on the attendees. Following an urgent discussion, the female general once again proclaimed the Queen's decree. According to national law, the Holy Monk's Passage mandates a nationwide fasting. The marriage recruitment conference for this year is hereby suspended. All contestants are to return to the inn. I shall notify you when it resumes." As the female general announced this, the queen visibly expressed her reluctance to part with Wu Tian, yet the circumstances compelled her to return to her royal carriage. Shortly thereafter, she ascended her chariot and proceeded back to the palace. "Dao friend, since the conference has been halted, and we are both cultivators, why not?" Just as Wu Tian was about to rise and leave, the true immortal Ruyi approached him. However, before she could speak, the female general with the halberd came over. The true immortal, seeing this, could only smile awkwardly and withdraw. Once they were alone, the female general quietly conveyed to Wu Tian, "The queen has decreed that at the 6th watch of the evening, I shall come to the Yingyang Inn to escort you into the palace." "Oh, how splendid. Brother host, it seems the queen has taken a liking to you. Congratulations." Wu Tian was still in a state of bewilderment, pondering the implications of entering the palace. At that moment, Sister Tongzi chimed in, but her youthful voice discussing such matters felt somewhat out of place. After the female general finished speaking, she gestured to her surroundings before departing alone. While the female soldiers, including the armored general who had first appeared on the platform, immediately surrounded Wu Tian. Thus, under the company of these 12 robust women, Wu Tian embarked on the journey back to the Yingyang Inn, waving to both sides along the way, evoking a sense of a king on a procession. Upon arriving at the inn and reaching the 3rd floor, he noticed the door to room 2 had opened. Yet no one was present, likely the former residence of General Jinyu. Returning to his designated room 3, Wu Tian intended to discuss strategies for the evening with the 2 women. However, while Xu Er was somewhat coherent, Ling Yu was utterly incapable of articulating her thoughts. He decided to send them off for a bath and pondered the situation alone. As the hour of the dog approached, a familiar voice resonated outside the door. "Fellow Taoist, how have you fared? It is still early. May we converse?" Wu Tian opened the door, only to find the enigmatic Ruyi Zhenxian, whose delicate smile and the flick of his feather duster elicited a cold chuckle from Wu Tian. It seemed the Taoist's words were far from complete. "What insights do you have for me?" To his surprise, Ruyi Zhenxian suggested, "There are exquisite beauties hidden within your abode, while the adjacent room is vacant. Shall we discuss matters there?" "Discuss?" Wu Tian replied, "Indeed, a most authentic transaction. One should not strike at those who bear smiles," he mused. Observing the feigned grin of Ruyi Zhenxian, curiosity piqued, he decided to accompany him to room number 2. Once inside, the Zhenxian promptly shut the door. With a flick of his finger, a shimmering water curtain appeared upon the wall, vividly depicting Tang Seng seated in a relay station, engrossed in chanting scriptures. "Are you unaware, fellow Taoist, that consuming Tang Seng's flesh grants immortality?" Ruyi Zhenxian whispered with a malicious chuckle. "I perceive your aura is thick with demonic energy. You are no virtuous being. Why not? We collaborate. 2 and 1, together we make 5. What say you, brother Taoist?" While the marriage selection event may not be devoid of hope, why is it that? Wu Tian began, only to realize mid-sentence that the Taoist's true intent was not the selection of a groom, but rather to wait for Tang Seng to unwittingly walk into his trap. "Ah, fellow Taoist, your astuteness is commendable. Your deduction is entirely accurate." As he stroked his goatee, feigning profound wisdom, his gaze remained fixed on Wu Tian, exuding an air of eager anticipation. Ambitious aspirations, commendable thoughts, admirable plans, and decisive actions. However, Wu Tian replied nonchalantly, "I have no inclination to involve myself in your schemes. If you wish to partake in Tang Seng's flesh, that is your own affair, provided you devise your own methods." These words were indeed Wu Tian's genuine sentiments. Yet he was acutely aware that Tang Seng was utterly untouchable. Should any trouble arise, the Monkey King would unleash chaos upon the entire daughter kingdom, and divine beings would inevitably intervene. Just as Ruyi Zhenxian prepared to press further, a voice called from outside, "Husband, the female general awaits you in the room." With this interjection, Ruyi Zhenxian found it inappropriate to persist. Wu Tian, adopting a semblance of formality, formed a hand seal and bid farewell, intending to exit. Unexpectedly, the Zhenxian made a sudden move behind him. Though his strike bore the force of thunder, he was unprepared for Wu Tian's considerable prowess. As Ruyi Zhenxian's hand brushed Wu Tian's shoulder, he felt a sharp pain and instinctively recoiled, releasing his grip and leaping back. "What sorcery is this?" he exclaimed, inspecting his uninjured palm, yet comprehending that Wu Tian had employed some unseen tactic against him. He inquired, but Wu Tian did not respond, merely continuing to push the door open and depart. "Sister Tongzi, you nearly sold me out." "Fear not, he exerted no real effort. Where else would we find such a splendid opportunity? Enough chatter. Let us head to the palace and meet the queen. The recent upheaval caused by the celestial being's hand was undoubtedly connected to Sister Tongzi, yet it appeared rather inconsequential. Thus, I straightened my posture and adjusted my robe before stepping into my chamber. Should we proceed together? Or would you prefer to carry me to the palace after I have bathed and changed? Prior to my journey through time, I had watched numerous television dramas, particularly those set in imperial courts. Whenever a woman was favored by the emperor, she would invariably be meticulously cleansed and presented, bare and pristine, upon the bedding. Wu Tian pondered whether he might also indulge in such an experience, prompting him to inquire aloud. Carrie? The Taoist physique. Could it be that he was unwell? This situation was indeed somewhat awkward, leading to a slight stammer in the general's speech. Fortunately, Wu Tian, being perceptive, discerned that there seemed to be no such arrangement and promptly adjusted his request, inviting everyone to set forth together. Just as the door was about to close, Ling Yue and Shu Er, having reverted to their true forms, dashed into Wu Tian's garments, exuding an air of disinterest in explanations, eager only to witness the unfolding events firsthand. Chapter 29. A disruptor intrudes on a spring night, Your Majesty. This is rather improper. On the gilded candlestick opposite the bed, numerous red candles exude a passionate crimson glow, their wax drippings resembling a woman's rouge as they spread. Wu Tian deliberately averted his gaze, yet his fingertips lightly grazed the golden goblet on the table, playing with the wine vessel while the queen admired him from the side. The atmosphere in the chamber was intoxicating, rendering one's eyes glazed with a hint of inebriation, prompting Wu Tian to finally utter a remark. Oh. The queen's gilded armor gently brushed against the back of Wu Tian's hand, sending shivers through him as she continued to inquire. Recalling how he had not been so reserved during the earlier poetic contest when he sang Are Many Eyes Beautiful? Suddenly, she leaned in, her cascade of jewels clinking softly. A wave of fragrance enveloping him, carrying not only the warmth of her skin but also a hint of the sweetness of peach blossoms by the riverbank. As the voluminous sleeves of her phoenix gown gradually slipped away, a creamy jade-like arm emerged, pale yet flushed, resembling mutton fat but surpassing even the most exquisite jade. Silence reigned in the room, a stillness so profound that the sounds of the night, the chimes of the clock, the whispers of the wind, the crackle of the candlelight faded into nothingness, leaving only their intertwined breaths. At that moment, the queen's spring-like lashes cast fan-shaped shadows in the soft light, while the lipstick on her ruby lips appeared slightly smudged, with traces left on the golden goblet nearby. Have you ever tasted the sweetness of the daughter's red? She suddenly asked, lifting the goblet and sipping from the remnants of the wine. The amber liquid trickled down her lips, flowing over her snow-white neck, ultimately disappearing into the depths of her overlapping collar. What a scene to behold! Wu Tian's throat tightened as he watched the droplet of wine pool in the hollow of her collarbone. This vintage has been preserved for 60 years. The breath infused with the aroma of the wine was tantalizingly close, her golden hairpin brushing against his cheek. As the sensations of coolness and warmth alternated, he parted his lips in anticipation of the exquisite nectar, the only choice he could make. Yet, just as their lips were about to meet, the queen abruptly pushed him away and covered her mouth with a laugh. Do not rush, do not rush. Let us savor this splendid moment. Indulge in conversation before we proceed to. Yes, my dear, what significance lies in the many eyes in your name? Her teasing left him in a state of yearning yet distanced, turning her attention to his name with an air of curiosity. To Wu Tian, her demeanor seemed rather juvenile, prompting him to ponder for a moment before responding. Not only do I possess an external keen eye, but I also harbor an inner insight. And with these two faculties in abundance, my experiences naturally multiply. With an abundance of knowledge comes the ability to amuse, to alleviate boredom, to unlock new postures, and to procreate. Thus, I have myriad methods. Who would have thought the Taoist priest possessed such abilities? She remarked, but in her eyes, it seemed she was more curious about how many legendary treasures he truly held, chuckling softly. Initially, a playful banter unfolded between two individuals, but unexpectedly, a third voice emerged. Following the sound, they discovered an unfamiliar figure in the room. To their astonishment, it was the same woman who had performed for the esteemed Ru Yizhenxian earlier in the day. Now, she reclined against the throne, a snow-white leg cascading from her skirt slit, her toes teasing a golden bell that chimed ominously with a haunting melody. After a brief flourish of her fingers, the tune inexplicably echoed the essence of exploring the clear water river. Wu Tian felt a jolt of recognition. almost believing this young lady to be another traveler from a distant realm, yet her subsequent words dispelled that thought. Young and strikingly handsome, the Taoist possessed an arresting charm. Not only did it captivate Her Majesty, but it also stirred something within my own heart. As she approached, the silver bells woven into her braids jingled alluringly, and a ruby dangling from her golden hairpin hovered just inches from Wu Tian's nose, rendering him momentarily dizzy. Are you a servant of the true immortal? Dare you trespass into my royal palace at night? Beware, lest both you and your mistress meet a dire fate in my kingdom. The queen, indeed formidable, could easily identify the interloper, a skill that might elude others. Instead of showing alarm, she issued a playful challenge, invoking her own status to intimidate this extraordinary visitor. Ah, such a display of deep affection. Oh, I see. This is your chamber, so we must exercise some restraint. How about we relocate to a different venue? Perhaps we can indulge in some playful mischief together, or unite against the little Taoist, or perhaps it would be the Taoist and me against you. What say you? No sooner had she uttered these words than the candlelight flared suddenly, illuminating the scorpion-shaped earring that gleamed dangerously. It was then that Wu Tian realized it was a living creature. Fear not, for I, the scorpion's sister, am most adept at cherishing delicate beauties. From beneath her skirt came a rustling sound, and without warning, a tail-like appendage emerged, glistening with a haunting blue hue that mirrored her exquisite features. In a moment of hesitation, the tail lashed out sharply, pricking both Wu Tian and the queen lightly. Mere seconds later, an overwhelming darkness enveloped Wu Tian's vision. Before his eyes closed, he noted the queen had already succumbed beside him, and a thunderous roar echoed from afar, familiar yet unplaceable. Just before surrendering to darkness, he clearly heard a remark. Oh, I thought I was alone, yet you secretly brought two little ones. Little Taoist, you truly know how to have fun. In that moment, he realized, you are the scorpion spirit. This thought lingered as he drifted into unconsciousness. Time passed in a haze, and then he was jolted awake by a resounding crash. The cavern trembled, and stones tumbled down. Wu Tian regained his senses amidst excruciating pain, surveying his surroundings. Although the specifics eluded him, he was undeniably within the confines of a cave. A familiar figure approached, unmistakably the enchanting woman wielding the pipa from moments ago. Unfortunately for me, she delivered a swift kick that sent me crashing against the wall, the metallic taste of blood rising in my throat as I coughed it up. Does it hurt? She taunted, stepping closer with a graceful stride, her crimson gown swaying like a blooming blood-red flower. She gazed down at me, lifting my chin with her delicate finger, her lips curling into a playful smirk as she teased, "Little lord, with such meager skills. Do you dare aspire to be the queen's consort?" I coughed a couple of times, wiping the blood from my mouth, and after a moment's contemplation, I chuckled. Rescuing a damsel in distress? My dear sister, I am not so noble. I merely wish to uncover the tale behind that lovely visage of yours. Her expression momentarily faltered, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes, before she scoffed, "Such smooth words. Just like your poetry." Whether my words were indeed smooth, I knew well. I pushed myself up, finally managing to sit cross-legged, my gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. This must be the Pipa cave of the poisonous enemy's mountain. And you are surely that delightful scorpion spirit. My deduction was astute. Appearing near the realm of the daughter nation while clutching a pipa, her identity was all but confirmed. Instantly, the scorpion spirit's demeanor darkened, her tail poised threateningly against my throat. You were quite perceptive. What else do you know? This acknowledgement only emboldened me further as I met her gaze with unflinching courage. With your prowess, you could easily dominate the daughter nation. Yet you choose to capture the queen. Are you indulging in some form of cosplay? Or are you hiding from someone? Her pupils narrowed, her grip momentarily loosening before tightening again, causing her to wince in pain. Do not speak of it. What else do you know? I feared the encounter with someone who would not engage in dialogue, where it would be a matter of life or death. Yet, despite her conversation, she remained formidable. This little lady is far more spirited than the previous two. Host. Dare to engage her. Do not disappoint me. In an instant, I pondered various possibilities, but since Sister Tongzi had encouraged me, I felt compelled to continue the exchange. Thus, I spoke again, my voice resonating with charm. So, if you abduct the queen, you could masquerade as her to rule a nation? Have you considered that the celestial realm would not remain passive? The Buddhist sect would surely intervene. Even that monkey would find his way here for the sake of the edict. Her breath quickened, a flicker of conflict evident in her eyes, yet after a lengthy pause, she suddenly laughed coldly. What do you understand? She spun around sharply, her sleeves billowing, yet a subtle tremor threaded through her voice. I absolutely had the time to usurp the queen and take her place, but that monk arrived too early. Now, I find you, dear little Taoist, rather intriguing. How about this? Once I skin the queen, you can be king, and I shall be queen, while they serve as your beloved concubines. And we can luxuriate comfortably in the Western Liang daughter nation. What do you say, my little lord? The meaning of this dialogue is clearly understood by Shuer and Ling Wei. For matters that require no deliberation and can be resolved immediately, they eagerly nod in agreement. However, Wu Tian is aware that Lan Shan merely smiles enigmatically, closing her eyes to adopt an air of inscrutability. It seems you have conspired with the true immortal Rui to engage in a mutual benefit scheme, correct? The young lord is indeed astute. The foolish ox desires immortality, so I shall offer him Tang Sung, while I merely seek to preserve my own life. Whether it be 500 or 1,000 years, to me it is all the same, as long as I can live until I die. Heh. Thus she is undoubtedly mine. With a graceful gesture towards the awakening queen, the goal of the scorpion spirit is unmistakably clear. The demands are certainly not excessive. Yet from my perspective, they are truly formidable. Since I have immersed myself in this game, unless I become a player, we remain mere pawns. Pawns? What defines a pawn? And what defines a player? Young lord, could you perhaps speak in a more comprehensible manner? Chapter 30. The Tale of the Scorpion Spirit and the Male Deity report to Mr. Li. The 4 disciples of Tang Sung encountered a minor incident in the kingdom of women of the Western Liang. The queen had yet to meet Tang Sung, as she was abducted by the scorpion spirit. Meanwhile, Tang Sung was taken to the pavilion of celestial gathering by the true immortal of wishes. This deviation from the script was unprecedented during the current calamity, prompting the vigilant Thousand Mile Eye, responsible for overseeing the southern heavenly gate, to urgently contact Mr. Li upon discovering the anomaly. How could such an unexpected turn of events occur? What are the KPI? What are the completion rate? Very well. A slight modification must be made. The passage document must be stamped. Let that mischievous monkey and the Sunstar officer venture to the poisonous enemy mountain. After rescuing the queen, they shall amend the marriage tribulation. However, Mr. Li, this course of action would inflict suffering upon the Peepa Cave during this tribulation. Though Thousand Mile I was diligent in duty, he remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in Mr. Li's expression. Mr. Li, it is manageable, brother. As a pivotal NPC in our journey to the West Calamity, her suffering is tantamount to a trial in itself. If nothing else, we could have the great sage endure a few pricks. Thus, Mr. Li's arrangement is indeed astute. Thousand Mile I is earnest and responsible, yet somewhat dull-witted. The listen in the wind ear, however, is agile and perceptive, discerning my design. Well done. I have high hopes for you. Despite Thousand Mile Eye's somewhat naive nature, he understood Mr. Li's intention upon hearing these words. Gratefully glancing at his brother, he refrained from further comment and chose to observe the unfolding events. In contrast to the listen in the wind ear. Within the Peepa Cave, Wu Tian acted like a mentor, earnestly counseling the scorpion spirit. What is this? To exaggerate. The scorpion spirit's cultivation alone surpasses that of the combined strength of the 3 present. Although Wu Tian remained puzzled about the cause of her hysteria, he reluctantly retrieved the treasure obtained from Pai Lan Po at the journey's outset. What is this object? Immortal, spare me. Husband, brother. Collect your divine powers. Wu Tian evidently made another misstep. Although it was merely a pseudo 18-centimeter embroidered needle, a defective product from the refining process. It was nonetheless derived from the eye of Pai Lan Po's son. As the temporary holder, Wu Tian felt an inner resistance. Were it not for the method taught by Pai Lan Po, he would absolutely refuse to handle such an item. However, the 3 female spirits nearby were entirely different. They were, after all, creatures of poison, inherently fearful at the mere sight of a large rooster. Yet, from their exclamations, it was evident that the scorpion spirit was indeed a formidable entity, articulating her thoughts with clarity and coherence while expressing the most words. In stark contrast, Zhuer and Ling Yu were not faring so well. They trembled uncontrollably, even collapsing to the ground, rendered speechless. Come to me, both of you. After all, clad in a golden, primal armor, the 2 women suddenly realized and hastily sought refuge behind Wu Tian. The scorpion spirit, however, was not afforded such privilege and gazed longingly at the terrifying beauty in the small man's grasp. Did you truly believe that the repetitive and meticulously scrutinized script of calamity could be altered at your whim? I am aware of your connections with the Buddha at Ling Mountain, and your somewhat profound ties with Tathgata. But do you think such a mere relationship would grant you a life of luxury? You must understand, the moment you stung the Buddha, you stripped a bald monk of considerable dignity. For those who have perused the original text of Journey to the West or watched its adaptations, particularly among the beautiful women, it is only natural that the scorpion spirit, renowned as the mightiest female demon, garners considerable attention. However, the narrative of her past is scantily documented, prompting her to reveal some details in hopes of garnering trust. Do you know that I have stung the Buddha? Upon hearing these words, the scorpion spirit's expression morphed into one of astonishment. This was a matter I had never disclosed to anyone. Could it be that you were sent by the Buddha to eliminate me to conceal the truth? Truth? There is more to the story? Since you have been dispatched, I shall divulge everything. That day, I was preparing to listen to the Buddha as usual when, inadvertently, I witnessed Tathagata engaging in inappropriate conduct with the two arhats, Jianglong and Fuhu. He is clearly the Buddha, the supremely exalted Buddha. And yet, as she recounted her tale, the scorpion spirit's teeth ground together, her tail hook trembling with fury. Jianglong and Fuhu had always been her idols. Yet they were commanded to bend and bow, rendered immobile. My word, how exhilarating. And then, please, continue. This was undoubtedly content that would never be found in the original narrative, thus Wu Tian's interest was piqued, although Ling Wei and Shuo were oblivious to the implications. The proximity of Ling Mountain and the legendary tales of the Buddha sparked their curiosity as well. It was indeed my fault at that moment. Tathagata was about to deliver an important sermon regarding fate and calamity, yet my mind was consumed with the image of my two idols in distress. Seizing the opportunity, I pricked that great monk, and who could have foreseen? Thus, you were decreed to leave Ling Mountain and were demoted to the status of a demon. Who could argue otherwise? While it was Jianglong and Fuhu who escorted me out, witnessing their formerly charming forms now deflated left my heart aching even now. Heartache? Ha ha. Have you lost your senses? The scorpion spirit's statement was unexpected, and just as I was about to retort, a voice echoed in my mind, a prompt from my system. Congratulations, host, for devouring the initial stage of the Demon King, the true immortal of Rui, and attaining an accumulation of 760 years of cultivation. So much. Yet, wait a moment, if I felt pleasure, does that not imply? This revelation was too stimulating, and in a moment of unrestrained excitement, I inadvertently exclaimed, leaving the three women around me utterly bewildered, while Wu Tian appeared increasingly anxious. Originally, at the Jushin Temple on Jiang Mountain, when the great sage and Zhu Beiji rescued Tang Song, according to the original text, there was no intention to slay the true immortal of the Rui. Moreover, considering the relationship with the Bull Demon King, such an extreme action was unnecessary. However, the predicament arose from an earlier encounter where Wu Tian had inadvertently inflicted a small amount of poison upon him during a conversation at Inyang Post. Consequently, when confronted by the attacks of the monkey and pig, he found himself utterly defenseless, lacking even the strength to flee. Initially, Sun Wukong intended to spare him, but Zhu Beiji, in a moment of carelessness, exerted a slight force on the precious golden spade, thus sending this wretch to the underworld. Perhaps the contained power was too immense, for there was no need for Wu Tian to intervene. His overwhelming cultivation naturally sought its rightful master. I possess both good and bad news. So, dear Scorpion, which would you prefer to hear first? Without needing Sister Tungzi's guidance, Wu Tian contemplated for a moment before ultimately switching to his persuasive mode. What is this? The bad news. The bad news is about that monkey. The one who caused havoc in the heavenly palace, who will likely arrive here shortly. Oh dear, are you trying to frighten me? How do you know? Present a reason first. The reason is the good news. Your accomplice, that true immortal, has perished. It is likely that Tang Sung has been saved. So even if the monkey arrives, there will be no brutal killings. At most, their so-called extermination of demons will be a swift and painless affair. The scorpion spirit clearly understood who the repeatedly mentioned monkey was, and with the various onomatopoeic expressions, the previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by a visage of fear. In truth, I had intended to use this matter to provoke you, for I have no interest in experiencing your poisonous traps. However, it appears you are also a pitiable soul. If you wish to survive, you might consider heeding my counsel. What say you? Chapter 31. Yin Chualuo, do you wish to survive? He rose to his feet, brushed the dust from his garments, and, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, whether you believe me or not, death awaits you shortly. Yet, should you place your faith in me, although you may still find yourself on the brink of demise, ultimately, there lies a possibility for survival. Name, unknown element. Earth true form, scorpion bloodline, unknown realm. High order demon king cultivation, 7,100 years magic, unknown treasures. Unknown had it not been for the unfolding conversation. Wu Tian would have had little interest in the details of the scorpion spirit. He could only afford to glance at such information after initiating his persuasion tactics, especially once this fierce woman ceased to torment him with her hooks. However, that single glance indeed induced a degree of trepidation. Oh my goodness, a high-order demon king. No wonder the bullying felt like child's play. While much remained uncertain, the impressive cultivation of 7,100 years was undeniably formidable. Yet it was the high-order demon king status that truly embodied the essence of her ability to toy with Wu Tian. This girl possesses potential. She would fit perfectly into the Five Immortals formation and could serve as a remarkably reliable ally. I must quickly acquire her contact information, if necessary. I can return to seek her out in the next cycle. Wu Tian was well aware of the scorpion spirit's prowess, and he certainly did not require Sister Tonzi's reminder. However, persuading her to join forces did not appear to be a simple endeavor. Fortunately, Wu Tian understood that, emulating a certain famed figure's deceptive charm, if he did not thoroughly convince her, he might be the one to suffer dismemberment first. Thus, he endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, articulating each word with careful intent. This was no easy task, especially while maintaining eye contact with the scorpion spirit's captivating gaze, all the while forcing a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. He was immensely grateful that the scorpion spirit did not possess the habit of revealing her true thoughts through sudden emotional outbursts, and Wu Tian's words were indeed quite effective. For a moment, she appeared to breathe more rapidly. Perhaps sensing her own tension, she pursed her crimson lips for a moment before coldly speaking. It is peculiar. But on what grounds do you believe you can save me? Because I know how you will meet your end, Wu Tian replied softly. And I can ensure that next time, or rather, in the future, you will survive. Unbeknownst to Wu Tian, the scorpion spirit, despite her formidable strength, harbored an indescribable fear of death. Thus, upon hearing Wu Tian utter the very word that she dreaded, her pupils constricted, fixating intently on him, nearly falling prey to his intimidation. Did she possess 9 lives like a cat? Very well, then. How will I die this time? Pray tell. The scorpion spirit must have heard the saying about empty boasts. As her emotions heightened, the previously shifting dynamics between adversary and ally reverted to a state of hostility, and she prepared to unleash her venomous strike once more. Just as the scorpion spirit finished speaking, Wu Tian was contemplating how to articulate his thoughts in plain language when a sudden furious shout erupted from outside the cave. The voice, resonant like a mighty bell, echoed through the not particularly narrow yet confined passageway, reaching the ears of the gathered crowd in an instant. Monster! Release my master, mother! While others may not recognize the voice, Wu Tian was acutely aware that the one bellowing was none other than the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. It appeared that the matter with the Rui Jinshian had been resolved, and now it was time to reap the scorpion spirit's experience. Curious? Well, fear not, the rooster that cannot wash but can claim lives will soon be crowing incessantly above your head. What rooster? Before he could ponder further, a piercingly clear crowing resounded across the heavens. Oh! The scorpion spirit's countenance shifted dramatically, stepping back in terror from the cave entrance, her eyes reflecting sheer despair. Those malicious monks. I had no intention of harming Tang Xing, yet they are still intent on severing my path to survival. These wretched monks, how infuriating. Initially, Wu Tian had merely intended to deceive, yet he never anticipated their arrival would be so swift. With the unexpected turn of events, he found himself cursing under his breath. After all, despite the upheaval, the situation remained unchanged, progressing methodically. Previously, the scorpion spirit had lamented the rapid development of events. Now, Wu Tian shared her sentiments, realizing that if they truly blocked the exit, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. However, to his astonishment, after the scorpion spirit uttered her curse, she disregarded Wu Tian entirely. And at that critical moment, an eerie silence enveloped the cave. If we had never met, and I were to describe a single occurrence that would convince you of our kinship, what should I say? Do not waste time. This is of utmost importance. Observing the scorpion spirit trembling uncontrollably, Wu Tian recognized that the situation was rapidly deteriorating and hastily posed a question. Anut Padissamyak Sambodhi, Kalyana, Sarasvati, Somasiddhi, Indrani, this is my name. Known to but a few. Goodness, sister, could you present a simpler version? My mind isn't quite sharp. I cannot remember such things. Indrani, this is the Buddha. That bald donkey gave me this name. Besides me, no one knows it. A man who stoops to such disgraceful behavior. I want to kill him. Thank heavens, he managed to extract crucial information before the fury erupted, as this element had not even appeared in the original tale. Having relayed this, the scorpion spirit no longer acknowledged Wu Tian, seizing her three-pronged spear and charging outside. Steel Egg, sister, is your surname Wang? Wu Tian exclaimed. Unable to recall even a few words of the name she had previously mentioned, but this one struck a familiar chord, prompting him to blurt it out. However, he quickly scratched his head, realizing it might be incorrect, and knowing only she could truly grasp its significance. He pondered how to escape, deciding instead to follow her and witness the unfolding spectacle. Clang, as Wu Tian stealthily crouched beside the entrance. He beheld the fierce clash between Sun Wukong's golden staff and the scorpion demon's three-pronged spear, which erupted into a dazzling display of golden light. Realizing that his adversary was no ordinary foe, the scorpion demon unleashed her full demonic power, twirling the spear into a perfect circle, preparing to unleash a venomous onslaught. You truly believe yourself invincible, Sun Wukong? She bellowed. Yet, the ever-elusive Monkey King merely flashed a grin, proclaiming, I may not know what lies beyond the realm of kings, but below the diamonds, your grandpa's son reigns supreme. While his words rang true, they were perhaps a tad boastful. As the chaos erupted around them, the scorpion demon's venomous tail transformed into a flurry of ghostly shadows, each strike igniting emerald flames that hissed and corroded the very mountain of the venomous enemy. Prepare to witness the skills I pilfered from the sacred mountain, she declared, suddenly clasping her hands together. The swastika mark of the Buddha materialized upon her forehead, and to her astonishment, 8 golden arms began to coalesce behind her, only to morph into elongated scorpion tails. Intriguing. The Monkey King's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shed a handful of fur, conjuring a multitude of clones, while his staff rained down like a torrential storm. Let us see whether your tails outnumber my rods. As the two combatants neared the brink of obliterating the venomous mountain, especially with the scorpion's 8 tails charging for a final, devastating strike, a second, more melodious cry resonated from the heavens. Oh, da. This sound, particularly the last note resembling the call of a hen, struck the scorpion demon like a divine retribution. Her demon core shattered instantaneously, and before Sun Wukong could launch another assault, she was transformed into a resplendent, translucent red scorpion carcass. Chapter 32, A Narrow Escape. Oh, da. This is undoubtedly the background music for the grand move of the Star Sovereign. It has been proven that the laws of physics exist within the world of Journey to the West, for after the second cry of the Star Sovereign, which vanquished the scorpion demon, the thunderous resonance did not dissipate immediately. Instead, it surged forth, reaching the cave, causing the entire Peepa cave to tremble violently. Crack, crack, crack. The ceiling of the cave began to fracture, and countless shards of rock rained down like a torrential storm. The 3 within the cave, apart from Wu Tian, were forced back into their true forms, with Ling Wei and Shui enduring excruciating pain. Shush, the weakest among them, found herself in the most perilous situation. Despite her fierce resistance against the terrifying sound, her 8 spider legs braced against the ground with unwavering determination, yet her abdomen burst open, splattering viscous silk across the stone wall. Ling Wei, a fire element, felt as though her scales were seared by a branding iron, many of them curling up in response. With a sharp crack, her tail snapped, yet this did little to alleviate her suffering. Wu Tian fared the best. He retained his human form, merely emitting a low groan without a single scream. Although his hands pressed against the cave wall, he stood firm, outwardly appearing to have everything under control. However, internally, a sickly sweetness surged in his throat, and the spiritual energy within him boiled furiously, coursing chaotically through his meridians. Nevertheless, he managed to utter a quip. Old Wu, the Star Sovereign is too formidable. Perhaps next version, they should tone down that knife girl. Young master, you fairies are truly pitiful. How about I step outside and plead for your lives? Just as everyone was suffering immensely, a celestial voice suddenly emerged, prompting Wu Tian to remember that, apart from himself and the 2 maidens, there was also a queen who had been brought along. Turning to look, he saw that, unlike his 3 companions in distress, the queen appeared utterly unscathed. The actions of the Star Sovereign seemed to have no effect on her whatsoever. Queen, forget it. This time, you can play the role of the monkey's master. Later, I will reclaim the tofu you have taken from me. Wu Tian had contemplated threats and coercion, but ultimately recognized that she was merely a queen, likely indifferent to his plight. Thus, he resolved to play the benevolent role, subtly reminding her that he had previously been at her mercy. After teasing her with a jest, the turmoil within him became evident. With a sudden expulsion of a mouthful of black blood, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while glancing at the two vengeful entities above. After offering the queen another smile, he staggered toward the cave entrance. "Vile beast, do you not kneel in submission?" The Star Sovereign was taken aback. While there were those who dared to confront their own poison, none had been so bold as to face him directly. With piercing golden eyes and wings of spiritual energy unfurling, the third cry was poised to unleash. Wait. At a critical moment, Sun Wukong glanced at Wu Tian. His brow slightly furrowing before he suddenly thrust his staff forward, the golden cudgel clashing with a resonant clang before the celestial official of the sun, the Star Officer. With a forced smile devoid of mirth, he declared, "Your Excellency, these three little demons must be kept alive for interrogation." However, he was utterly unprepared for the Star Officer's unwavering stance regarding the matter of venomous creatures. A flicker of impatience crossed the official's eyes as he coldly retorted, "Great sage, do you intend to allow these demons to roam free?" "Allow demons to roam free?" The monkey scratched his head, wearing a playful grin. "I merely believe that the scorpion spirit in the Peepa Cave is likely under the influence of someone else. It is essential to keep one alive for questioning. Demons are demons. What need is there for interrogation?" The Star Officer scoffed, his wings flaring to create a resonant sonic boom. His divine might causing the very void to quiver. By decree of the Jade Emperor, all wicked beings must be dealt with without mercy. The sheer force of his presence was comparable to that faced by the great sage when confronting 100,000 heavenly warriors. Noticing the monkey's hesitation, he prepared to unleash a third roar from his core. "Hold on, Star Officer." While the monkey's earlier words had only slightly irked the Star Officer, this declaration clearly displayed his growing displeasure, yet he forcibly halted his actions. It turned out that Bai Lan Pu, riding upon a rainbow cloud, had arrived. Nodding towards the great sage before calmly addressing the Star Officer, "These three demons are my mountain guarding spirits from the Thousand Flower Cave. They escaped during my slumber to cause chaos. I implore you to stay your hand." "Mountain guarding spirits? My dear mother, do you believe they are green lions or white elephants? Or perhaps Guanin's golden-haired hound? They are merely minor characters, while these three are nothing but background players." The Star Officer snorted derisively, stating an undeniable truth. There was indeed some merit to his words. Although she was their mother, Bai Lan Pu found herself momentarily speechless. At that critical juncture, however, Wu Tian caused further complications. The Star Officer, spotting a familiar prop, bellowed coldly, "What is this?" With a swift motion, he seized the faux embroidery needle from the protagonist's waist, which instantly flew into his grasp. Although it was a worthless item, how could such a demon possess it, especially when it came from my own sight? The Star Officer's tone was chilling. "My dear mother, did you perhaps bestow this upon him?" Bai Lan Pu's eyes darkened with displeasure, despite their somewhat strained relationship. She had no intention of conceding any face in front of the onlookers. She cast her gaze towards the cave's interior and gently nodded her noble head. "Brother, where is the Five Immortals formation? Regardless of its efficacy, hurry." At that moment, Wu Tian was bewildered, for he had never anticipated encountering such formidable adversaries. Thus, apart from a singular plan to confront the scorpions, he had not contemplated any further strategies. Upon hearing Ling Yu's call, despite being uncertain of their intentions, he did not hesitate and activated the Five Immortals formation. After all, it was a buffing skill. Although its effects were not entirely satisfactory, he still felt a certain enhancement. Whoosh! Feeling the surge of power, Ling Yu darted out of the cave just as a streak of crimson venom hurtled through the air, striking the Star Officer's left wing with precise accuracy. Hiss! Even the Star Officer's divine feathers, upon contact with the crimson substance, emitted a wisp of black smoke. Damn it! As if struck by lightning, the Celestial Star Officer suddenly lowered his head to search, realizing that the attack had originated from the nearly defeated Ling Wei. She, despite her severely injured body, was forcefully expelling a breath of her life, fire poison towards him. "I will extinguish you as a divine being." It was utterly humiliating to be harmed by such poison. In response to this tragic turn of events, the officer's eyes flashed with golden light, and his divine fire transformed into a furious wave, surging down towards Ling Wei. Boom! As the flames dissipated after 3 seconds, the spot where Ling Wei had stood was devoid of any trace, leaving only a handful of ashes rapidly scattering in all directions with the force of the blast. Yuer, though she was not truly his woman, witnessing her disintegration before his eyes flooded Wu Tian's mind with turmoil, leading him to cry out in desperation, only to be engulfed in confusion. However, Shua reacted differently. The bond between the two sisters was evident. As she watched her sister vanish before her, Shua's eyes widened with fury. Ignoring her grievous injuries, she launched herself forward, her 8 pincers slicing through the air like blades towards the Celestial Star Officer. Seeking death, the officer coldly raised his hand, and with a sweeping motion of divine light, crack. Even from 8 zhang away, Shua's 8 spider legs were severed at the roots. Blood gushed from her body as she plummeted from the sky, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Do you truly spare me no dignity? A chilling glint flashed in Bailan Po's eyes. With a sudden wave of her sleeve, golden threads enveloped Shua's remnants, her voice icy as she declared. Since the officer insists on exterminating the demons, so be it, but this abomination shall be dealt with by my own hands. Before her words had fully settled, a series of thunderous explosions erupted all around. When the dust finally settled, Bailan Pa had transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Wu Tian returned to his original form, his face etched with determination. His bravery was commendable, but ultimately, he was still a demon. The Celestial Star Officer seemed to praise him, yet he raised his palm to unleash a devastating strike once more. Bang! Suddenly, the golden staff of Sun Wukong descended with force, abruptly interrupting his lethal move. Great Sage! The Celestial Star Officer glared in anger. The monkey chuckled, Lord Officer. I just remembered something. You previously declared that all evil must be mercilessly eradicated, but since your wings are tainted with demonic poison, does that not imply you are unclean? Hiki. The Celestial Star Officer froze. Having been so engrossed in battling his mother, he had neglected to notice anything else. Hearing the monkey's reminder, he finally looked down at his left wing. To his horror, large patches of charred marks marred his once pristine feathers, twisting his handsome visage into a grotesque expression. My feathers. He nearly went mad, beginning to burn himself in an attempt to purify the trivial trace of fire poison. Seizing the opportunity, with a resounding crack, the great sage's staff expanded several times, aimed precisely at Wu Tian, delivering a perfectly executed home run without harming him, instead delivering a resounding blow. Young man, when we meet again, you shall understand. Yet, apart from the voice of the great sage echoing in my ears, another voice distinctly reached me. Young lord, after a few days when I send the monk away, would you care to visit me? I assure you, I will return all the favors I owe you.